Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The story is set in an imaginary world of Pokemon in the year. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. My name is Samuel Oak, and people call me the Pokemon Professor. This world is inhabited by creatures called Pokemon. For some, Pokemon are pets, others use them for battles. I study Pokemon as a profession. Are you a boy or a girl? I'm a boy. Great. What is your name? Red. Right. Your name is Red. This is my grandson, Blue. He has been your rival since you were a baby. Your very own Pokemon legend is about to unfold. A world of dreams and adventures with Pokemon awaits. Let's go. I was at my happiest because the very next day I would choose my starter Pokemon. I was 9 years old, and the next day was my birthday, August 8th. Professor Oak had sent me a letter inviting me to his laboratory to choose a starter. He is the leading professor who studies Pokemon and is quite famous in the Kanto region where I live. I was going to be a Pokemon trainer. In our region, anyone who is 10 or older can receive a starter Pokemon from their head professor. While other regions have professors like Rowan or Sycamore, we have our beloved Professor Samuel Oak. I could have chosen other paths, like becoming a professor or an engineer, but I just wanted to be a Pokemon trainer. It was my dream, and my father had wanted the same for me. He had aspired to be a trainer himself before switching careers due to a lack of support from his parents. However, he supported me wholeheartedly. I never enjoyed school much, although I was interested in science because of my dad, who was somewhat of a scientist himself. I could have continued my education, but that was just what everyone else did. Pokemon training is often seen as a last resort, akin to becoming an actor or musician, where success is uncertain. So, what are Pokemon? They are a group of species that play a vital role in the ecosystem, living in harmony with humans. We derive many resources from them, like honey, cotton, and milk. What is a Pokemon trainer? Trainers collect Pokemon for sport and compete in Pokemon leagues. To be eligible for the league, a trainer must collect at least 8 gym badges. It's important to understand that Pokemon are partners and friends, not just tools for battle. They share emotions with their trainers. When a trainer is happy, their Pokemon are happy too. My name is Red, and I was about to turn 10. I lived with my mother in Pallet town of the Kanto region. My father had passed away 2 years ago in an accident, and I missed him dearly. One evening, I was cleaning my room, packing my bag for my journey. Part of me didn't want to leave home, but nothing could stop me from achieving my dream. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and I went downstairs to open the door. My mom was reading in her room, and her pet Meowth was sleeping near the staircase. Red. The doorbell, Mom called from her room. I realized I had never been as close to her as I was with my dad. I opened the door to find Professor Oak smiling at me. Good evening, Red. He was a charming man, full of positive energy despite his age. I want a simple favor from you, Red, he said. Anytime, Professor. What do you need? I just wanted you to come about an hour early to my lab. There's something I want you to do, he explained gently. The sooner, the better. I'm too excited for tomorrow. I folded my arms. Why don't you come in? I'll pass, I have to get back to my lab. Busy schedule tomorrow. Good luck. Your father would be very proud. I smiled as he walked away. His lab was on a small hill on the eastern side of town, while my house was on the northwestern side of Pallet. It was quite a distance. Red? Who was it? Mom asked, coming out of her room. It was Professor Oak. He said I need to come early to his lab for something, I replied. Can you make tomato juice tomorrow? Sure, but you need to get the tomatoes. Take the money from my table. I quickly grabbed the money and rushed to the door. It was drizzling outside, which was unfortunate. I picked up my umbrella and headed to the grocery store. The store was far, and I worried about catching a cold in this weather. As I walked, I noticed a pink light in the clouds. I stopped to observe it, and suddenly, a small pink Pokémon with a long tail appeared within the light. I blinked, and just like that, the Pokémon and the pink light vanished. Entering the grocery store, I asked, "Where do you keep the tomatoes?" "Don't worry, I'll bring them to you," said the shopkeeper, who was very friendly. I didn't go to the store often. They used to deliver groceries to our doorstep, but that service had recently stopped, likely due to the riots. I handed over the money for the tomatoes and began my walk home. The rain was coming down harder than ever, a bad omen for the first day of Pokémon training. The wind was so strong that it nearly pulled my umbrella from my hands. After struggling for a bit, I managed to fold it and continued on my way. By the time I reached home, I was soaked, my clothes dripping with water. I placed the tomatoes on the dining table and hurried upstairs to my room. I tossed my wet clothes into the washing machine and quickly changed, knowing my mom would be upset if I didn't. Unlike others, I had my dinner on time and went to bed early to prepare for the next day. "Red, I'll be back. Take care of your mother," Dad had said before leaving. "Don't worry, I'm always here for you. Always." I woke up in the middle of the night with tears in my eyes. Thoughts of Dad often made me emotional. I walked downstairs to the kitchen for some water, realizing I had forgotten to fill a bottle for my room. As I drank, my gaze fell on one of Dad's photographs on the wall next to the refrigerator. There were many pictures there, but this one was special. It captured the moment Dad helped me catch my first Pokémon. In it, we were standing in Route 1, with a Poliwag in my hand. Suddenly, a pink light filled the kitchen from the window. Was it the same Pokémon I had seen earlier? I hesitated but felt compelled to look. There it was, just as I suspected, a small Pokémon with a tail twice its height, surrounded by a pink ball of light. It floated and looked into my eyes. "What are you?" I asked, captivated. I placed my hand on the window, mesmerized by its beauty. "Mew," it exclaimed before flying away. The next morning, I woke up with a start and took a quick bath. When I emerged, I found my new Pokémon trainer clothes laid out on my bed, along with a cheerful birthday card from Mom. I quickly got ready, eager to start the day. As I walked downstairs in my new outfit, Mom greeted me with a hug. "Happy birthday, my beautiful boy. These fit you perfectly." "They do," I replied, smiling. "Even though the clothes are new, the cap I gave you belonged to your father. Now it's yours. Come on, have your breakfast, you need to hurry." Breakfast was already set on the table: pancakes and my favorite tomato juice. I quickly finished my meal but paused when I saw the photograph from last night. That day had been one of the best of my life, and now I was the only one left in the picture, with Dad and Poliwag both gone. I removed the photograph from the wall and tucked it into my bag just as Mom entered the dining room. "Red, have you seen Meowth?" she asked. "He's probably up to something ridiculous as always," I replied, feeling frustrated. "I'll head to the lab. Are you coming?" "I'll find Meowth and be there as soon as I can," she said. "Hurry." Stepping outside, I felt a wave of loneliness wash over me, especially with all my friends on vacation with their families. I missed one of them the most. "Look who we have here," said Blue, standing in front of me. He was not my friend, in fact, he was more like an enemy. "Archenemy, how have you been?" I replied, trying to brush past him. "Like you care, Blue," I said, annoyed. He was one of my least favorite people, and the fact that he was Professor Oak's grandson made it even worse. Blue was a year older than me. When he was 10, he quit school to become a Pokémon trainer, but he chose to study Pokémon for another year instead. I thought that was a waste. The only way to win the Pokémon League is through hard work and determination, not just book knowledge. "Just leave me alone, Blue," I said, walking toward the laboratory. "You'll be alone forever," he taunted. Not like you have many friends, and most of them are losers. Ignoring him, I entered the lab and was greeted by Professor Oak. Ah, Red. There you are, he said, smiling. Happy birthday. Good morning, Gramps, Blue chimed in as he entered the lab. Blue. You're on time as well, Professor Oak replied. The reason I called you both here early is that I need you to pick up two important parcels. Red, you'll go to the Viridian City Pokemart, the shopkeeper will hand you your parcel. Blue, you'll head to the Pokémon League front gate on Route 22 for the second parcel. What's in the parcel? I asked. You'll find out, he said with a grin. But first, choose your starter Pokémon. Have you both decided? I have, I said confidently, knowing exactly what I wanted. I am, Blue said, smirking. Ladies first, Red. On the table were 3 Pokeballs labeled with the starter Pokémon. The first was Bulbasaur, a cute grass-type Pokémon. I liked Bulbasaur, but I didn't want it to be my starter. The second was Charmander, which was adorable yet intimidating, typical of fire types. And this was exactly what I wanted, I was going to choose a Charmander. The third and last option was labeled Squirtle. Being a water type, it had an advantage over Charmander, but nothing could replace a Charmander. Choose wisely, said Professor Oak. I know exactly what I want, I replied, picking up Charmander's Pokeball. I choose Charmander. I sent out the Charmander. Charmander, he said. I hugged my starter Pokemon, feeling his warmth. It was clear he liked me. Easier than I thought, Blue remarked. I choose Squirtle. He picked up Squirtle's Pokeball. See you later, Gramps. Blue walked out of the laboratory, on his way to get the parcel. I should be on my way then, Professor, I said, turning around. But first, Professor Oak stopped me. Happy birthday again, Red. He handed me a gift box, small like a Rubik's Cube. I unwrapped it and opened the box inside. It contained a Pokeball. Just by looking at it, I could tell whose Pokeball it was. My eyes filled with tears. It's not empty, said Professor Oak. I know, I cried. Come out, Pikachu. I tossed the Pokeball in the air, and Pikachu appeared. Pikachu was my dad's Pokemon, and he felt like a brother to me. We used to play all day when I was 7. The night your dad handed Pikachu to me, he told me to keep him safe until the day you could become a Pokemon trainer. That day is today, Professor Oak said. Something tells me your father knew what was going to happen to him. He was a good friend of mine, but still a mystery. I hugged Pikachu tightly. Pikapi, he said, filled with happiness. 2 years ago. This was a very eventful day. It was a beautiful day, and the night was its opposite. Mom, I'm late, I said, picking up my bag, ready to leave for Professor Oak's summer camp. He organized camps for children to teach them about Pokemon, and I surely did not want to miss the last day of the program. Hey, how are you feeling? Dad asked as he entered my room. He looked really happy, one could tell by his face that he had finally completed his project at work. I'm feeling great. I replied, bemused. How are you? You seem really happy. Work stuff. Don't forget to take Pikachu with you, Dad reminded me. Are you going to wear that to camp? I was in denim shorts and a dark blue striped shirt. Well, you gotta work on your dress sense. Wait, he quickly went through my closet and pulled out a t-shirt I barely ever wore. It was white with 96 written in red and had red sleeves. Apparently, denim shorts were no problem. There you go. And start watching some TV for this sacred knowledge of dressing. I quickly changed my t-shirt and was off to Professor Oak's summer camp on my bicycle. It was located on a hill where his laboratory was being built. Halfway to the camp, I bumped into a tree, breaking my bicycle's pedal. Oh no. I started fixing the bicycle, putting the pedal back where it was supposed to be. It seemed to be broken rather than detached. Need some help? A girl asked. While she couldn't help me fix it, she did accompany me to the summer camp, and from then on, she became a good friend of mine. I arrived at the camp a few minutes late, having dragged my bicycle on foot, which was tiring. Everyone, send out your Pokémon, said Professor Oak. Every kid at my school sent out different Pokémon, ones I didn't know about. What are we going to do today? Let's see what moves your Pokémon can perform. You'll try them on my Macamp. He can take it, he is very powerful. Professor Oak called names, and the children used a few moves on Macamp, but it remained unaffected. Red, said Professor Oak. Your turn. I stood in front of Macamp. Go, Pikachu, I said, sending out Dad's Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt was the only attack I knew, I had no idea about other Pokémon attacks. Fun fact, Pikachu was Dad's weakest Pokémon, yet he managed to defeat Macamp in one Thunderbolt. Macamp fainted. I must say he is strong. But consider using weaker Pokémon for these activities, said Professor Oak. He's the weakest one we have, I replied. The day went by at the camp, and it was great. In the evening, when I arrived home after dragging my bicycle for half an hour, I left it outside the house, leaning on the front wall. I slowly walked to the door and heard the telephone ringing inside. Dad was talking to someone on the phone and looked extremely worried, as if something was wrong. Dad put down the phone and rushed back to his office room, picking up some files. Red, I'll be back. Take care of your mother, he said, with tears in his eyes. I'm always there for you. Always. He hugged me tightly. That was the last hug we ever had. He left without looking back. At midnight, the telephone rang. Dad's bus had crashed, and it caught fire, taking the lives of every passenger inside. I lost my dad that day. I still miss him, and I love having things that make me remember him more, such as his cap and his Pikachu. Pikachu was going to be my companion now, along with more Pokémon that I would meet on the way. Until then, my journey awaits. I was in a hurry to get to Viridian City, I had to get the parcel as soon as possible. I was so excited to start my journey. I hopped down the stairs outside the laboratory, where my mother had just arrived. Red. Guess I'm on time, said Mom. Meowth was chewing on your bed cover. He what? I exclaimed. That Meowth was my worst enemy, worse than Blue. I had no idea what he had against me. Anyways, she hugged me. Good luck. Don't talk to strangers, don't get into trouble, and take care of yourself. I love you. I have to deliver this parcel to Professor, so I'll be back in some time, I said, smiling. Don't worry about me. I started walking on Route 1, which connected Pallet Town and Viridian City. It was a small area with a little grass and a lot of trees. After a few minutes, I heard a cry of a Pokémon. Suddenly, a Rattata appeared. I didn't want to get into any trouble, so I ignored it and walked away. But then, a voice spoke in my head, urging me to battle it. It was my dad's voice, and I knew what to do. Go, Charmander, I said, sending out my Pokémon. The wild Rattata used Tackle. Charmander, use Scratch, I commanded. Rattata tackled again. Use Scratch again, I instructed. Before long, Rattata fainted. That was quick. Are you a trainer? Asked a man nearby. I replied respectfully, yes, sir, I am. He handed me a sample of a potion, saying it was free. I noticed he was wearing the clothes of a mart employee. I put the potion in my bag, and then he disappeared. I reached Viridian City in no time. The streets were quiet and empty, with only the sound of birds chirping and my heartbeat echoing in the silence. The mart was right in front of me, and I needed Pokeball to catch Pokémon. The structure of the mart was the same as in Pallet. I opened the door, and the shop was empty except for the shopkeeper. Hey, said the shopkeeper. You from Pallet Town? Yes, I am, I replied. Could you please deliver this parcel to Professor Oak? He asked, handing me a parcel that was about the size of a lunchbox but a bit longer. I returned to Pallet with the parcel and went to Professor Oak's lab. Professor Oak, I have a parcel for you, I said, handing it over. Thank you, Red, said Oak. It has Pokeball for you. I was out of stock, so I had to order them, but they sent them to you. He handed me the Pokeball and a red device. What's this? I asked. This is your Pokédex. Just point it at any Pokémon, and you'll get the information you need. It was a remarkable piece of technology with a camera lens and buttons on the side. When I pressed the main button, the Pokédex popped open, displaying two screens, one for trainer info and the other for Pokémon info. I stored it in my bag and attached the Pokeball to my belt. I thanked Professor Oak and continued on Route 1. I soon realized I was lost. Are you lost? Asked a familiar voice. It was Blue. Maybe he got lost too. I replied, of course not. He wanted to battle, and I could tell by the look on his face. Let's battle, I said. That's exactly what I was going to say, Blue replied. Charmander, I choose you. Squirtle, go, he said. You know I have a type advantage right now. I know that, I said. Let's see what the Pokédex has to say. I pointed the lens at Squirtle, and it opened automatically, showing Squirtle's information. Suddenly, a voice from the Pokédex announced, Squirtle, a tiny turtle Pokémon. After birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell. It powerfully sprays foam from its mouth. Weak against grass and electric. Resistant against fire, water, and ice. I can still beat you in this battle, I said confidently. Really? He replied. Charmander, use Ember. I commanded. Charmander unleashed a burst of fire. Squirtle, water gun. Blue countered. I hesitated, feeling the pressure. Charmander, Ember. I shouted again, but it didn't do much damage since Squirtle was resistant to fire. Squirtle dodged and used water gun. Charmander's health dropped critically. Charmander, get up and use Ember. I urged. Squirtle, finish the battle now. Blue commanded. Squirtle understood and used Bubble, causing Charmander to faint. I won, Blue cheered. How is this possible? I asked, feeling defeated. Did you see Squirtle dodge? That's the first thing to teach a Pokémon. You just attacked with no defense, he explained before walking away. I was upset about losing to my rival, who used to be a friend. Determined to train Charmander, I battled some trainers I met on Route 1. Go, Nidoran, one called. Go, Charmander. I responded. Nidoran, Poison Sting. Charmander, Ember. I commanded, and Nidoran fainted. I thought Nidoran was cool and wanted one for myself. It was blue with a small horn on its head. Hey, where can I catch a Nidoran? I asked a nearby trainer. Just go west to where the Nidorans are, but don't get lost if it rains, he replied, referencing a rhyme I once read. I headed west and saw a big farmhouse with many Nidorans around, their blue color standing out in the grass. I climbed down the hill and saw a boy sitting on a chair. Excuse me? I said. Can I get one Nidoran? These are all my dad's, said the boy. You can find one in Fuchsia City. Hi, my name is Joey, he introduced himself. I'm Red. Hey, my dad is coming, Joey said, pointing at a tall man holding a briefcase. My dad needs Nidorinas for his factory. I'm doomed, Joey's dad said, looking worried. They captured my factory. Who? I asked. I can help. Team Rocket, he replied. Team Rocket? I echoed. It's a criminal organization, Joey explained. They also have my Pokémon locked in cages, Joey's dad added. Call the cops. The cops won't act against Team Rocket. They're too powerful, he said. Then I shall battle them, I declared, feeling confident because I had a strong Pikachu. The factory wasn't far. It was huge and looked brand new, with many windows. Inside, I saw food items like biscuits, lollipops, and chocolates. Finally, I spotted two people storing everything in a container. They wore black sweatshirts with a pink R on them, black pants, and boots. I think you shouldn't steal things, I said. It was an unusual situation to find oneself in while facing members of a criminal organization. Joey spoke up, trying to defuse the tension. Look, we don't want any trouble, he said. Trouble, one of the male grunts replied, a smirk on his face. We'll make it double, chimed in a female grunt, her tone playful. Their banter continued with a familiar chant, to protect the world from devastation. To unite the people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Cassidy, the female grunt introduced herself. Butch, the male grunt added. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare for a fight. Suddenly, a Meowth jumped into the scene, catching Cassidy off guard. Who's this Meowth? She asked, clearly confused. Yeah, that's not a part of the script. Get out of here, Butch said, and just like that, the Meowth disappeared. I recommend not copying others' dialogues, I suggested. Try something new, most people have heard that before. Shoo, let's end this with a battle, Cassidy declared. Go Charmander. I called out, and Charmander stood ready, filled with determination. Go Mankey, Butch responded. Go Drowsy, Cassidy added. That's not fair. Go Pikachu. I countered. Mankey, use Fury Swipes. Butch commanded, and Mankey struck Charmander. Well done. Now it's Pikachu's turn, I said. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Mankey fainted. Oops, Butch muttered. Drowsy, Hypnosis. Cassidy ordered, and Pikachu fell asleep. Charmander, use Ember. I instructed. Drowsy, use Confusion. Cassidy countered, landing a critical hit. Charmander, Ember. I called again, and Drowsy fainted. With no Pokémon left to battle, Team Rocket had to retreat. Joey's dad was pleased with the outcome. Afterward, Joey and I stepped outside the factory. As we made our way toward Viridian City, I heard a rustling sound from the bushes. Approaching cautiously, I spotted a purple Nidoran. Whoa, go Charmander! I exclaimed, throwing a Pokeball. It shook vigorously before flashing blue light, indicating I had caught it. I felt a surge of joy, it was my first catch. As darkness fell, I hurried toward Viridian City, which was visible in the distance. Upon entering Viridian, I realized how late it was. Thankfully, I knew the Pokémon Center offered free services to trainers, so I had a place to rest. I checked into a room filled with rows of beds for trainers and their Pokémon. That night, I heard a strange noise coming from the upper level. Curious, I crept upstairs but found nothing except a small broken alarm clock. The noise, however, was not from the clock. The next morning, I approached Nurse Joy. Excuse me, nurse. I began. Call me Joy, she replied with a glare. Okay. Joy. There was some strange noise last night, I continued, but she interrupted. I know the sound you're talking about, right? Joy said. Absolutely. What was that about? I asked. I have no idea, she admitted. Did you call anyone to investigate? Yes, Officer Jenny is on her way. The sound had been unsettling, like iron rods being struck or nails on a chalkboard. Can I get some water? I asked, feeling quite thirsty. Yes, Joy replied. Chansey, please lead him to the cafeteria. A cheerful pink Pokémon entered, wearing an apron that read, Delight. I pointed my Pokédex at Chansey, which displayed a floating magnifying glass before showing a cartoonish image of Chansey along with its information. Chansey, an egg Pokémon. It is a rare and elusive Pokémon said to bring happiness to those who manage to catch one, the Pokédex explained in its robotic voice. I followed Chansey to the cafeteria, where I purchased a water bottle for just $5 a great deal. Now, I needed to find the Pokémon gym to battle the gym leader and earn my first badge. I asked a passerby for directions. Yes, but it's closed. You're wasting your time here. The Viridian City gym leader won't be back for a while, maybe a month, he replied. I could have lingered, but I decided to move on. Taking a deep breath, I gazed at the clear sky, sunlight reflecting off a small puddle. Just then, a kid approached me, holding what looked like an invitation card. Excuse me. Would you like to go to the carnival taking place this evening? He asked, hope shining in his eyes. Yes, I would, I started, but before I could finish, he handed me the invite and dashed away. The invite read. Dear person. We would love for you to join us at the Viridian City Carnival, taking place every 10 years. There will be free stalls for games, food, and much more. You can also pay to set up a stall for yourself. Venue, Viridian Park. Date and time, August 12, 2013, at 5 p.m. I realized I could attend the carnival and still travel at night. That seemed perfect, especially since I had a sleeping bag in case I got lost in the forest. I was eager to battle someone, as I had never fought with my new Nidoran. Just then, a man with a Pokeball approached the cafeteria. Would you like to battle? I asked him. Yeah, sure, he replied with a smile. Go Nidoran. I called out. Go Ekans, the man responded. I pointed my Pokédex at Ekans. Ekans, a snake Pokémon. It moves silently and stealthily, eating the eggs of birds like Pidgey and Spearow whole, the Pokédex explained. Nidoran, use Poison Sting. Ekans, Wrap. Nidoran, Double Kick. Ekans, Poison Sting. Nidoran, Double Kick. Ekans fainted. Good job. Go Sandshrew, the man said. I pointed my Pokédex at Sandshrew. Sandshrew, a mouse Pokémon. It burrows and lives underground. If threatened, it curls up into a ball for protection, the Pokédex informed me. Nidoran, Double Kick. Sandshrew, Rollout. Nidoran fainted. Nice, pal. Go Charmander. Sandshrew, Defense Curl. Charmander, Ember. Sandshrew, Rollout. Charmander was starting to tire, and Sandshrew looked strong. Charmander, do anything. I urged. In a surprising turn, Charmander used Metal Claw, scratching Sandshrew. Good battle. You have trained your Pokémon well, the man complimented. He entered the cafeteria, noting it was almost 1:30 in the afternoon time for lunch. As soon as it hit 5 o'clock, he dashed to the carnival across the city, arriving just in time. The place was bustling with thousands of people and filled with various stalls. Describing it, he thought it looked shabbier than expected. There were food stalls that appeared delicious and games that seemed more suited for children, like a machine game where you hit a Diglett, a Pokémon. A merry-go-round was present, but it didn't seem very merry, as it was occupied by older kids riding the horses. He quickly lost interest due to the unappealing atmosphere. A familiar voice called out, "Ladies and gentlemen." He spotted a jester on stage alongside a female jester, both in extravagant costumes that stood out amidst the carnival's overall shabbiness. He walked briskly toward the stage, where a colorful poster announced a magic show. The stage looked hastily assembled, but he joined the crowd as the performance began. "Get ready for the magic show," the female jester announced confidently. "But first, we need a volunteer. To his surprise, she pointed directly at him. Feeling a bit odd, he made his way to the stage, careful as the platform creaked under his weight. "What should I do now?" he asked with a respectful smile. "Send out a Pokémon," the jester replied somewhat rudely. "Which one?" "Charmander," he suggested. The female jester's smile faded. "Not that one, it has fire on its tail and could be dangerous," she said. He then suggested Nidoran, but the jester dismissed it due to its poisonous horn. Finally, he offered Pikachu, and both jesters smiled approvingly. "That would be perfect," the female jester said with a smirk. "Come on out, Pikachu," he called, tossing the Pokeball. Pikachu emerged, giving a thumbs up and saying, "Pikachu." The jester then brought out a wooden table and announced they had a deck of cards featuring different Pokémon. He pulled out a card showing a Drowsy, instructed not to reveal it, and placed Pikachu in a box. 3, 2, 1, she counted down, and to his astonishment, a Drowsy appeared, but Pikachu was nowhere to be found. The jesters picked up the box and fled, leaving him confused and angry. "Hey, where's Pikachu?" he shouted. "How are we supposed to know?" "Farewell," the jester replied. As they removed their costumes, he recognized them as members of Team Rocket. "Prepare for trouble," Cassidy declared. "And make it double," Butch added. They recited their motto, and he demanded they return Pikachu. "Defeat us and take it," Butch challenged. "If that's what you want, go Nidoran," he said, sending out his Pokémon. Cassidy sent out Drowsy, which he realized belonged to Team Rocket. "Drowsy, huh?" he said, pointing his Pokédex at it. Drowsy, a hypnosis Pokémon. Puts enemies to sleep, then eats their dreams. Charmander, use Ember, he commanded. Drowsy, use Confusion. Cassidy replied confidently. He instructed Charmander to use Smokescreen, filling the stage with smoke. "Okay, use Ember," he shouted, and Drowsy fainted. "Oh look, your Pokémon are lame and so are you," Cassidy taunted. "Go Mankey," Butch called. He pointed his Pokédex at it, which explained, Mankey, a pig-monkey Pokémon. The smallest things could cause it to lose its temper. "Charmander, Ember," he ordered, but Charmander looked tired. "Mankey, low kick," Butch shouted. "Charmander, finish it with a last Ember attack." Mankey fainted. Just as he was about to demand Pikachu's return, Officer Jenny arrived, declaring Team Rocket under arrest for stealing Pokémon. However, they managed to escape. Pikachu emerged from the box, and he felt immense relief. He rushed to the Pokémon Center to have his Pokémon healed, then asked Nurse Joy for a bed and fell asleep. The next morning, he set out north toward Pewter City, realizing he first needed to pass through Viridian Forest. As he walked, he heard a voice calling his name, but it felt distant. He stopped when a man in a lab coat approached him. "Wait, Red. I've been trying to stop you," the man said. He was a junior scientist working with Professor Oak, looking disheveled. "Yes," Red replied, curious about the interruption. Professor Oak, the scientist began, and Red's concern grew. "What happened to him?" he asked. Nothing happened to him," the scientist assured. "He handed me a small memory card and said, he asked me to give this to you." "What is this?" I asked, smiling. "He requested the Pokédex, and I handed it to him." He inserted the memory card into a slot in the Pokédex. "From now on, you won't have any problem with directions. Just select the town map option in the Pokédex, and it will tell you exactly where to go," the scientist explained. He patted my shoulder for good luck before heading back. I continued walking toward a rusty gate labeled Viridian Forest. As I pushed the gate open and entered the forest, a police officer stopped me. "Wait, kid. You are not authorized to go inside," he said. "Why not?" I asked. "Don't ask anything, just go away," he replied. But please tell me the reason. Kid, there are sightings of rare and powerful Pokémon in the forest. But how will I get to the other side of the forest? I wondered. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I turned on my Pokédex. It displayed several options: Pokémon, attack, item, type, town map, and settings. I selected the town map option, which prompted me to turn on GPS access. Once activated, it showed my exact location: Viridian Forest. To the south was Viridian City, and to the north was Pewter City. The only way to Pewter was through Viridian Forest. I need to get to Pewter City, I said. For what? The officer asked. A gym battle. You're a trainer. Yes, I am. Why? Then you can go. I thought you were just a normal kid. What do you mean by normal? A kid who doesn't do anything but sit and watch TV and study. Realizing I was wasting my time, I ignored the officer and ventured deeper into Viridian Forest. The forest was vast, filled with greenery all around except for the sky. A pleasant fragrance of nature enveloped the area. I spotted a Pokémon trainer my age standing by a large tree, wearing blue track pants and a yellow t-shirt. Hello, he greeted me. Hello, I replied. Are you a Pokémon trainer too? He asked. Yes, I confirmed. Great. You're from Viridian City? No, I'm from Pallet. Oh, it's quite calm there. Viridian is much livelier. Yeah, I know. So why are you standing there? Just waiting for a friend. So you're traveling with a friend? Yeah. Amazing. I know. Are you traveling alone? He inquired. Yes. That's not bad either. Where is your friend? I asked. He went deeper into the forest, and I'm too afraid to go. You can come with me, and I can help you find him. Thanks, but wait, what about a battle? He asked. Yes, I would love to have a battle, I said. I reached for Charmander's Pokeball, and he held up his own. Go, Jigglypuff, he called. What's that? I asked, pointing my Pokédex at it. Jigglypuff, a balloon Pokémon. It captivates foes with its huge, round eyes, then lulls them to sleep by singing a soothing melody, the Pokédex explained. I choose you, Charmander. Come on out, I said. Charmander, he said, pointing his Pokédex. Charmander, a lizard Pokémon. From the time it is born, a flame burns at the tip of its tail. Its life would end if the flame were to go out, the Pokédex continued. Jigglypuff, use pound, he commanded. Charmander, smokescreen, I countered. Jigglypuff, try to see where it is. Charmander, ember. A critical hit. Jigglypuff, there it is. Use disable. Now Charmander cannot use ember. Oh no. Charmander, use metal claw. Jigglypuff fainted. No way, he exclaimed. Well done, Charmander, I said. Come back. The battle wasn't too long, but it made Charmander stronger. Come on, let's go, I urged. I'll wait here. Please go on, he replied. I didn't argue and walked deeper into the forest. The pleasant fragrance intensified, and I recalled the warning about the dangerous and rare Pokémon the officer had mentioned. Suddenly, I heard footsteps from a nearby grass patch, and a Pokémon appeared. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Pidgey, a tiny bird Pokémon. A common sight in forests and woods. It flaps its wings at ground level to pick up blinding sand, the Pokédex informed me. Go, Pikachu. I said, releasing Pikachu from its Pokeball. Pidgey flapped its wings and used sand attack, sending sand into Pikachu's eyes. Pikachu, can you see? I asked. Pikachu shook its head. Then I'll be your eyes, I said, and Pikachu nodded in agreement. Pikachu, Thundershock at a 45-degree angle. I commanded. Pikachu unleashed a Thundershock at the flying Pidgey. I threw a Pokeball, and the Pidgey was caught. Hey, the same Pokémon trainer I met earlier called out. Hi, I replied. He was now accompanied by another boy, who was clearly the friend he had been waiting for. My friend also wants a battle, he said. Alright, I agreed. Go, Charmander. Go, Caterpie, his friend said. What's that? I asked, pointing my Pokédex. Caterpie, a worm Pokémon. It is covered with green skin. When it grows, it sheds the skin, covers itself with silk, and becomes a cocoon, the Pokédex explained. Charmander, scratch. I commanded. Caterpie, string shot, his friend countered. Charmander looked tired. Caterpie, tackle, his friend called. Charmander was too exhausted and sat on the ground. Charmander, I switch you for now. Come back, go Pidgey. I said. Caterpie, tackle, his friend ordered. Pidgey had already battled Pikachu, so it fainted. Caterpie flashed and grew bigger, evolving. I pointed my Pokédex. Metapod, a cocoon Pokémon. Even though it is encased in a sturdy shell, the body inside is tender. It can't withstand a harsh attack, the Pokédex informed. Come back, go Charmander, I said. Metapod, harden, his friend commanded. Charmander, ember. I called. Metapod fainted. Come back, well done, I said. Wait, you're not using any more? I asked. No, I don't have any more, he replied. Then I lost, I said. You used 2, Charmander and Pidgey. I used 2, Caterpie and Metapod, he explained. That didn't seem fair to me. They walked away, continuing on their path. I spotted a wild Weedle and pointed my Pokédex at it, but it displayed no information. That was odd. Suddenly, it transformed into a Pokémon I had seen the previous night of my birthday Mew. Then it changed into the legendary Pokémon Zapdos and flew away. So there was just one rare Pokémon, and everyone thought there were many. But what Pokémon was that? It could transform into anything. I took a deep breath and ran in the direction it flew, leading me to a hill where Pewter City was visible. A sign indicated Pewter City was 10 kilometers away. I pulled out a sleeping bag from my bag and settled beside a tree for the night. I woke up with a start and continued my journey to Pewter City. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when I found myself sitting on a bench in a park in Pewter City with Cassidy. While I lounged, she was on the phone with a senior member of Team Rocket. As new recruits, we needed guidance from the officials. The gentle morning wind brushed against my hair, making it flutter slightly. I scanned the area and noticed 2 senior Team Rocket officials approaching us. I moved carefully to avoid being seen by the police. One of them asked us why we were there, his tone slightly irritated and distracted. I explained that we had been asked to come. He clarified his question, asking why we were in the park specifically. Cassidy mentioned that she had been trying to reach him on the phone, but he replied that his phone had no network. He urged us to follow him to a safer location. Curious about the plan, I asked where we were going. He simply stated it was to a safer place. We followed them stealthily to a small house next to a museum. Cassidy expressed surprise at the museum, but the official pointed out the small brown building instead. Once inside, I saw at least 10 Team Rocket members discussing a stone. I felt confused about our purpose there. The 2 officials took their seats at a table, and we joined them. Shortly after, a tall man in a black suit entered. He had a commanding presence, with broad shoulders and medium-length hair, adorned with a pink Team Rocket R logo on his coat pocket. The Team Rocket members welcomed their boss, shaking his hand in respect. He announced that they had finally found the stone they had been searching for. Everyone cheered, excited about the prospect of wealth that awaited them. However, He reminded them that any Team Rocket member caught on the streets would face serious consequences. He instructed us to operate in pairs and begin our mission at sunset. I still had doubts about the plan but understood we were to retrieve something valuable. The boss pointed at Cassidy and me, indicating we would go first. Cassidy hesitated but expressed her willingness, and the boss encouraged her spirit. He instructed us to take a senior official with us to explain the plan. The next morning, I stood next to a sign welcoming me to Pewter City. The weather was pleasant, filled with the fragrance of flowers. I watched a man teaching his son how to catch bug Pokémon, which reminded me of the times my dad took me fishing. I pulled out my Pokédex and opened the map, which confirmed my location. My first stop was the Pokémon Center, not far from where I was. As I walked through the city, I noticed it was spacious, with children playing, people jogging, and teenagers cycling. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, I was greeted by Nurse Joy, who looked familiar. I asked if she was the same Nurse Joy from Viridian City, but she explained that she was mistaken for her twin sister. After handing her my 4 Pokeball, she placed them on a machine and asked me to wait. I took the opportunity to call Professor Oak from a phone in the center. "Hello," he answered. "Hi Professor, it's me, Red," I replied. "Where are you?" "Pewter City." "Have you gotten the gym badge yet?" "Not yet, I'm about to go." The Pewter City gym specializes in rock types. "What should I use against them?" "Water, grass, fighting, and ground types are your best options." "Good luck." "Thanks, Professor," I said before hanging up. Nurse Joy returned with my Pokeball, informing me they were all healthy. I took them and secured them on my belt before heading out toward the Pokémon gym, guided by my Pokédex map. It was just across the street from the Pokémon Center, surrounded by flowers and brown fences. The gym was large and made of rock, with Pewter City Gym carved on a steel plate at the entrance, which resembled a cave but was brightly lit and modern inside. The gym leader stood across the battle area, which was marked with white lines like a badminton court but large enough for a proper battle. "Excuse me," I said, addressing the man who appeared to be the gym leader. He was tall and dark, with messy black-brown hair and a black jacket featuring a yellow stripe across the chest. He stepped forward and said, "Yes. I guess you are a challenger." "Yeah. I want to battle the Pewter City gym leader," I replied. "Well, you are talking to the gym leader. My name is Brock." "Are you ready?" he asked. "I am. This is my first gym battle, so are there any rules?" I inquired. "Yes, there are. I can only use 2 Pokémon while you can use as many as you want. You can change Pokémon in between the match, but I cannot," he explained. "That's it?" I asked. "Let's start," he said, sending out a Geodude, a rock Pokémon with 2 hands. I quickly grabbed my Pokédex and pointed it at Geodude. Geodude, a rock Pokémon. Its round form makes it easy to pick up. Some people have used them to hurl at each other in a snowball fight, the Pokédex explained. "I choose you, Charmander," I said, sending out my Pokémon. "A Charmander? This match will end soon," Brock remarked. "Charmander, Ember." I commanded, but it wasn't very effective. I knew that. "Geodude, Defense Curl," Brock ordered, raising Geodude's defenses. "Charmander, Metal Claw." I called out. "Geodude, Tackle." Brock countered. Metal Claw wasn't too powerful, but it managed to hold Geodude for a while. "You can change your Pokémon if you want," Brock said. "Okay. Charmander, come back. Go, Pikachu," I announced. "Electric types are weak against rock types," Brock warned. "Pikachu isn't. Use Double Team," I instructed. Pikachu moved so quickly that it was hard to tell there was only one. I could see 15 Pikachus. "Geodude, Mud Sport," Brock commanded, and Geodude threw mud all around. "Pikachu, remain in double team and use quick attack. I said. All the Pikachus attacked Geodude, but it only managed to land one hit. Geodude fainted. This wasn't expected. Good job, Geodude. Now, for the real match. Go, Onix. Brock declared as a large rock Pokémon emerged. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Onix, a rock snake Pokémon. It usually lives underground and searches for food while boring its way through the ground at 50 miles per hour, the Pokédex explained. Pikachu, come back. Go, Pidgey. I said. Onix, use rock throw, Brock commanded. Onix smashed the ground with its enormous tail and hurled rocks at Pidgey. Pidgey, try to dodge them in the air. I instructed. Pidgey managed to evade the rocks while flying, giving me a sense of advantage. Pidgey, use sand attack. I called out. Pidgey flapped its wings, sending sand into Onix's eyes. Onix, use rock tomb. Brock ordered, but the attack missed. Yes. Pidgey, use quick attack. I said, but it didn't affect Onix much. Onix, tackle. Brock commanded. Onix slammed Pidgey into the ground, and Pidgey fainted. Come back, Pidgey. I choose you, Nidoran. I said. Use double kick. It was super effective. Onix, rock tomb. Brock shouted. Big boulders flew up high, trapping Nidoran from all sides. Another boulder fell on Nidoran, causing it to faint. Well done, Nidoran. You were good out there. Come back. Go, Charmander. I said. Onix, rock throw. Brock commanded. Charmander, dodge and use Ember. I instructed. Onix, tackle. Brock said, and Charmander fainted. You are just left with that electric type, Brock remarked. Well, he is much more than what you think he is. Go, Pikachu. I said. Onix, rock throw. Brock ordered. Pikachu, double team. I commanded. Onix, dig. Brock said. Onix burrowed into the ground, and Pikachu tried to listen for its movements. Pikachu, try to hear, I instructed. Onix, come out. Brock shouted. Pikachu dodged the attack. Pikachu, double team and quick attack. I said. Onix, rock tomb. Brock commanded as boulders began to fall. Pikachu, dodge. I shouted. Pikachu jumped from boulder to boulder but found itself in a precarious position, airborne and vulnerable. Onix, tackle. Brock said, as if it were the final attack. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. I commanded, but Pikachu didn't respond. I knew Thunderbolt wouldn't cause significant damage, and Onix was too far for physical moves. Instead, Pikachu used Double Team and landed on the ground. All the Pikachus climbed on Onix and used Tackle. Onix tripped and fainted. The Pikachus disappeared, leaving only one standing on Onix. You won, Brock said. I won. I exclaimed, filled with joy at my first gym victory. Brock handed me the badge, and I walked outside with Pikachu, admiring the gym badge. I got that badge an hour ago, Red, said a familiar voice. But I knew you would win. I stood outside the gym, basking in the bright sunshine when I heard the voice again. She stood in front of me, and I hadn't seen her in a long time. She wore her old teal blue t-shirt and the same red skirt she used to wear. A white hat with a rim and a red curve in the center adorned her head. Her loose blue socks were sliding down, and she pulled them up gently. I felt a wave of happiness at seeing her after all those months. Leaf! I exclaimed, adjusting the strap of my bag that had slipped from my shoulder. Oh, you do remember me, Leaf replied, her tone laced with sarcasm. Do you forget a friend after 7 months? I asked, showing my delight. "Well, I guess not," she admitted, appearing taller than the last time we met. "Where have you been?" I asked, curiosity evident in my voice. "A little vacation in the Sevii Islands," she replied. The Sevii Islands weren't exactly a typical vacation spot, they were more for serious Pokémon training. "Sevii Islands, huh?" I said, my tone slightly disapproving. I could tell from her expression that my response hadn't pleased her. "Okay, where are you planning to go next?" she asked. I thought for a moment, maybe Mount Silver would be a good place for hiking. "Mount Moon, it is a perfect destination for anything," I said. Leaf made a face, as if I was being nonsensical. "I mean, where to go now," she clarified, and I realized I was a bit slow to understand. "Let's stay in Pewter City," I suggested quickly, not really thinking about why we should stay there. I expected another strange comment from Leaf. "Well, it's a good idea," she said, surprisingly serious. Then, an idea struck me. There was a museum in the northern part of the city. I had visited it once with my school, and it wasn't too far from the Pokémon gym. "The museum," I said. "Okay, I know it's a nice place to visit." "Kanto Museum is really different from the others," Leaf agreed. She was right, museums in other regions were often boring, filled with creepy skeletons, while Kanto Museum had fascinating sections. Here we had a big space and science section and a scripture section. "Wait, I'll check for the direction," I said, turning on the Pokédex and selecting the map option. The museum was 200 meters away and could be seen from where we stood. "Let's go," said Leaf. "Yeah," I agreed. We reached the museum in just a few minutes. It had many windows and looked like the traditional museums you see in old movies. The building was light brown, and the door was quite large. There were 4 floors inside. We stepped onto the stairs and walked toward the door. I pushed it open, and a cool breeze greeted us as we entered. I felt a sense of calm wash over me when Leaf reminded me, "Red, I think we are here to see the museum and not just stand around." "Hey, I almost forgot. Do you have Pikachu with you?" she asked. "Is it my dad's?" I replied. "Well, yeah," she said, recalling how Pikachu had helped her once at Professor Oak's camp. 2 years ago, I had last attended Professor Oak's camp before leaving Kanto for a while to move to the Sinnoh region. I was 9 then, and kids 10 years old weren't allowed in the camp. I woke up and glanced at the alarm clock while still in bed, realizing I was running late. I quickly dashed to the bathroom for a quick shower and emerged just in time. I dressed in a white t-shirt and pink skirt, then ran downstairs. My mom was cooking breakfast, and my dad was likely at his office on Cinnabar Island, working as a scientist at a research lab. "Good morning," I said, noticing my mom in her blue jeans and dark pink t-shirt. "Good morning. You're already late. What took you so long?" she asked, always kind to everyone. "You could have asked me to wake up," I replied. "I came, but you didn't wake up," she said. She placed a plate of pancakes on the dining table, and I quickly ate 2, filling my stomach. "Bye," I said. "Bye, take care," my mom replied. I stepped outside into the cool, fresh air, took a deep breath, and began walking toward the camp. Some elderly people were taking a morning walk in the park, which was quite large and also the shortest route to the camp. As I approached a fountain in the park, a Pokémon suddenly jumped out and splashed water on my clothes. It wasn't pleasant to walk in wet clothes, but I pressed on toward the camp. I could now see the sign that read, "Camp." In the distance, I noticed a boy sitting on a rock, fixing his bicycle. "Excuse me?" I called out. He turned around. "Yes," he replied. "Aren't you going to the camp?" I asked kindly. "I am, but my cycle is kind of broken. I have to fix it first," he said. "But you'll be late for the camp then," I pointed out. "You're right," he said, standing up. He was a little taller than me, with short, messy hair and a pokeball in his hand. "I guess you brought a Pokémon with you," I said, trying to sound friendly. "So, which school do you go to?" he asked calmly. "Pallet High School," I replied. "I'm from the same school, but I've never seen you before." "What class are you in?" he asked. "I'm in 5th, I said. "Oh, you're older than me." "I'm just a year below," he said, looking taller than most 4th graders. "I'm Leaf," I introduced myself. "My name is Red." "I am 8 years old," he said. "Just a year above." "Now, come on," I encouraged. "All right." "Friends?" he asked. "Friends," I said, smiling. That was a nice start to a friendship. He was friendly, and we walked together to the camp where Professor Oak lectured about Pokémon. Professor Oak taught us how to battle with Pokémon, but I didn't have one because I forgot to bring it. I started looking at the flowers beautifully planted in a pattern, creating a Pokeball shape with red, black, and white flowers. "Hey, why aren't you battling?" Red asked pleasantly. "I forgot to bring a Pokémon," I admitted with a smile. "Oh, that's sad." "Wait, do you want to see my Pokémon?" he offered. "It would be nice to meet it," I said. "Wait, I'll get him," he said, walking away. Suddenly, a swarm of Beedrills approached me, and I felt a surge of fear. Thinking they were coming to attack. There were about 70 Beedrills, and they were getting too close when a thunderbolt suddenly buzzed them away. Behind me stood Red with his Pikachu. "You okay?" he asked. I took a deep breath and replied, "Thank you very much." I was relieved to have been saved. "This is my Pokémon," he said proudly. "Hi, thank you," I said. "Thank you both. Pikachu deserves this one," he added, as Pikachu shyly placed his hand on the back of his neck. "Pika Pika," Pikachu said. That day ended with me walking with Red to his house. I waved goodbye as he leaned his broken bicycle against the wall. I smiled at him as he went inside, and suddenly a phone rang. I walked toward my house, which was quite far away. That day, I learned that making friends is one of the best things in life, a realization I hadn't fully understood until then, having mostly lived in a virtual world filled with games. But this day, I would never forget. "Yes, sir. How may I help you?" asked the polite receptionist. Did I need 2 tickets for the museum?" I said. The receptionist took 2 tickets from a drawer, stamped each one, and handed them to me. I gave one to Leaf. There was a translucent glass door next to the reception. I opened it and entered the section with Pokémon skeletons. They were eerie, with big yellow teeth and strange legs. The bones were yellow and cracked in random spots. The museum was not my favorite place, and I found it rather dull, filled with ordinary skeletons and little else. Leaf had a distinct passion for museums, particularly the section featuring ancient skeletons. I found myself restless, unable to appreciate the displays of long-gone Pokémon. "How long are we staying here?" I asked, glancing around. Leaf shot me a glare, clearly engrossed in her exploration. While she examined a fossil, I attempted to sneak upstairs to the science section. However, Leaf called me back, eager to show me something. "What is it?" I inquired, curious. "This is the fossil of the oldest Pokémon ever known, Mew," she explained, her eyes wide with excitement. The fossil appeared to be centuries old, perfectly resembling Mew. Just days earlier, I had encountered Mew in the wild, and I knew it was one of a kind. "How many Mews are there in the world?" I asked, puzzled. "There could be many if all the Dittos transformed into Mews," Leaf replied. "What's Ditto?" I queried. "A Pokémon that can transform into any other Pokémon," she clarified. "Can Mew also transform into any Pokémon?" I continued. "Yes, but there's a difference," Leaf said. "What difference?" I pressed. "Dittos only transform into the Pokémon they are battling, while Mew can change at any time and place, without needing to see the Pokémon first, she explained. So, according to Leaf, the creature I had seen in Viridian Forest was indeed Mew, not a Ditto. Can we go to the science section now? I asked eagerly. Yes, come on, Leaf replied, leading the way to the stairs. Upon entering the science section, I was struck by its size, much larger than the skeleton area. A large futuristic clock displayed the time as 4 o'clock, surrounded by several other clocks and miniature models of space shuttles. I marveled at the intricate details of each model while Leaf seemed distracted, gazing out of a window. What is it? I asked, walking over to her. Shoo, look, she whispered, pointing outside. I followed her gaze to 4 individuals dressed in black Team Rocket uniforms, marked with a pink bar. What are they doing here? I asked, feeling uneasy. I have no idea, Leaf replied. The 4 grunts entered a small house next to the museum, and soon after, more Team Rocket members arrived and followed them inside. A black car pulled up, and a man in dark clothing stepped out, walking into the house. Something felt off. What should we do now? Leaf asked, concern in her voice. I think we should call the police, I suggested. We can't, they haven't done anything yet, she countered. Are we supposed to wait until something happens? I replied. Let's go call the police, Leaf insisted. We hurried downstairs and out of the museum, making our way down the street. Suddenly, a Team Rocket member exited the house and headed toward a narrow passage between 2 buildings. I think we should follow him, I said. You follow him, and I'll go call the police, Leaf decided. Okay, but hurry, I urged. Though it felt risky to follow a grunt alone, I felt compelled to see what was happening. Leaf headed toward the police station while I trailed the Team Rocket member. I kept my distance, careful not to be seen as he moved quickly toward a road marked, leaving so soon, the exit for Pewter City. He waved to someone hidden behind a tree, and I ducked behind a bush, my heart racing. They both glanced in my direction, and I held my breath, waiting for them to pass. Once they moved on, I was about to emerge when 3 more grunts appeared, followed by others, with the black car trailing behind. There were too many of them, and I couldn't see Leaf anywhere. I cautiously followed them, trying to remain unnoticed as they occasionally glanced back. Whenever they did, I pretended to check my Pokédex or hid behind trees. Finally, they stopped in a foggy area that smelled unpleasant. I crouched behind a tree, listening as they plotted to steal something. We need to move slowly to Mount Moon. We have to get it now or never, the boss instructed. Yeah, the others cheered. I noticed a sign that read, Mount Moon, 3 miles. Suddenly, police sirens blared, and 2 police cars arrived from Pewter City, with Leaf following closely behind. There they are, she shouted. Arrest them, an officer commanded as they rushed toward the Team Rocket members. The Team Rocket boss took off, escaping the scene. This was how things should end when villains were caught, and heroes prevailed. But I knew this was just the beginning of my adventure, and I had a new gym badge to earn. That was good, I said to Leaf. Thanks, she replied. With a Pokémon Center in sight, we decided to rest for the night and continue our journey the next day. After a long day filled with excitement, we entered the Pokémon Center, where a man suddenly approached me, shouting, "Anyone want to buy a Magikarp?" Anyone? Nobody. His voice was sharp and somewhat jarring. I was taken aback but managed to respond. Magikarp? Leaf asked, intrigued. It's a Pokémon. Not very useful, but its evolution is incredibly powerful, I explained. The man looked at me expectantly, as if he thought I might buy one. Are you selling it? I asked. Actually, it's free, he replied. Oh, but you should take some money, I insisted, trying to be polite. No, he said firmly. I insist, I repeated. Okay, he relented. How about 500 $? I suggested. That's too much, kid, he said. I handed him the money, and he gave me a Pokeball containing Magikarp. I released it and introduced it to my other Pokémon. None of them understood what it was saying. Someone once mentioned that Magikarps are not very bright, but we just had to wait for them to evolve. It was 9 o'clock, and we were having dinner in the small cafeteria at the Poke Center. The food was good, though a bit pricey. After finishing our meal, Leaf felt sleepy, but I was wide awake. We headed upstairs to the room Nurse Joy had directed us to, and Leaf settled down on the lower bunk of the bunk bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. The room was dark, and I couldn't make out much of it, just the bunk bed. I felt around and found a table behind me, where I placed my bag. I took off my jacket and hung it on the chair. There was a table lamp, so I turned it on and searched for a book I always carried with me. It was called Historical Tales. I know it sounds childish, but I found them enjoyable to read. Just don't tell Leaf. I began reading the short stories one by one. Suddenly, I heard a cry that sent chills down my spine. It was unsettling and made me drowsy, but I fought to stay awake. The sound was eerie, as if a ghost was outside the Poke Center. Curiosity got the better of me, and I moved closer to the window to see who or what was making that noise. Outside, there was a large garden filled with flowers of various colors. The bushes were thick enough to hide something large. Then, I noticed movement in one of the bushes, and two eyes were staring back at me. Fear gripped me, and I instinctively stepped back, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The sky was a deep blue, dotted with twinkling stars, and a full moon cast a soft glow, tinged with a hint of red. It was beautiful, yet those eyes made the moon seem ominous. A dreadful feeling washed over me as I sensed that someone or something was watching me. I glanced around, but the only other person in the dark room was Leaf, illuminated by the faint moonlight. The cry echoed again, and I turned my gaze toward the source. The same bush rustled, revealing those two large eyes once more. My heart raced as the eyes locked onto me. I still couldn't see the face of whoever was there, and I tried to look without drawing attention. Just as I was about to catch a glimpse, a hand tapped my shoulder, and I fainted in fear. The last thing I remembered was fainting out of fear. I was lying on the floor, and Leaf was calling out my name, kneeling right beside me. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yes," I replied, my voice shaky from the incident. I was still scared, but now that Leaf was awake, I felt a little better. "What happened?" Leaf inquired. "You were standing by the window, and I tapped your shoulder to ask what was going on." "I saw something out there in the garden," I said, recalling the big eyes glaring at me. "And what did you see?" Leaf asked, curiosity evident in her voice. I didn't like the eagerness in her tone. "Come," I said, standing up and walking toward the window. The sky was pitch black, with only a few stars visible. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, making it almost impossible to see. We were fortunate to have a lamp in our room. Then, I noticed the bush moving again, but the eyes were gone. "What is it?" Leaf asked. "See that bush?" I pointed. "Yeah, so." I saw two eyes there. The look was scary. "You're not bluffing, are you?" "No. This should not be a joke. Am I clear?" "No, Sprite is." "What?" Nothing." I realized she didn't get that one. Leaf became curious about the cry I had heard. I told her exactly what I saw. "I think we should go check it out," Leaf said, heading for the door. I shouted, "No," as soon as she turned the handle. She gave me a blank look, as if she thought I was joking. "What is wrong with you?" Leaf asked. "You don't tell me what to do," I said rudely. "I am older than you, so I do tell you what to do," Leaf replied calmly, despite my tone. "Please stop acting like an older sister, will you?" I said, feeling guilty for how I spoke to her. "Sister?" Leaf exclaimed. "Please don't call me your sister, friend is fine." She hesitated, looking frustrated. Alright, let's go. And I'm sorry, I said politely. Okay, it's absolutely fine. Are you sure you want to go? Leaf asked. And you're just 2 months older. So, please, I replied, reminding her that age didn't matter. Then the cry came again from the garden, shockingly loud, like something out of a horror movie. We should go, Leaf said hurriedly, and she ran outside. I followed her downstairs and out of the Poke Center. It was too dark to see her clearly, the Poke Center's lights were out, and I had forgotten to bring a flashlight. We walked toward the bush quietly. I breathed in the cold, fresh air, feeling much better. It had been almost a month since we left Pallet Town. I hadn't talked to my mom, and I guessed she would be sad and disappointed but also happy for me. As we approached the bush, I saw something lying there. It was some kind of Pokémon. Leaf knelt beside it and tried to pick it up. Oh gosh, she said. Let's take it to the Poke Center, I suggested. Yes, Leaf agreed. The Pokémon had 4 legs and a beautiful long tail. It was very cute, and I wanted to catch it, but I sensed that Leaf cared about it more than I did. We went back inside and turned on the lights. Nurse Joy wasn't there, but there was a bell to call her. Leaf rang the bell, which didn't make much noise. Nurse Joy came running. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed upon seeing the Pokémon. Chansey, come fast with a stretcher. What is the problem with it? Leaf asked. Wait. It has no signs of injury, Nurse Joy noted. That means whatever it is, it must be internal, I said. Smart, Nurse Joy replied. She took an X-ray scan of its body and checked its heart rate, but there was no problem. Its heartbeat is slower, Nurse Joy said. Why is that? Leaf asked. I think it has vasovagal syncope, Nurse Joy explained. What scope? I asked. Vasovagal syncope is a condition where the vagus nerve is overstimulated, causing the body's blood vessels to dilate and the heart to slow down, Nurse Joy clarified. English please, I said. The heart rhythm has changed due to some arrhythmias, Nurse Joy summarized. In short. Leaf prompted. She has just fainted, Nurse Joy concluded. I gave a funny look, and Leaf laughed at me. I chuckled at Nurse Joy as well. It will be fine by morning. It just needs some liquid diet and rest, Nurse Joy assured us. We thanked her and went back upstairs to sleep. I took the upper bunk while Leaf settled into the lower one. I knew she wanted the upper bunk, but I had occupied it first. Finally relaxed, I drifted off to sleep, which felt like the best feeling in the world. I sat on a hill with Leaf, gazing at Pewter City in the east and Indigo Plateau in the north. The scenery was beautiful, and I loved sitting in the perfect weather I had always wished for. The light blue sky was mesmerizing, and I kept looking at it endlessly. Mount Silver loomed in the far west. Suddenly, I felt something on my jacket. When I opened the zip, I found 8 gym badges pinned inside. It felt like a dream come true. Then, I saw Mew, the pink Pokémon I had seen before, flying straight toward Mount Silver. Suddenly, Leaf tapped my shoulder. What is it? I asked, feeling calm yet disturbed. Wake up. Leaf shouted in my ear. I jolted awake, shouting as I did, which was not ideal. Why are you shouting in my ear? I asked Leaf. The Pokémon we brought last night has run away from the center. Oops. Is that a problem? It did what it wanted to, I replied nonchalantly. Yes, it is. You see, Leaf wasn't feeling well, yet she wanted me to join her in searching for the Pokémon. I agreed, even though I had little confidence that we would find it. We packed our bags and rushed out of the Pokémon Center. I was curious about Leaf's team. Would you like to tell me what Pokémon you have? I asked. Yes. I'll send them all out, Leaf replied. Me too. Go, everyone. I called out. Leaf released 5 Pokémon from their Pokeball, a Bulbasaur, which was probably her starter Pokémon, a Rattata, a Spearow, a Mankey, and a Kakuna. Great! You really have many Pokémon, I said. We have the same number of Pokémon, Leaf pointed out. No, I just have 4, Charmander, Pikachu, Pidgey, and Nidoran, I corrected her. Aren't you forgetting something? Leaf asked knowingly. I thought for a moment but couldn't recall any recent captures. Magikarp, Leaf reminded me, and I could almost hear my dad's voice in my head shouting, Magikarp. Can we continue the search? I asked. Right, Leaf agreed. We began the classic search routine, sending out Pikachu to follow the scent of the Pokémon. We got the scent from the bed where the Pokémon had slept. Pikachu led us away from Mount Moon to a small house a considerable distance from the Pokémon Center. The house had a big farm behind it with ripe grapevines that smelled delightful. An old woman sat on a chair, feeding the Pokémon we had helped the day before. I pointed my Pokédex at the Pokémon. Vulpix, a fox Pokémon. When it is born, it has one snow-white tail. The tail splits from its tips as it grows older. Vulpix, is it? I said. Ka-A2, asked the old woman, seemingly unbothered by our presence. She doesn't understand, Leaf said. I do, the old woman replied. Is the Vulpix yours? Leaf inquired. No, but it often comes here, the old woman explained. That made sense, the Vulpix had run from the Pokémon Center to enjoy the delicious food from the grandmother. Shall we leave her to you? Leaf asked. Take it if you want to. It was abandoned by its trainer. Battle and catch it, the old woman offered. Are you sure? I asked. Yes, she confirmed. Before I could even battle, Leaf threw a Pokeball at Vulpix. The ball shook and then flashed. Poof! Vulpix was caught. No way! I exclaimed. Yes way, Leaf said proudly. I have a Vulpix. Would you like to have some snacks? The old woman asked. If you insist, I replied. What are you waiting for? Come in, the old woman welcomed us. She invited us to sit on a couch and served us some delicious cookies. I understood why Vulpix had run away, those cookies were irresistible, and I found myself unable to stop eating until they were all gone. We thanked the old woman and waved goodbye as she smiled and waved back. It was still early morning, and we continued walking, trying to find the entrance to Mount Moon. I realized we were wasting time and pulled out my Pokédex, selecting the map option and turning on the GPS. We followed the directions and soon reached the entrance. It was dark inside, and we could hear water dripping and footsteps echoing. A girl emerged from Mount Moon, looking happy at first. She had blonde hair and wore old-fashioned bug catcher's clothes. Her hair was short, like mine. Hooray, I'm out. Oops. This is not happening, she said, her smile fading. After all that time, I end up back here, she muttered, looking frustrated. Can we help you? I asked. No, I don't think so, she replied politely. What were you talking about? Leaf asked, curiosity in her tone. The thing is, I had to go to Cerulean City, and the quickest way is through Mount Moon. But I got stuck and came out the way I entered, she explained. I understood her predicament, I had faced similar issues in mazes before. That's not good, I said. I know, she replied. Come on, we're going to Cerulean City. You can come with us, Leaf insisted. Thank you. But, the girl started, but Leaf interrupted. Come on, Leaf urged. Reluctantly, the girl agreed and joined us as we walked into Mount Moon. Inside, it was huge. The dim light was enough to see without any issues. So why are you both going to Cerulean City? The girl asked as we walked. Gym battle, I answered. Pokémon trainers, she asked, clearly recognizing us as trainers. Yeah, Leaf confirmed. And you? Leaf asked her. My uncle lives there. I live in Viridian City and do a lot of bug catching with my dad. He wanted me to try fishing too, she explained. Is your uncle a fisherman? I asked. Yes, he is, she replied. Great, Leaf said. My dad wanted me to take his Choo-Choo with me and catch a Pokémon for myself, she continued. Choo-Choo? I asked, chuckling at the name. Pikachu, she's the cutest Pokémon, she said. Oh, I have a Pikachu too. He belongs to my dad. His nickname is Pika, but I prefer calling him Pikachu, I said. Nice, she replied. Great. Pikachu lovers, Leaf chimed in. Hey, let's send them out. My Pikachu has never met another Pikachu, I suggested. Same with mine, the girl agreed. We released our Pikachus from their Pokeball, and they began communicating in their unique language. Oh, so cute, the girl exclaimed. Suddenly, I noticed a yellow translucent ball on the ground. I walked over and pointed my Pokédex at it. An item to be held by a Pikachu that raises special attack statistics. Touching it may cause a shock, the Pokédex explained. What's that? Leaf asked. Pikachu, try to touch it, I encouraged. It would be amazing if Pikachu could have stronger attacks, I could win any battle. Is that a... No, don't touch it, the girl shouted. But Pikachu had already touched the orb. His eyes flashed red and then turned black, and he seemed to become angry for no apparent reason. I was terrified to look into his eyes, he seemed menacing. Blue sparks flickered from his red cheek sacs, and it felt like he was about to unleash a shock, which he did. It was painful to experience a thundershock from my childhood friend. Pikachu dashed away at full speed, disappearing in an instant. Pikachu! I shouted, panic rising in my voice. What is happening to him? The light ball is causing this, he absorbed it. It cannot be reversed, the girl explained. Will Pikachu be like this forever? Leaf asked, concern etched on her face. No. If you can bring out his emotions, the negative effects of the light ball will fade, she replied. And how do I do that? I inquired. Talk to him. The real him, she urged. Where can I find him? I pressed. Call out his name, she instructed. Pikachu. Where are you? I shouted. Ah. She meant Pikachu, Leaf clarified. Oh. Pikachu. I called out again. He was gone, and I felt helpless. Tears welled in my eyes as I looked down, but then I straightened up, trying to regain my composure. My gaze caught sight of some footprints that were unmistakably Pikachu's. Without hesitation, we followed the trail. I ran as fast as I could, it was our only chance to find him. After a few minutes, we heard a scream, a man's voice, filled with fear. Ayaha, he shouted. We instinctively ran towards the sound. Pikachu was unleashing a thundershock on a man who was trying to light lamps in a dark passage. Pikachu, listen to me. You don't have to do this, you don't have to hurt anyone, I pleaded. Pikachu didn't respond but turned toward us, preparing to use thundershock again. I was relieved he didn't use a more powerful attack. Pikachu, said the girl's Pikachu, Choo-Choo. Pika, my Pikachu replied, his voice filled with anger. They exchanged words I couldn't understand, which only seemed to fuel Pikachu's fury. He unleashed a thunderbolt at Choo-Choo, causing him to faint. Choo-Choo, the girl cried, cradling her Pokémon in her arms. To my amazement, Choo-Choo flashed purple and regained consciousness, a true miracle. Pikachu, do you remember me? I know you can hear me. Just listen and try to take control. You can fight this, I believe in you, I said, stepping closer to him. Those words came from my heart, and I felt miserable seeing Pikachu in such a state. Pikachu shook his head, and slowly, his angry expression softened. He managed to say, "Pika," before fainting, a sad but hopeful look on his face. I smiled, relieved. Pikachu lay on the ground, and I picked him up, carrying him back to the Pokémon Center outside Mount Moon. Our Pokémon were fully healed, but the girl and Leaf remained silent, clearly shaken by what they had witnessed. We needed to reach Cerulean City as soon as possible. Although today's encounter with the light ball was troubling, I believed it had helped Pikachu strengthen his abilities. It all began when we met a man in Mount Moon who spoke of an ancient prophecy. The day when white turns black. A boy in red will rise. And put an end to evil. The stone would appear in cries. And fairies will serve the devil. I thought it was just a story, but it sent chills down my spine. The last line was particularly unsettling. I didn't want to imagine fairies serving evil. I jotted down the prophecy in a diary I had, even though writing wasn't something I enjoyed. "So, what is the prophecy about?" I asked. "Yeah, it sounds interesting," Leaf added. "I want to know," the girl chimed in. "Okay. This prophecy is very old, and it's unlikely to come true. What I know is that the stone refers to the Moonstone. Maybe the fairies are Clefairy, but that's just a theory," the man explained. It was an intriguing theory, but I still felt uneasy about the prophecy. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the air. "Prepare for trouble," Cassidy's voice rang out. "Make it double," Butch added. "To protect the world from devastation. To unite the people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above." Cassidy. Butch. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare for a fight. You both can't defeat me alone. What will you do when we're four? I challenged. We have friends too, Cassidy retorted. Two more Team Rocket members stepped forward, ready for battle. It wasn't a good sign. My father's voice echoed in my mind, urging me to fight and believe in myself. Go, Charmander. I called, sending out my Pokémon, who stood ready for action. Go, Bulbasaur. Leaf shouted, sending out her Pokémon. Go, Choo-Choo, the girl added. Why are we battling them? The man asked. They're bad guys who steal other Pokémon, Leaf explained. Go, Graveler, the man commanded. Leaf pointed her Pokédex at it. Graveler, a rock Pokémon. Rolls down slopes to move. It rolls over any obstacle without slowing or changing direction, the device chimed. The Team Rocket grunts showed no fear. Go, Drowsy. Cassidy called. Go, Mankey. Butch shouted. Go, Zubat, another Team Rocket member yelled. Go, Coughing, another added. I pointed my Pokédex at Zubat, while Leaf did the same for Coughing. Coughing, a poison gas Pokémon. It stores several kinds of toxic gases in its body, making it prone to explode without warning, the Pokédex explained. Let's end this battle, I declared. Bulbasaur, use Leech Seed. Leaf commanded. Choo-Choo, use Thunder Shock, the girl shouted. Graveler, use Rollout, the man instructed. Zubat, use Astonish, the Team Rocket member called. Drowsy, use Psychic. Cassidy ordered. Mankey, Fury Swipes. Butch added. Coughing, Smog, another Team Rocket member shouted. Charmander, use Ember. I commanded. Zubat fainted. Finally, Leaf commanded her Bulbasaur to use Razor Leaf, and Coughing fainted. The man instructed his Graveler to perform Rollout, causing Drowsy to fall as well. The girl called out to her Choo-Choo for a Thunder Shock, but Mankey remained standing. Butch, with determination, declared, you are the last hope. Use Low Kick, but Bulbasaur succumbed. I took my turn and shouted, Charmander, use Metal Claw. Butch countered with Mankey's fury swipes, leading to Choo-Choo's defeat. In a flash of blue light, Mankey evolved into a larger and more formidable primate. I quickly pointed my Pokédex at the newly evolved Pokémon. Primate, a pig-monkey Pokémon. It is always outrageously furious. If it gives chase, it will tenaciously track the target no matter how far, the device explained. Cool. Primate, use cross-chop. Butch commanded. Graveler fainted under the attack. I urged, Charmander, Ember. Primate, cross-chop. Butch shouted back. Charmander's health was critically low, but I encouraged, Charmander, full power. Ember. With renewed strength, Charmander's tail flame intensified, and I could almost hear the Pokémon Red theme in the background. Charmander unleashed a powerful Ember, and Primate fell. Bravo, you nailed it, bud. I cheered. Charmander, filled with joy, exclaimed, Charmander, in celebration. With Team Rocket defeated, the man waved goodbye as he departed, leaving us to ponder the true meaning of the prophecy. Our journey was far from over. Chapter end. Mount Moon was getting darker as we ventured deeper inside. The only sound was the echo of our footsteps. What Pokémon would you like to catch with your Choo-Choo? I asked. I don't know. I want a cool bug-type Pokémon, the girl replied. I love bugs, they are very cute, Leaf added. Not cuter than a Pikachu, I said. Correct, the girl agreed. Leaf remained silent. There was a cave ahead, and my instincts told me to explore it. Let's go inside this cave, I suggested. It's a tunnel, the girl corrected. Cave, Leaf said, clarifying. Whatever, the girl replied. We decided to continue into the cave, which was even darker inside. I couldn't see my hands in front of me. Suddenly, I heard a noise from deeper within the cave. I spotted a light and ran toward it. The cave opened into a larger area occupied by several Team Rocket members, with their boss dressed in black. Would you like to join us? The boss asked a man who had helped us. Yes. I wouldn't miss an opportunity like this, he replied. We hid behind a large wooden box, all feeling uneasy. My dad's voice echoed in my mind, the day when good turns bad. It was a possibility, but I didn't believe I was the boy in the prophecy. Hey, how could you say yes to such a bad man? I exclaimed in frustration. The boss turned to me. How did you? You think you can stop my team? I don't think. I can, I replied confidently. Go Night Arena, the boss commanded. Go Pikachu, I said. Use Thunderbolt. Night Arena, double kick, he ordered. Pikachu had improved attack stats, so I encouraged him to strike. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. I called. It was a critical hit, and Night Arena fainted. Nice job, Leaf said. This can't be happening, the boss muttered. This is, I replied. We will meet again, twerp, he warned as he and his team retreated, likely heading outside Mount Moon. I began to wonder if I might be the boy in the prophecy. But if the Team Rocket boss represented evil, then there was no clear end in sight. I didn't care about any prophecy, I just wanted to continue my journey. Prophecy or no prophecy, I would still be Red. You are the boy in the prophecy, Leaf started, but I interrupted. No, I'm not. Come on, let's get out of here, I insisted. We have to reach Cerulean City on time. What? The girl asked, reminding me she was still with us. I gestured for them to follow, and we continued searching for the exit from Mount Moon. Chapter end. The journey through Mount Moon was becoming tedious. I was eager to find the exit, and finally, we saw sunlight streaming through a large opening. Is that the exit? The girl asked. I'm pretty sure it is, I replied. Finally, Leaf exclaimed. We rushed toward the exit when suddenly a scientist blocked our path. He wore a lab coat and spectacles, confirming my suspicion. I don't think you should head further, he said, cleaning his glasses. Ugh. Why, sir? The girl asked. Because I'm trying to find fossils here. I've already found some, but I don't want any interruptions, he explained. Are you serious? Leaf questioned. Yes, I am, the scientist affirmed. Please let us pass. We need to get to Cerulean City, I pleaded. Go from a different path, he replied. Please, I said again. No, I won't, he insisted. Please, I repeated. Okay, he finally relented. Our faces lit up with smiles finally. But there is one condition, he added. What is it? I asked. A Pokémon battle. If you win, you can go, he said. Is that it? I inquired. And you can take some of these fossils if you want. But if I win, you have to leave, he warned. Okay, I agree, I said. He reached into his lab coat and pulled out a Pokeball, ready for battle. Go Voltorb, he said, sending out a Pokémon that resembled a Pokeball but had eyes. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Voltorb, a ball Pokémon. Usually found in power plants. Easily mistaken for Pokeball, it has zapped many people, the Pokédex explained. Alright then, I choose you, Nidoran, I declared, sending out my Pokémon. Ha! Voltorb, charge, the scientist commanded. Nidoran, avoid physical moves. Use Poison Sting, I instructed. Nidoran executed Poison Sting, landing a critical hit. Voltorb fainted. Nice, I said, feeling proud of Nidoran. With newfound confidence, I knew what to do next. Nidoran looked back at me, and we nodded in agreement. You defeated Voltorb. But you won't defeat this one, he said. Go Grimer. He sent out a Pokémon that looked like a mass of sludge, emitting a foul odor. I pointed my Pokédex at it while holding my nose. Grimer, a sludge Pokémon. Sludge exposed to X-rays from the moon transformed into Grimer. It loves feeding on filthy things, the Pokédex detailed. My strategy had to change since Grimer was a poison type. Nidoran, double kick, I commanded. Grimer, sludge, the scientist countered. Nidoran, peck, I added. Grimer fainted, and Nidoran glowed, evolving into a larger form. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Nidorino, a poison pin Pokémon. It is easily angered. By swinging its well-developed horn wildly, it can even punch through diamond, the Pokédex explained. Whoa, I said in amazement. You won? The scientist asked, surprised. Yes, Leaf replied, beaming. Finally, the girl added. As I promised, I'll let you choose some fossils, the man said. Okay, just tell us what to pick, I said. I recommend these dome and helix fossils, he suggested. I'll pick the dome fossil, I said. I'll take the helix, Leaf decided. We carefully placed the fossils in our bags, thanked the scientist, and quickly exited Mount Moon. Seeing the bright sunlight was the best feeling ever. I was sure that I wasn't the boy in the prophecy, and I was happy with that. Cerulean City, here we come, Leaf said cheerfully. Cerulean City was one of the most beautiful places I had ever seen. The houses were made of maple wood with blue sloping rooftops, and the streets had a white-gray color with a hint of cyan. Although it was one of the smallest cities in Kanto, it was the most sophisticated and organized. The houses were in the northern part of the city, while the shopping complex, Poke Center, and the Pokémon Gym were in the southern half. A huge fountain stood in the middle of the city, with the top resembling a Pokémon spitting water. The city was always surrounded by a bluish aura. Leaf and I wandered the streets, captivated by the beauty around us. Flowers of various colors bloomed everywhere, making it feel like a real-life Disneyland. Leaf stopped walking. Red. Look at this, she said, pointing at a sign next to an old house that read Cerulean Bike Shop. A bike shop, I said, intrigued. I want a bicycle. Right, to break it like the last one? Leaf teased, laughing. Stop teasing me. I replied. Alright, let's check it out. I walked inside the shop, which was surprisingly upscale. It had brand new bikes that looked very expensive, arranged neatly in a showroom style. Welcome, trainers. I think we've got exactly what you need, one of the employees said. A foldable bike to carry in your backpack. Sorry to interrupt, Leaf said, cutting him off. But how much does it cost? 20,000 Poke dollars only, the employee smiled. Leaf and I exchanged glances. It was too expensive. I suggest you think about it. You can't walk forever. A bicycle is cheaper than using a bus or taxi to travel, the employee continued. We're the only bike shop that offers a foldable bike, and we're moving from Cerulean to Goldenrod City soon. Decide. Leaf leaned closer to me. Let's get out of here, she whispered, reading my mind. We'll think about it, I said, stepping outside. 20,000 Poke dollars, what a joke. Suddenly, a kid approached us. Hi, are you Pokémon trainers? He asked, looking worried. Leaf smiled and crouched down. Yes, we are. How can we help? The boy explained his situation as we followed him to the northern part of the city. I know this guy who's a science whiz. I go to his house sometimes to check out all the cool stuff he has. But today, when I went there, his main door was wide open, and none of the lights were on. You won't believe what I saw: a Clefairy holding a screwdriver. The guy was nowhere to be found. I panicked and ran away, he said as we reached a bridge. Can you go there and see if everything's okay? The police is busy with a robbery and won't believe me. I felt a chill run down my spine. Could a Pokémon really do something like that? The boy hurried home, leaving us with a decision to make. Do you think we should go there? Leaf asked. It's just a story, right? He's a kid, he could be making it up. What if he's not? I replied seriously. Be ready for a battle. We crossed the Golden Bridge, the house visible on the other side. The bridge had a yellow bricked road that matched the color of the sides. Okay, Dorothy, let's go, Leaf said, walking toward the house. In a few minutes, we stood outside the old, shabby house made of bricks with an orange sloping rooftop. It was different from the other houses in the city, isolated and surrounded by climbing plants. I rang the bell gently. Red, the door is open, Leaf said. Just like the kid said. She walked inside, and I followed. The house was a mess, furniture was scattered, broken crockery lay on the floor, and the curtains were torn. It was the most chaotic house I had ever seen. Suddenly, the door behind us closed, and we saw a shadow on the wall, suggesting someone was behind us. We froze and slowly turned around. It was a Clefairy, holding a screwdriver with some stains on it. My heart sank, and Leaf screamed in shock. No, no, no. You got the wrong idea, the Clefairy said. We screamed again. It can speak. Leaf shouted. It is possessed. I exclaimed. And it harmed someone. I am not possessed, nor did I harm anyone, the Clefairy insisted. Hear me out, okay? Leaf and I fell silent, staring at the screwdriver. I am Bill, a human. I used a machine I built to transfer my consciousness into a Clefairy, explained the Clefairy. But you have that screwdriver, Leaf pointed out. The Clefairy liked the screwdriver. It's ketchup. Just trust me. I'll walk into that cylindrical vessel, and you activate the machine using the computer over there as soon as the door closes. Okay, Dot. Leaf hesitated. I don't understand what's going on, I whispered to Leaf. Me neither, she whispered back. The Clefairy walked into a cylindrical vessel, and it closed. I hurried to the computer, which had a cool interface with some kind of code. In the middle was an activate button. I clicked it. The house began to shake, and the vessel started glowing. I noticed a similar vessel across the room, both connected by a metallic pipe. Suddenly, the machine stopped, and the lights went out. No electrical appliance seemed to work. Happily, the curtains were broken. Both the vessels opened, and a Clefairy walked out of one, while a man walked out of another. "I am Bill," said the man. "Thanks for your help, really." Joel ran away after seeing me like this. "Wow," I said, surprised to see such an invention. "You're an inventor. And that thing is a scientific breakthrough. This is the second time it has worked perfectly. Otherwise, it's very unstable," Bill explained. "Thanks for everything. Also, do you like cruises? I bought a ticket for a friend of mine and his fiancée, but they don't want to go. Here, take it." Bill handed the ticket to Leaf. "Thank you," Leaf said, awkwardly. "Alrighty, bye-bye," Bill said. We walked outside the house, confused about everything else. "That was joyful," I remarked. Leaf read the ticket. "A ticket for 2 SS and cruise party. Says it's in 3 weeks. I'm going to give this back." "Why?" I asked. "Because it's in Vermilion, and we won't reach Vermilion by that time," Leaf explained. "We need to beat the Saffron City gym first. Or we can just go to Vermilion first and then come back to Saffron," I suggested. "Let's keep it," Bill didn't want it anyway. I tried to convince Leaf for a while before she agreed. "Okay, Sleepy Red. Don't call me that," I said, annoyed. Leaf laughed. It was time for the second gym battle. Leaf and I were ready with our Pokémon in a healthy state, and we walked towards the Pokémon gym after asking for directions from Bill, the copycat or whatever they call him. I was thinking about our lovely friend Magikarp. I had never battled with that poor little guy, but he only knew one attack splash. I thought I should bring him out of his Pokeball, be friendly with him, feed him, and play with him, but I still had a gym battle to do. Then I had a rather bold idea, to send Magikarp into the gym battle. It was a risky move, but if Magikarp won, he would evolve into a Gyarados, which I loved. It was probably the only water type I liked. We stood outside the gym. "This is it," Leaf said, pushing the door open. The gym was huge, with a big swimming pool in the middle. I sent out Magikarp to let him know he was going to fight, along with Pikachu. "Are you really going to use that?" Leaf asked, incredulously. "Yes, I am. Magikarp needs to be in battle to evolve into Gyarados," I replied. "Buhaha. It would not evolve that soon. It can if it wins against a strong Pokémon. And how would it win? I'll figure that out in the match." Magikarp looked happy, ready to splash in the pool when suddenly a tall girl who looked 2 years older stopped him and gently placed Magikarp in the water. "You can't splash. See that board?" the girl said, pointing towards a sign that read, "No splashing in the pool." Magikarp became sad again. The girl had a tomboy hairstyle and mustard yellow hair. She wore a swimming costume. "We are here to battle," I said. "Where is the gym leader?" Leaf asked. "I am Misty, the gym leader of Cerulean City," the girl replied. She looked too young to be a gym leader. "Ready to battle?" Misty asked. "Ever ready," I replied. "Can I battle first?" Leaf asked. "Yeah, sure," I said. "Let's start," Misty said. Misty and Leaf took their positions to battle. The battle was taking place in the pool, and luckily Misty had set up floating boards to handle Pokémon weights so they could battle. "The battle will be a 2-on-3. I will use 2, and you will use 3, Misty explained. "That's fine with me," Leaf said. Misty sent out a star-shaped Pokémon, and Leaf sent out Bulbasaur, who had the type advantage. Leaf pointed the Pokédex towards the star-shaped Pokémon. Stereo, a star-shaped Pokémon. It appears in large numbers by seashores. At night, its central core flashes with a red light, the Pokédex explained. The battle between Stereo and Bulbasaur was exciting, and eventually, Stereo was defeated. Then Misty sent out another star-shaped Pokémon, likely the evolution of Stereo. Leaf pointed the Pokédex again. Starmie, a mysterious Pokémon. This Pokémon has a geometric body. Because of its body, the locals suspect that it is an alien creature, the Pokédex stated. Then Bulbasaur fainted, and Leaf sent out Vulpix, which was a poor choice due to the type disadvantage. Vulpix fainted, and Leaf chose Spearow, who later evolved during the battle. Finally, the match ended with Leaf as the winner. Misty awarded Leaf the Cascade Badge, and Leaf was thrilled. Now it was my turn to battle. Shall we start? Misty asked. Yes, I replied. Same rules here. Fine with me. Go Stereo. Go Magikarp. Misty and Leaf both stared at me, confirming that I was serious. Then they controlled their laughter. What? I asked. Are you really going to battle me with that? Misty asked. Absolutely, I replied confidently. Magikarp, splash. Stereo, protect, Misty commanded. I am not attacking it. Why? I asked. Because it would be unfair, Misty explained. Magikarp, splash, I said. The water splashed around, probably doing nothing. Use recover, Misty instructed. What if I asked Magikarp to use splash with full potential? The water could hit Stereo, but Stereo was a water type. The splash wouldn't do anything. Magikarp, go near it and use splash with full power, I commanded. Magikarp, feeling determined, went too close, using splash not on the water but on Stereo. It hit Stereo hard, resembling a tackle attack. A tackle attack? Misty exclaimed. Magikarp could do that? Leaf asked. No, but it could use splash on anything, I explained. Excellent, Misty said. Stereo, water gun. A critical hit on Magikarp. I wanted to switch him out, but using Pikachu would be unfair in a gym battle. He belonged to my dad, and I hadn't trained him, so it wouldn't be right. Magikarp, well done. Go Charmander, I said. Stereo, water gun. Charmander, metal claw, I commanded. A critical hit, and Stereo fainted. Charmander glowed and evolved. I pointed my Pokédex towards it. Charmeleon, a flame Pokémon. It lashes about with its tail to knock down its foe. It then tears up the fallen opponent with sharp claws, the Pokédex explained. Charmeleon? Hey, how are you feeling, bud? I asked. Charmeleon gave a thumbs up and a half-hearted smile. Go Starmie, Misty said. Charmeleon, metal claw, I commanded. Starmie, water pulse. Charmeleon fainted. Come back. You were great. Go Pidgey, I said. Starmie, use water pulse. The attack missed. Pidgey, use sand attack, I instructed. Pidgey threw sand on Starmie. Starmie was unable to see, which was curious since it didn't have eyes. Starmie, water pulse in the front. 45 degrees, Misty instructed, and the attack hit Pidgey, causing it to faint. I had one last choice, Magikarp. Come back. Go, Magikarp. Use tackle, I said. Magikarp happily hit Starmie, thrilled to attack for the first time. Starmie, water pulse, Misty called out, but Starmie missed due to Pidgey's sand attack. Magikarp, use tackle. I commanded. Starmie retaliated with rapid spin, hitting Magikarp hard, but it was still ready to battle. Magikarp, tackle. I urged. The attack struck Starmie's diamond center, causing it to crack. Starmie fainted. Magikarp won the battle but didn't evolve. I received the Cascade badge, and Magikarp was celebrated for its effort. I called Magikarp back, feeling a sense of pride. As we stepped outside, I missed my dad again, but I could hear his voice in my head saying, "Well done, son." I longed to understand what happened at night 2 years ago and spoke to Leaf about it, which brought me some comfort. 2 years back, it was the first day of school. After summer break, and I was ready to go. I was still tired from Professor Oak's summer camp. I picked up my bag and walked to school, arriving 10 minutes late. The biology teacher was discussing Oddish, and I quietly took my usual seat, quickly growing bored. Biology wasn't my favorite, I preferred Pokémon studies, where we learned about strengths and weaknesses. I thought about Red, who had become a good friend recently. I looked forward to seeing him during recess. When the break finally came, I headed to the lower level of the school where the younger classes were. Red, a year younger than me, was sitting alone, quietly sobbing in a corner. I approached him and sat down beside him. "Hey, what happened?" I asked gently. He wiped his tears and said, "Leaf." "My dad," but he couldn't finish. I pressed him, "What happened?" After a moment, he managed to say, He passed away. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Benjamin, but you can call me Ben for short. 2 years ago, on a Sunday, I woke up late. My beard was getting darker, so I needed to shave, but there was no shaving cream in the bathroom. I decided to get some from the shop. As I walked out, my wife mentioned there was some in Red's room. Red, my 8-year-old son, wanted to be a Pokémon trainer, but I hoped he would follow in my footsteps as a scientist at Sylph Company. Curious, I asked, "What is the cream doing in his room?" She explained that he thought it was toothpaste. I went upstairs to retrieve it and found his room in disarray. I quietly took the shaving cream from the bathroom and headed downstairs. After shaving, I sat at the dining table, feeling quite hungry. "Doesn't Red have a summer camp today?" I asked. My wife almost forgot and went to wake him up. The day went smoothly, my wife and I took a walk while Red was at camp, then we watched television together. Later, I worked on a new Pokeball my company was developing, which could catch any Pokémon with a 100% success rate. I spent the day focused on my laptop, taking notes on the Pokeball's functionality. Red came home at 8 o'clock, and just then, the phone rang. Red was next to it, but I gestured for him not to answer. I picked it up myself. "Hello," I said. A voice on the other end, "Benjamin, needed me at the Sylph office immediately regarding the new Pokeball." I recognized the voice and knew he wanted the Pokeball for himself. I refused, but he threatened my colleagues, leaving me frightened. I gathered what I could relate it to the Pokeball and warned my family to stay safe. I took a bus from Pallet Town to Saffron City, but unfortunately, it crashed. I survived, but men in black clothing with a pink R kidnapped me and took me to a hidden location. I realized it was a reformed criminal organization that had been disbanded years ago. The boss approached me, and I recognized him. "Benjamin, my dear friend. What a pleasant surprise," he said. "You have to complete your project for me. You must make that Pokeball for me." I stood my ground. "If I refuse?" He revealed a photo of my wife and son on his phone. I had no choice but to comply. "Don't harm them. I will make that Pokeball for you, I will make the Master Ball." The sky was blue, and the weather was pleasant as Leaf and I admired our 2 gym badges. An idea struck me, I wanted to challenge Leaf to a Pokémon battle. Leaf? "I want to challenge you to a Pokémon battle," I said, unsure if she would accept. "A battle?" she asked, confirming my words. "You heard right. A battle," I replied confidently. "All right," Leaf said, ready to begin. "You know I can defeat you," I teased. "I know you can, especially with your Pikachu," she replied. But I have a plan to defeat it. Okay, I said. I choose you, Charmeleon. Leaf smiled and took a moment to select her Pokémon. Okay, go Vulpix, she said. Charmeleon, use Ember, I replied, but Ember didn't affect Vulpix at all. Ha, Vulpix can resist that. Use Will-O-Wisp, Leaf commanded, and Charmeleon took a hit. Oh boy. Charmeleon, use Metal Claw, I said. The attack was a bit outdated, but it still dealt some damage to Vulpix. The battle was heating up, and I had a risky idea, to switch Charmeleon out. Vulpix, Flamethrower, Leaf ordered. It was a critical hit, and Charmeleon was hurt. Charmeleon, come back. Go Nidorino, I said, knowing Nidorino had an advantage against Vulpix. Vulpix, Will-O-Wisp, Leaf said. Nidorino, double kick, I commanded. Vulpix was poisoned. Vulpix, roar, Leaf called out. Vulpix roared, sending Nidorino back into its Pokeball and bringing out Pidgey. I wasn't thrilled about this roar attack. Pidgey was weak against Vulpix, and I couldn't switch Pokemon now. Pidgey, Gust, I said. Vulpix, Flamethrower, Leaf countered. Pidgey fainted. Come back, go Pikachu, I said. Oops, not now. Vulpix, roar, Leaf said again. But Pikachu stood firm, readying a thunderbolt. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, I commanded. Vulpix fainted. Oh no, Vulpix, come back. Go Bulbasaur, Leaf said. Is that your great plan? I asked. Bulbasaur, Leech Seed, Leaf commanded. Pikachu was seated, and Bulbasaur began to drain Pikachu's energy. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, I said. Bulbasaur held on. Well done, Bulbasaur. Use Razor Leaf, Leaf instructed. Pikachu fainted. Whoa, that was amazing, I said. Told you, I had a plan, Leaf replied. That was just your good luck, I said. Okay, go Charmeleon. You have a type advantage, Leaf pointed out. Yes, I do. Charmeleon, use Ember, I commanded. Bulbasaur fainted. Go Rattata, Leaf said. Charmeleon, use Ember, I replied. Rattata, use Hyper Fang, Leaf countered. Charmeleon, Metal Claw, I said. Rattata fainted. Go Mankey. Use Fury Swipes, Leaf commanded. Charmeleon fainted. Okay, go Nidorino, I said. Mankey, Low Kick, Leaf said. Nidorino, Double Kick, I commanded. Mankey fainted. Leaf looked a bit upset. Go Spearow. Nidorino, Peck, I said. Spearow was poisoned. Spearow, use Pursuit, Leaf instructed. Nidorino fainted. Spearow flashed blue and evolved into Fearow. Leaf pointed the Pokédex at it. Fearow, a beak Pokémon. With its huge and magnificent wings, it can keep aloft without ever having to land for rest, the Pokédex explained. Meanwhile, Cassidy and Butch hid behind a bush, watching us. Let us catch that Fearow, Butch said. Of course, we will, Cassidy replied. Suddenly, a net came and trapped Fearow inside. The net was pulled to the back of a truck. Hello, twerps, Cassidy said. Team Rocket, I said, feeling frustrated. They always seemed to ruin our fun. I didn't understand why they targeted us instead of someone else. Cassidy, dialogue, Butch whispered. Oh, Cassidy whispered back. To protect the world from devastation. To unite the people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Cassidy. And Butch. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Don't you get tired of saying the same thing over and over? Leaf asked, exhaling deeply. That dialogue is world famous, Cassidy retorted. Yes, and it is copyrighted, Butch added. Let Fiero go, I demanded. Oh, really? What will you do if I don't? Butch challenged. Ha! I have Pikachu, I said confidently. Red. Pikachu fainted in the battle. I just have my Kakuna, and you just have your Magikarp, Leaf whispered. Oh no, I said, realizing the predicament. What? Cassidy asked. What's that whispering about? I am saying that if you don't free Fiero, then I'll have to send Pikachu, I said, trying to sound brave. I knew I could defeat Team Rocket, but without a recovered Pikachu, we were at a disadvantage. We could only rely on Kakuna and Magikarp for now. Leaf looked nervous. I didn't know what to do. Cassidy and Butch were waiting for us to send out our Pokémon, but Butch grew impatient and sent out his Primeape. Go ahead, send Pikachu, Butch taunted. We know he's fainted, twerp, Cassidy added. Stop calling me that, I replied. You can't do anything. All your Pokémon are fainted, Cassidy said smugly. The only one that isn't fainted is this Fiero. This Pokémon is powerful, and our boss will love it and reward us for it, Butch said. Maybe a promotion too, Cassidy added dreamily. They think all our Pokémon are fainted, Leaf whispered. Enough of that whispering, Butch snapped. Hasta la vista, amigos, Cassidy said. Primeape, come back. They don't deserve a battle, Butch said. They climbed into the truck and drove away, leaving us helpless. We ran after the truck, following its tracks on the ground. The tracks led to an old abandoned garage with broken tin sheets for a roof and rusted iron doors. We sneaked near the garage and peeked inside from a window. Cassidy and Butch were there, and Fiero was still in a cage. They were talking to someone through a video chat on a laptop. Boss, we have a Pokémon just as you like, Butch said. Well done. You both just joined my team and you have a Pokémon, the boss replied. Yes, we had to defeat 2 Pokémon trainers, but here we have one of their Pokémon, Cassidy said. Trainers, huh? They are powerful indeed, but not powerful against any Team Rocket agent, the boss said. You're right, boss, Cassidy agreed. You both are not like the other 2 agents of mine, the boss continued. Who? Butch asked. The special agents in white Team Rocket uniforms. They always lose against one trainer, the boss explained. Oh, I know who you're talking about, Cassidy said. Leave them. They are like that, Butch said. Okay. Enough chatting, now bring me that Fiero and get ready for a promotion, the boss ordered. They turned off the laptop and cheered for themselves, then picked up Fiero's cage using a forklift and placed it back in the truck. We were still at the front of the truck when Cassidy and Butch slowly approached us, unaware of our presence. You twerps again. Cassidy exclaimed upon spotting us. I told you to surrender. Now prepare for a fight, Butch said. Go Primeape. We have to do this, Leaf. Go Magikarp, I said. Fine, I'm with you. Go Kakuna, Leaf replied. You had more Pokémon? Cassidy asked, surprised. It's just a Magikarp and Kakuna, I said. One of them knew only Splash, while the other knew only Harden. Butch confidently remarked that it was easy as pie. I countered, stating that they were much more than that and commanded my Magikarp to use Tackle. Butch's jaw dropped in surprise. Kakuna, use Poison Sting, Leaf instructed. Primeape was poisoned and hurt by the attack. Butch asked if Primeape was okay and then commanded it to use Low Kick. Cassidy sent out Drowsy, and Primeape's kick was ineffective against Kakuna's tough exterior. I taunted Butch, saying, "Ha, that's it. Magikarp, tackle." Drowsy was hit by Magikarp's tackle. Drowsy, hypnosis on that Magikarp, Cassidy ordered, but the attack missed as Magikarp proved to be quite resilient. Leaf commanded Kakuna to use String Shot, which ensnared Primeape, making it difficult for it to move. Butch insisted on using low kick, but Primeape fell and fainted, giving us a funny look before collapsing, causing Leaf and me to burst out in laughter. "It's impossible," Butch exclaimed. Cassidy then commanded Drowsy to use Psychic, and Magikarp fainted. Cassidy smugly asked, "How's that?" to which Butch replied, "Nice." They appeared overconfident now. Leaf ordered Kakuna to use Poison Sting, and Drowsy was poisoned, suffering from the effects. "Great job, Leaf," I praised her. "Thanks," she replied. Cassidy commanded Drowsy to use Hypnosis again, but it missed, and Drowsy was still affected by the poison. "That was close," I said. Leaf ordered Kakuna to use Poison Sting once more, and Drowsy fainted. Team Rocket had finally lost the match. "Oops," Butch said, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a voice called from a distance, "Team Rocket, you are under arrest." It was Officer Jenny. Cassidy questioned the charges, and Officer Jenny replied, "For being a Team Rocket member." Cassidy and Butch were arrested, while Leaf and I rescued Fiero. Just then, Kakuna flashed blue, grew in size, and evolved into Beedrill. Leaf was thrilled and pointed her Pokédex at it, which announced, "Beedrill, a poison bee Pokémon. It flies at high speed and attacks using the large venomous stingers on its forelegs and tail." "Cool, I have a Beedrill now," Leaf said. We returned to Cerulean City to heal our Pokémon and resumed our battle. "You ready?" Leaf asked. "Yep," I replied. "At least we don't have Team Rocket around for a while." "I know," Leaf said, eager to start. "Go Beedrill." "Pikachu, I choose you," I declared. The day ended peacefully, with Team Rocket in jail and our Pokémon evolving. Meanwhile, the boss of Team Rocket was speaking with an officer. "Officer, I want these both out," he demanded. The officer responded, "I can't. I'll have to arrest you." The boss attempted to bribe the officer, but the officer stood firm against corruption. After the battle, Leaf and I were tired and wanted some rest, but we decided to keep walking on Route 4 instead of returning to Cerulean. It was late at night, and the forest felt vast and unfamiliar. "Red, we are stuck here because of you," Leaf said in frustration. "Me? You're the one who agreed to come here," I retorted. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the trees, startling us. We ran toward the source, which turned out to be a man shouting through a megaphone, desperately calling for his lost Pokémon, Squirtle. He stood outside a house with a sign that read, "Pokémon Daycare Center." "Excuse me," he called out. "Yes," I replied, trying to understand the situation. The man explained that a Squirtle had run away from his daycare. "Can we help?" I offered. "No, it's very late, and you should go home," he insisted. Leaf explained that we were Pokémon trainers heading to Saffron City and asked for directions. The man agreed to help if we assisted him in finding Squirtle. As it started to rain, he invited us inside the daycare, which was cozy and welcoming. He offered us cup noodles, and we gratefully accepted. While looking out the window, I spotted Squirtle. "Sir, there's your Squirtle," I exclaimed. Squirtle ran inside, and the man expressed his relief. He explained that Squirtle had been left at the daycare 3 years ago and had been searching for a new trainer ever since. "Can I take Squirtle?" I asked. Leaf protested, but the daycare man agreed, saying Squirtle would be happy. I decided to leave my Magikarp at the daycare for a while, and the man welcomed the new Pokémon. "Squirtle, want to join us?" I asked, and Squirtle happily agreed. I caught Squirtle in a Pokeball, and Leaf teased me about getting Pokémon without catching them. Afterward, the daycare man offered us a room for the night, and we settled in. That night, I had the same old dream of Mew flying toward Mount Silver. I woke up with a start. In the morning, we continued walking towards Saffron City, but things never seemed to change. "Prepare for trouble," said Cassidy. "Make it double," added Butch. "To protect the world from devastation." To unite the people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Cassidy. Butch. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Not you again, Leaf said, sounding bored. They truly never find anyone who could beat them, except us, I remarked. Red, language, Leaf reminded me. Oops, I replied. Go Drowsy, commanded Cassidy. Go Squirtle, use water gun, I instructed. The attack was strong. Go Primeape, said Butch. Go Vulpix, use flamethrower, Leaf called out. Primeape fainted. Drowsy, psychic at that Vulpix, Cassidy ordered. Vulpix fainted. Squirtle, bubble, I said. Drowsy wasn't affected much. Drowsy, confusion, Cassidy commanded. Squirtle, bite, I instructed. Drowsy fainted. What? Cassidy exclaimed. No, Butch said. Yes, I replied. Squirtle, water gun at those grunts. Squirtle used water gun, sending Team Rocket flying into the sky. Whoa, those two are annoying, I commented. Come on, let's not waste more time, Leaf urged. We continued walking to Saffron City. This journey was already making me tired, I didn't know how the characters in the games walked so much. Finally, we reached Saffron City, or so we thought. It was just 100 meters away, but we couldn't go there because of road construction. I spotted a worker and asked him for another way. He told us to use an underground passage that led to Vermilion City. We took that passage and arrived in Vermilion City by evening. Let's go to that steamship Bill told us about, I said, eager to find out why he gave us those tickets. I wonder where it goes, Leaf mused. It was a pleasant morning, the sun shining bright, but the sky soon became overcast. Aren't we going to battle the gym leader? Leaf asked, eager for a challenge. We should go to the SSN first, I replied. Okay. But can you tell me about the gym leader of Vermilion City? I didn't play those games, so I have no knowledge about the gym leaders and their Pokémon, Leaf said. Vermilion City gym leader is Lieutenant Surge. He specializes in electric-type Pokémon. In the games, he has a Voltorb, a Magnemite, and a Pikachu, I explained. Great. And we have no Pokémon that can defeat electric types, Leaf noted. You're right, but I think Pikachu would be enough, I said confidently. Leaf gave a half-hearted smile. We stood outside the Pokémon Center, our Pokémon in good health. An old man stood quietly outside. I wanted to ask for directions to the SSN. Excuse me, where can I find the SSN? I asked. Near the harbor, he replied. And where is the harbor? Near the SSN. Okay, can you please tell us the directions? Yeah, sure. Finally. Go straight south. And? Please let me speak, will you? Sorry. Keep walking until you see the seashore. And then? If you see a man there. A man, right. Walk towards that man. And then what? Ask that man. Ask what? The directions. That truly helped, thank you very much, I said sarcastically. Glad to help you, the old man replied. And next time, go to a Pokémon Center and check the town map there. He winked at us and walked away. Thanks, I said. Wow, he had a sense of humor, Leaf remarked. Yes, I agreed. More than blue, Leaf added. Absolutely, I said. We checked the map inside the Pokémon Center and continued walking to the SSN. The city was so large that there was no way that old man could have survived walking on the streets, he must have been a patient in the Pokémon Center who came for a jog. The SSN is a well-known luxury cruiser liner that sails the world, stopping annually in Vermilion City, Kanto. It is also known as St. Anne. Owned by Lieutenant Surge, it previously transported electronic appliances, I explained. How do you know all that? Leaf asked. Well, I can read, you see, I replied. Oh, Leaf said, glancing at a large board that displayed the information. A security guard checked our passes as we walked inside. Passes, he said. Here, I said, showing him both passes. Welcome to the SSN. Thank you. The steamship was larger than in the games. It had a huge deck, a big swimming pool, and hundreds of rooms, all visible from the outside. Inside, it resembled a 7-star hotel more than a cruiser. Alola Kanto. The passengers are restless from the long voyage. The ship just came non-stop from the Alola region, announced a voice. Alola Kanto. That doesn't make any sense, I remarked. I always wanted to go there for a long vacation, Leaf said. Good. Now tell me what Alola Kanto means. I asked. I don't know, Leaf replied. Wait, that means the trainers here will have some rare Alolan Pokémon in addition to Kanton Pokémon, I realized. Nice, I would like to battle them, Leaf said. A waiter approached me. Excuse me, I said. Je suis le serveur sur ce bateau, he said. What does that mean, Leaf? I asked. Wait, I think that was French. He said he is the waiter on the ship, Leaf explained. Well, that makes sense, I said. Bonjour, I'd be happy to serve you any drink, the waiter said. So you can speak English? Leaf asked. Yes, he replied. When is the ship starting? I inquired. Half an hour, he answered. Merci, Leaf said. De rain, the waiter replied. Leaf had to go to the washroom and asked me to explore more of the ship. We went to an upper level to battle some trainers, but there was no one outside their cabins. Every passenger seemed to be inside, probably sleeping. Hey, Red, a voice called. Blue. I said, surprised. Let's see how strong your Pokémon are now, he challenged. Oh, yes. I'm ready, I replied. Go Wartortle, he said. Your Squirtle has become stronger. Let's see what it can do against mine. Go Squirtle, I said. You have a Charmander and a Squirtle, he asked, surprised. Yes, but you better not be slow. Squirtle, bite, I commanded. He knows bite. Wartortle learns bite at level 20, and a Squirtle evolves at 16. That's impossible, he protested. I know, but you are still talking, I said. Bite. I was just warming up. Wartortle, tackle, he commanded. A critical hit landed, and Squirtle was badly hurt. Squirtle, you okay? I asked. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle replied, preparing for a strong attack. Now. Do it. I urged. Squirtle unleashed water gun, and Wartortle fainted. No way, Blue exclaimed. Yes, way, I replied confidently. It's not possible, he insisted. I am the impossible, I joked, mimicking some cheesy lines. Not funny, Red, Blue said, shaking his head. You guys battling without me? Leaf chimed in, appearing out of nowhere. The person who wins battles Leaf, Blue stated. I'll battle Leaf then, I declared. You won't win, Blue warned. You both battle, I already battled an Alolan trainer, Leaf interjected. What? I asked, surprised. I didn't find anyone outside their room, Blue said. Same, I agreed. Well, I found someone in the girls' restroom, Leaf revealed. Gross, you battled in the washroom? I questioned. No, Leaf clarified. I battled him outside. You found a guy in the girls' restroom? Blue teased. Ha ha ha, I laughed. No, I meant her, Leaf corrected. Okay, I said. What Pokémon did she have? I don't know, the Pokédex said it had no information about it, Leaf replied. I know, because our Pokédex is designed for only the Kanto region, I explained. Correct, Blue nodded. Red, I surrender. I have better things to do. Blue went downstairs to battle Alolan trainers. Where does this ship go? I asked. I still don't know, Leaf admitted. Maybe he knows. Who? I inquired. Leaf pointed at a cabin labeled Captain's Cabin. Of course he knows, I said. We entered the captain's cabin, where the captain was sweating and lying on the floor, looking unwell. Hey, Captain, I called out. What, he murmured weakly. Wartortle? Leaf asked. No. Water, he replied. The captain was likely dehydrated from the long journey from Alola to Kanto. I went to fetch some water while helping him sit in his chair and giving him a shoulder massage to make him comfortable. Leaf returned with a 1-liter water bottle, and the captain drank it all in a flash. Thanks, kids, he said. I'm glad you came. You're welcome, Captain, I replied. I want to award you with this, he said, handing us a disc that looked like a TM. A technical machine? Leaf asked. Nope. A hidden machine, HM. This is HM Cut, you can use it unlimited times on certain Pokémon to chop down big trees. You can't do that with a slash attack, he explained. So, why are we supposed to chop down trees? I asked. The trees that get in your way can be cut down, he said. Can't we just go from the side? I suggested. What happens when 2 trees are side by side, he countered. We can still go through the gap, I replied. Forget all that. Just take it, he insisted. Fine, I said. We both can use it, right? Yes, as I said. You can use it unlimited times, he confirmed. Where does the ship go? I asked again. Oh, I almost forgot. It's time, he said. The captain started rotating the ship's wheel to control the direction, and the ship began to move. Where does this ship go? Leaf asked, sounding impatient. Oh, it goes back to Alola, it will come back in a year, he said. Stop it, we have to get off, I urged. Can't do that, he replied. We ran downstairs toward the exit, but the security guard refused to let us off. We went on the deck and jumped off the moving ship. That was close, Leaf said, relieved. Thank goodness, I replied. We walked back to the Pokémon Center, where it was raining heavily. We tiptoed inside without making the floor muddy with our shoes. The steamship was claimed unsinkable, but it sank today. The bad news is that Lieutenant Surge had a $2 million Poké loss and cannot contribute money this year for the Kanto Charity Trust. The good news is that most passengers survived. The passengers who did not include Pokémon Trainer Ash from Pallet Town, Pewter Gym Leader Brock, and Cerulean Gym Leader Misty, the news reporter announced. I feel bad about those people, I said. Hey, did they say Misty and Brock? Leaf asked. Wait, Blue was still on the ship, right? I said, suddenly worried about him. Oh no, Leaf gasped. I wished Blue was okay. I worried about him more than I ever had. Leaf felt bad about it too, but I felt worse. Was he okay? Were the other passengers who were considered lost okay? I hoped that everyone was fine on the ship and that nobody had to suffer a tragedy. But now, Blue was more important than a gym battle. The day was dull, and dark clouds covered the city, but fortunately, it did not rain. The day felt unpleasant, signaling bad luck. I had a feeling I was going to lose the gym battle. The sea level rose and fell periodically, gently lifting the boats and then lowering them. Suddenly, a water droplet fell on my shoulder, and I looked up as it began to rain. The rain persisted for a while, before stopping without any further surprises. Red, Leaf said calmly. Hearing her voice eased my worries. We shouldn't think that Blue was on the ship and something happened to him. Just think positive, she encouraged. I know he'll be fine, besides, he has a wartortle who can breathe underwater. He may have escaped, I reassured her. In the news, a trainer was mentioned who had a Pikachu, but Blue doesn't have one. I guess you're right, Leaf said, her mood improving. I think we should go battle the gym leader. Yes, we should. The third gym match, it's going to be fun, I agreed. Leaf turned on her Pokédex and selected the map option. My Pokédex only showed the Kanto map, but hers had a detailed map of Vermilion City. She studied the map and started walking, and I followed, careful to avoid stepping in puddles from the rain. Finally, we arrived outside the Vermilion City Pokémon Gym. The architecture was simple, resembling the one from the Pokémon Yellow game. I loved playing Pokémon Yellow before I became a trainer. I had a complete Pokédex, and the game had precise locations for Pokémon, so I remembered where to find all Kanto Pokémon. The gym had an orange roof and an automated door. We walked inside, and the gym was spacious, larger than the previous two we had visited. It had many trash cans placed in a grid. Leaf looked around in disgust and asked, This is a gym? The trash cans emitted a terrible smell reminiscent of old bananas. On the right-hand side, a board read, Welcome to Vermilion City Gym. An electronic gate would only open when 2 switches were found in the trash cans. After pressing the buttons, the gate would open, allowing a battle with the gym leader. It's easy, I said confidently. Is it? Leaf replied, eyeing the 30 trash cans filled with garbage. There seemed to be no way to find a switch in that mess. Just as I was about to reach in, Leaf exclaimed, Hey, I found one switch. I rushed over to her. The switch was on the outside of the trash can, a red button about the size of my fingertip. I searched for the other switch and found one on the trash can next to the first. Leaf pressed the first button, but nothing happened. I pressed the second one, and a small rectangular part of the wall flashed and changed color. It was a door, which I pushed open to reveal a small gym inside. A man was lifting weights, and I guessed he was Lieutenant Surge. You finally made it, Surge said with a grin. We want to battle you, Lieutenant, Leaf declared. Lieutenant, he laughed. I am not Surge, kids. Then where can we find the gym leader? Leaf asked. Follow me, he instructed, walking toward a wooden rack filled with cassettes. He pulled out a cassette labeled, Pokémon, Mutwo Strikes Back, the first Pokémon movie released 14 years ago. The rack split open, revealing a dark passageway. Okay, follow the maze, and you'll end up in the gym, he said. Did you just say a maze? I asked, surprised. Yes, he confirmed. The gym was reconstructed 5 years ago. Right, Leaf said, and he pushed us in, closing the door behind us. It was pitch black, I couldn't even see Leaf or the walls. It felt like a bad idea to have a maze that was impossible to navigate. We began walking, unsure of where we were going. I bumped into a wall. Careful, Sleepy Red, Leaf teased, causing me to cringe. I replied, looking left and spotting a stadium. A man in green clothes was polishing a pokeball. I was sure this was Surge. Another trainer, he said, surprised to see us. Why? Don't you get visitors? Leaf asked. Leaf! I exclaimed. No, I mean many kids are coming nowadays, he clarified. Oh, I said. We are here to challenge you. Okay, let me explain the rules of my gym, he said. Only 3 Pokémon can be used. Only the challenger can switch Pokémon during the battle. That's fine for us, I said. Correct, Leaf added. You go first, Red. No, you go first, I insisted. Please hurry, Surge urged. Red, go, Leaf encouraged. Fine, I relented. Leaf stood outside the boundary line as we took our positions. Go, Magnemite, Surge commanded. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Magnemite, a magnet Pokémon. Uses anti-gravity to stay suspended. Appears without warning and uses Thunder Wave or similar moves, the device explained. Go, Nidorino. Double kick. I called out. Magnemite was poisoned and hurt by its condition. Good move, Magnemite. Use Thunder Wave, Surge instructed. Nidorino was paralyzed and couldn't move. Nidorino, Horn attack. I shouted, but the attack missed. Magnemite continued to suffer from its poison. Magnemite, use Thunderbolt. Surge commanded. Nidorino, use Horn attack. I countered, but Magnemite fainted. Come back, Nidorino. Go, Pidgey. I said. You are making a big mistake, Surge warned. I don't care. Pidgey, use Gust. I commanded. Magnemite, Thunderbolt. Surge shouted, but the attack missed. Pidgey, use Gust. I repeated, and Magnemite fainted. Pidgey flashed blue and began to evolve. It grew its wings and transformed into a stronger-looking Pokémon. Pidgeotto, a bird Pokémon. Very protective of its territory, this Pokémon can fiercely peck any intruder, the Pokédex informed. Surge clapped half-heartedly, readying another Pokeball. Great, Leaf said, almost enviously thinking of her Pokémon that had yet to evolve. Go, Electrode. Surge called. Pidgeotto, use Whirlwind. I commanded. Electrode was blown back, revealing a Raichu. Oops, I muttered. Ha, Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Surge ordered. Pidgeotto fainted, much to my disappointment after its recent evolution. Come back. You are my last hope. Go, Pikachu. I said. A Pikachu? Are you serious? Surge asked, surprised. Yes, he can do things you can't imagine, I replied confidently. Is he faster than my Raichu? Surge challenged. Raichu was the evolved form of Pikachu and much more powerful, but Pikachu had more experience. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Surge commanded. Raichu's attack missed. Pikachu, show him your speed. Use Double Team. I instructed. Pikachu dashed around Raichu in a circle, creating the illusion of multiple copies. Raichu looked confused, unable to determine which one to attack. Use Shock Wave. Surge shouted. Raichu's attack missed again. Pikachu, Thunder. I called out, landing a hit on Raichu. Raichu, Shock Wave. Surge commanded. Pikachu was thrown into the air by the strong wave of electricity. He managed to balance himself and executed a Thunderbolt while airborne. Raichu attempted to use Double Team, but it was too slow against Pikachu. Pikachu casually walked toward one of the Raichu and tripped it. Raichu fell with a loud thud and fainted. Electrode, I choose you. Surge said. I couldn't help but laugh, and Pikachu shook his head, looking at me. Pikachu, Thunder. I commanded, and Electrode fainted. Good job, Surge said, impressed. Thanks, I replied, feeling victorious. Pikachu looked happy as Lieutenant Surge handed over the Thunder Badge. Leaf turned to Red and asked if he could wait outside while she battled. Confused, Red inquired why, but Leaf simply requested it. Perhaps she didn't want him to waste time on her battle. Once outside, Red waited for a few minutes until Leaf emerged with her third badge. Awesome, he exclaimed. Where to now? Leaf asked. Poke Center, he replied. No, I mean, which city, she clarified. Lavender Town, he said. Oh, she responded. Let's go, he urged. Ever dreamt of being a Pokémon trainer? It sounds cool, but the reality often involves a lot of walking. As they approached a cave, Red hesitated. The entrance was small, marked by a worn wooden sign that read Diglett's Cave. "I don't want to go inside that cave," he admitted. "Why not?" Leaf asked. Red hesitated, not wanting to reveal his fear, so he made up an excuse. "I don't think that's the ideal route to Lavender Town," he said. Leaf decided to ask a nearby woman for directions. "Excuse me, ma'am?" Leaf called out. "Yes," the woman replied. "Can we know the way to Lavender Town?" Leaf asked. "I have no idea. I just moved here from Sinnoh," she said. "From Sinnoh?" "I'm planning to move there," Leaf said excitedly. "Where in Sinnoh?" the woman asked. "In Twin Leaf Town," Leaf replied. "Haha, you have a twin?" Red joked. "Not funny," Leaf said with a sarcastic smile. Sorry. But I'll come visit you for sure," Red promised. "You both can come to my place. My grandfather probably knows where you should go," the woman offered. "Thank you very much," Leaf said. "Follow me," the woman instructed, leading them slowly. Leaf chatted about Professor Rowan from Sinnoh, who was known for his research on Pokémon evolution. Red found it a bit boring, as Leaf had gained considerable knowledge about Sinnoh over the past few months. It was October, and he was eagerly awaiting Christmas, dreaming of getting a PlayStation, though he realized he couldn't carry it with him. Maybe a vacation to Sinnoh next summer would be fun, especially if he could visit Leaf when she moved there. As they walked along the bright blue-gray pavement, Red enjoyed stepping on the mosaic drawings of famous personalities. They passed a scene where a Machop was helping workers build a house, directed by a gentleman. They stopped outside a large house by the seashore, where Pokémon Union Club of Kanto was carved in bronze on the wooden door. Inside, the woman called out for her grandfather, who soon appeared. Red recognized him as the man who had helped him with directions to the SSN. "Hello, kid. I remember you from this morning," he said. "Yeah," Red replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "So, what brings you here?" the old man asked. "What is this place?" Leaf inquired. "The Union Club. We grow plants and organize events, that's all," he explained. "We also want to know the way to Lavender Town," Red added. "Go back to Cerulean, then there's a rock tunnel near it that leads to Lavender Town," the old man instructed. "You mean we have to go back?" Red asked. "There is no other way," the old man confirmed. They thanked him and were about to leave when he handed Red a bike voucher, instructing him to give it to the shopkeeper in Cerulean City. They walked back to Cerulean City, where Red picked up Magikarp from the day care. By the time they reached Cerulean, it was nighttime, and they decided to stay at the Poke Center for the night. That night, Red had a recurring dream about Mount Silver, Mew, the Pokémon League, and Leaf, which left him feeling unsettled. The next morning, he woke up with a start to find Leaf missing. He packed his bag and went downstairs, where he found her talking on the phone in the Poke Center. She seemed upset, and after hanging up, she explained it was her mom on the line. "Why are you sad?" Red asked. "It's just nothing," she replied. "Nothing?" he pressed. "Yeah. Leaf, please. Can we talk later about it?" she asked. "Sure, whenever you're comfortable," he said. "Thanks," she replied, picking up her bag and walking outside. They encountered a girl trying to teach her Psyduck to use Cut, but the Psyduck seemed confused and ran off. "Why don't you listen to me?" the girl exclaimed as she chased after it. Leaf suggested they help, and the girl agreed but didn't know how. "I have dealt with this kind of situation before. I just need a fishing rod," Leaf said. The girl ran off to get one from her father. Moments later, she returned with the fishing rod. "Here," she said. "Thanks." "Red, fish Psyduck out," Leaf instructed. "Is that a joke?" Red asked, surprised. "No," Leaf replied. Realizing she remembered his fishing skills, he took the rod and cast it into the water. Soon, he felt a tug and pulled with all his might, bringing Psyduck out of the water, soaking himself in the process. "Thank you," the girl said, relieved. "Psyduck," the Pokémon quacked. "You can keep the Psyduck if you want," the girl offered. "How can I keep your Pokémon?" Red asked. "First of all, it's not mine. It's a wild Psyduck. Second, I was asking her," the girl explained. "Oh, fine," Red said. "Thank you very much," Leaf added. Leaf caught the Psyduck, and since she had more than 6 Pokémon, it was automatically transferred to Professor Oak. "Now, I need you to tell me. Why were you sad?" Red asked. "Because my mom asked me to come back. We are shifting to Sinnoh now," Leaf confessed. "What?" Red exclaimed. "Yes, I have to go today," she said. "Today?" he repeated. "Not today, right now," she clarified. "But," he started, but she dropped her bag and hugged him tightly. She cried continuously for 10 minutes and then stopped. "Bye, Red," she said, walking away and leaving me alone on the street. I felt very sad and shocked. The weather was turning violent, thunderclaps echoed loudly, and the sky darkened with thunderclouds. Then, it started raining heavily. What could you expect in October? Suddenly, it felt like I was alone in the world. I closed my eyes and tried to hold back my tears. I sent out Pikachu, sharing everything with him, and he gave me a thumbs up. He probably understood what it was like when someone close to you leaves. It had happened to him too. "Hey, buddy. What should I do?" I asked. "Hi, Pikachu," he replied. "Maybe you're right, we should continue our journey," I said, and Pikachu gave a cute smile, making me smile again. Quickly, I turned on the map on the Pokédex and we walked toward the bike shop, which wasn't very far. There, I finally got a bike for free. Pikachu sat in the basket at the front, and I rode it, using the mobile phone holder to attach the Pokédex for navigation. We were on a route between Cerulean City and Rock Tunnel when I heard a familiar girl's voice shout, "Hey, wait." I looked around but saw no one. Then Pikachu pointed toward a girl I recognized from our travels in Mount Moon. She wore the same yellow outfit and came running toward me, taking deep breaths. "Hi," she said. "Hey, you live here?" I asked. "Yes." "Where is your girlfriend?" she asked, and my cheeks turned red. "She is not my girlfriend," I replied. "Just messing with you." "So, what brings you here?" she asked. "Heading to Lavender Town," I said. "Rock Tunnel?" she asked. "Yes," I confirmed. "You'll never make it out of that crazy tunnel," she warned. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean that you cannot go without a precise map," she explained. "And do you have a map?" I inquired. "No, but my uncle does," she said. "Where does he live?" I asked. "My father lives in Viridian City. He sent me here to learn about Pokémon from my uncle Wilson, who is a fisherman," she explained. "Great," I said. "But first, you have to help me," she insisted. "In what?" I asked. "Catching a Pokémon," she said. "What Pokémon?" I asked, just as the tall grass shook and a Caterpie emerged. "That Pokémon," she pointed. "A Caterpie? You can't catch a Caterpie," I said, thinking it was the easiest thing to encounter. "Hey," she said. "Wait," I said. "Take this Pokeball and throw it at it." "Oh, I don't have a Pokeball. I catch Pokémon with a net," she replied. "Just do it, fast," I urged. "It will get hurt with the Pokeball," she protested. "Are you crazy? Do it fast, or else you'll end up being caught in a string shot," I warned. She closed her eyes and threw the Pokeball. The Caterpie went inside, and the Pokeball shook before flashing. Caterpie was caught. "Thank you very much," she said. "You're welcome," I replied. "So, am I supposed to just throw Pokeballs?" she asked. "No, you have to battle the Pokemon first, weaken it, and then throw a Pokeball." "But Caterpie can be caught just like that," I explained. "Oh," she said. "Can I have another Pokeball?" "Yeah, sure," I said, handing her another Pokeball. "Hey, come out Pokemon," she said, her excitement reminding me of a child. Suddenly, a Rattata appeared. "Ratty Pokemon," she exclaimed. "Battle it," I instructed. "Okay. Go, Caterpie. Use string shot," she commanded. "Rattata use tackle." "Caterpie, use tackle," she shouted. Rattata attempted to tackle again, but its attack missed due to the string shot. "Caterpie, use tackle," she repeated, then threw the Pokeball at Rattata. The ball shook and flashed. Rattata was caught. "Thank you, What is your name?" she asked. "Red," I replied. "And yours?" "Amarillo," she said. "Amarillo del Bosque Verde." "What?" I asked, confused. "Call me Yellow," she said. "Okay, Yellow," I replied. She took me to her uncle's house, where he made a rough map on paper and gave it to me. I continued on my bike with Pikachu. "Bye," said Yellow. "Bye, and thank you," I said. We waved at each other as I entered Rock Tunnel. Rock Tunnel was really dark inside, and I felt lost. There was only the sound of dripping water in the background. I wasn't scared of the dark, but I sensed something's presence. Sweat covered me as it got hotter. I had no idea where to go and couldn't even see the map without knowing my location. Suddenly, I noticed a dim light approaching. It was a man holding a torch. "Hey, kid. Are you lost?" he asked. "Yes, kind of," I replied. The man stopped in front of me. "The torch is almost out of batteries, and I don't have more." "So, are you going to Cerulean City?" he asked. I couldn't see his face well because the torch was aimed at me. He wore a hat, was a bit heavy-set, and carried a big hiking bag. His voice was heavy and shaky. "No, I'm headed toward Lavender Town," I said. "I must be insane." "You're going in the wrong direction," he said. "I'm coming from Cerulean too, and Lavender is the other way." "Oh, really?" I asked. "Yes," he confirmed. "I would have asked you to come with me, but I have to go back to Cerulean for something. You can continue on your own." "Thank you very much," I said, feeling grateful. He seemed like a kind person. I continued on the directed route and finally emerged. Wait. I was back where I started. That man had tricked me. I felt a mix of anger and relief because now I could use the map. But how was I going to see it? "Wait, I have an idea," I said. "Go, Charmeleon." I called, releasing my Pokemon from its Pokeball. "Would you like to stay outside until we get to Lavender Town?" "It's too dark in there," I suggested. Charmeleon smiled in response. As we walked back inside, I noticed something shining brightly near a large rock, reflecting the light from Charmeleon's tail flame. Curiously, I approached it and picked it up. It was a Pokeball, but unlike any I had seen before. It was gold instead of red, with silver accents, and had GS carved into the golden portion. I wondered what kind of Pokeball it was and what the initials could mean. Perhaps it was just a novelty item or something more significant. I tucked it away in a small pocket of my bag, eager to show it to Professor Oak, hoping it might be a rare find. As I continued my journey, a man suddenly flashed a flashlight in my direction. It was Blue, the same person who had tried to trick me before. He wore a Pokemon trainer hat instead of a hiker's hat and looked different than I remembered, perhaps just a trick of the light. He carried a large bag with him. "Didn't you go back to Cerulean, Red?" he asked. "Blue." I replied, surprised. I fooled you, he grinned. Why are you still here? I inquired. To fool Leaf, he said. Wasn't she with you? No. She left for Sinnoh, I explained. Oh no, I wanted to say goodbye at least, he said. How about a battle? Of course, I agreed. Go, Wartortle, he called. I choose Charmeleon, I responded. Wartortle, use Bite, he commanded. Charmeleon, use Metal Claw. I countered. Is that all you've got? Wartortle, use Water Gun, he taunted. Use Ember. I shouted, but it wasn't very effective. Water Pulse, he called, landing a critical hit that caused Charmeleon to faint. Come back, go Pidgeotto. I said, determined to continue. Water Gun, he ordered. Gust. I countered. Bite, he shouted. Gust. I repeated, and Wartortle fainted. Nice, go Kadabra, he said. Pidgeotto, use Gust. I commanded. Kadabra, Psychic, he countered, leading to Pidgeotto's fainting. Come back. Go, Pikachu. I called. Use Psychic, he ordered. You won't get away with it. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. I shouted, and Kadabra fainted. I choose you, Raticate, he said. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. I commanded, and Raticate fainted. Ugh hi, go Growlithe, he said. Thunderbolt no, wait. I called, but Pikachu used Thunderbolt anyway, causing Growlithe to faint. I wanted its Pokédex entry, I muttered. Go, Execute, he said. What's that? I asked, surprised. Execute, an egg Pokémon. Though it looks like eggs, it's actually a life form more like plant seeds, the Pokédex explained. Use Sleep Powder, Blue commanded. Pikachu fell asleep. Good, now use Uproar, he said. Pikachu woke up. Use Thunderbolt. I shouted, but Pikachu's attack lacked strength. Execute's health was critical. Execute, Uproar. Blue ordered, and Pikachu fainted. Go, Magikarp. I called. How are you going to defeat me? With Splash. Blue laughed. Magikarp, use Tackle. I commanded, and Execute fainted. Yes, kind of like that, I said triumphantly. Okay, I gotta go, he said, leaving me and Magikarp alone. With Charmeleon needing rest, I called Magikarp out and started walking until I finally found an exit. I rushed to the nearest Poke Center, where I spent the night resting. The next morning, I called Professor Oak to discuss the Pokeball. Hello, he answered. Hey, Professor Oak, it's me, Red, I said. Red, please press the triangular button next to the screen. I can't see you, he instructed. Okay, I replied, pushing the button to activate the video chat. How is your Pokédex coming along, he asked. Good. Blue, Leaf, and I caught many Pokémon. I think Leaf has already submitted her Pokédex back to you, I explained. No, why? He asked. Leaf was going to Sinnoh, I replied. I know that, but she was supposed to stay in Kanto until she completed her Pokémon League, he said. No, she had to leave. So she went back, I clarified. Oh, he said, understanding. I need you to see this, I said, showing him the Pokeball. What is that? He asked. It's a Pokeball. A real one, hopefully, I said. Is it real? He inquired. Probably, yes, I responded. Try to send that ball to me with the transfer machine, he instructed. How am I supposed to do that? I asked. Just go to the transfer option on your screen and select my face among all the professors, he explained. I pressed the transfer button, and a list opened. The names were unclear, so I selected the one that looked most like Oak. I placed the Pokeball on the tray and pressed the button, watching it vanish. Did you do it? He asked. Yes, I confirmed. I did not receive the Pokeball, he said, surprised. What? I exclaimed. Press the I button next to the professor you sent the Pokeball to, he instructed. Okay, it says. Oh no. I sent the Pokeball to some Professor Ivy, I said, worried. Professor Ivy? Oh no. She lives very far away from here. No way I'll be able to get that Pokeball, Oak said. You can ask her to send it to you, I suggested. But her transfer system doesn't work, he replied. A week ago, I asked her to send a rare Pokémon from there. And where does she live? I asked. Orange Islands, he said. Oh, I said, feeling regretful. I'm really sorry, Professor. Don't be. I should get the PC in the Poke Center updated, he said. Oak turned off the PC. Nurse Joy, can you please heal my Pokémon? I asked. Yeah, sure. What's your name? She asked for the records. Red, I replied, handing her the Pokeballs. As I waited for Nurse Joy to return my Pokémon, I overheard a conversation between a couple nearby. Yesterday, I went there and saw a ghost. It was horrible, and I ran away from it, the woman said, visibly shaken. Oh, by the way, I was going to go there today. But I think I should cancel my plans to go to the Pokémon Tower, the man replied. Excuse me. Did you say Pokémon Tower? I interjected. Yes. Are you new here? I haven't seen you before, the man said. Yeah, I replied with a smile. The Pokémon Tower is a place where you pray and pay your respects to your departed Pokémon, he explained. There are rumors that there are ghosts in the tower, said the woman. There are no such things as ghosts, I replied. Oh, won't you believe that there is a white hand resting on your shoulder, she teased. A chill ran down my spine, and I quickly glanced at my shoulders. When I looked back at her, she had vanished, no one was there. Red, you'll be glad that your Pokémon are back to health. Hope you visit again, said Nurse Joy. And are you thinking about going to the Pokémon Tower? I recommend visiting the Pokémon House first. The Pokémon House, huh? I mused. I gathered my Pokeball and hung them back on my belt before stepping outside. Lavender Town was small, with only 5 houses, a Pokemart, a Poke Center, and the Pokémon Tower as its main buildings. I scanned the houses and finally spotted one with the Pokémon House written on it. I quickly walked inside. The interior was cozy, with 4 to 5 people sitting on chairs, discussing the ghost in the Pokémon Tower. Hello, how may I help you? Asked a girl who looked a bit older than me. Someone told me to visit this place. What is it? I inquired. This is a place where you can adopt orphan Pokémon who were abandoned by their trainers or whose parents have passed away, she explained. Oh, it's really nice that someone cares for those Pokémon, I said. Yeah, Mr. Fuji is a very kind man. He cares about everyone in this town, which is why he is so popular among the locals, she replied. Where is Mr. Fuji? I asked. He disappeared a few days ago, nobody has heard from him since, she said. Can I see those Pokémon? I asked eagerly. Sure, follow me, she said, leading me to a small room filled with at least 10 Pokémon. They roamed freely, and the room was sparsely furnished, containing only a few toys. There was a Rattata, a Bulbasaur, a Psyduck, a Grimer, and more. Wow, this place is great, I said. Yeah, I know, she replied. I approached one Pokémon, but it backed away, seeming frightened. What's with this one? I asked. That's a cub one. Mr. Fuji found him in Fuchsia City. He was being threatened by Team Rocket. They harmed his mother, Marowak, she explained. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Cub 1, a lonely Pokémon. It wears the skull of its deceased mother on its head. When it becomes lonesome, it is said to cry loudly, the device explained. Tears welled in my eyes. Team Rocket, how could they do that? This is so cruel, I said. Suddenly, the main door of the Pokémon house burst open. A man rushed in, shouting, I think I found out where Mr. Fuji is. Someone saw him going inside the Pokémon tower. Oh no, the girl gasped. What is it? I asked. Days ago, Team Rocket came out of nowhere and stopped people from entering the Pokémon tower. Maybe Mr. Fuji went there to settle the matter, she explained. That explains why he hasn't returned, I said. Someone needs to go there and confront Team Rocket, the man declared. But none of us is strong enough to battle them, a woman added. I'll go, I said, determination filling me. Everyone turned to look at me. Kid, this is no joke. Stay out of it, the man warned. I am a Pokémon trainer, I said, showing my 3 gym badges. Okay, I believe in you. I think you should go, the man finally agreed. I walked outside toward the Pokémon tower. There was no security at the entrance, so I stepped inside and began climbing the stairs to the higher levels. Strange sounds echoed around me, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. It was dark, and the rumors of a ghost in the tower loomed in my mind. Suddenly, I heard a scream. My legs froze in fear, and Blue came running from the upper level, colliding with me. You scared me, Blue, I said, my heart racing. I saw a ghost, he said, wide-eyed. Don't be ridiculous, I replied. I thought the same thing until I saw it. I thought Team Rocket made up the story, but I saw the ghost, Blue insisted. Okay, let's go together, I said. Right, he agreed, and we slowly made our way upstairs, Blue trailing nervously behind me. Out of nowhere, a purple, smoky figure appeared. It was a ghost with red eyes, and I could see right through it. Get out, leave this place, it warned. I was terrified, but I decided to act. Go, Charmeleon. I called, thinking I could fight the ghost. Blue stayed back, watching. Charmeleon, Ember. I commanded, but it had no effect on the ghost. Charmeleon, Metal Claw. I tried again, but Charmeleon's attack passed right through the ghost. Get out, leave this place, the ghost repeated. Charmeleon, come back. I said, panic rising within me. I turned and ran upstairs, the ghost following closely behind. I climbed several floors, and after a while, I noticed it was no longer behind me. I pressed on, determined to reach the top. When I arrived, I found Blue battling 2 Team Rocket grunts. A man was tied to a chair, and Blue was trying to protect him. Go, Squirtle. I shouted. Wartortle, use water gun. Blue commanded. Coughing, use smog, one grunt ordered. Ekans, use rap, said another. Squirtle, use water pulse. I directed, and the coughing fainted. Squirtle glowed blue and evolved into Wartortle. Great! I exclaimed. Wartortle, use water gun. Blue called, and the Ekans fainted. The grunts fled in fear. I rushed to the man and quickly untied him. He stood up and smiled. Thank you, son. I am Fuji. Let's get out of here, he said calmly. As we walked downstairs, the ghost appeared again. The cub one came running in, with the girl chasing after it. Cub one cried upon seeing the ghost. Red, take this, Blue said, tossing me a high-tech device that resembled goggles. It had Sylph Scope written on it. Without hesitation, I put them on and prepared to see what happened next. The scope scanned it and it turned into a Marowak. The ghost was Cubone's mother, I said. Everyone smiled, and we were back in the Pokémon house. Blue headed toward Celadon City. Red, how can I ever return the favor for what you did? Mr. Fuji asked as he approached a cupboard and took out 2 boxes. I want you to keep these, he said. But what are they? I inquired. Well, open it, he replied. I opened the first box to find a yellow flute with a pokeball attached to one end. What is this? I asked. This is a poke flute. You can wake up any sleeping Pokémon with its beautiful sound, he explained. Oh, I responded, intrigued. I opened the second box, which contained 2 gemstones, one small and the other large. Are you serious? You want to give me a gemstone? I asked, surprised. These are no ordinary gemstones. You'll find out soon what they are, he said. I placed the 2 boxes inside my bag. Mr. Fuji, I said, hesitantly. Yes, he replied. I would like to adopt a Pokémon, I stated. Why not, he encouraged. I thought of Leaf and felt a wave of emotion. I closed my eyes and decided to adopt Bulbasaur. I want to adopt Bulbasaur, I declared. Good choice, he always wanted a trainer, Mr. Fuji said as he brought Bulbasaur out, cradling it in his arms. Bulbasaur looked happy. This is your new trainer, Mr. Fuji announced. Hi, Bulbasaur, I greeted. Would you like to give him a nickname, he asked. Sure, I replied. You want to name him Sure, he teased. No, not Sure. I'll call him Soar. Are you okay with that? I asked Bulbasaur. Soar, Bulbasaur confirmed. I laughed and placed Bulbasaur inside a Pokeball, but the Pokeball did not transfer to Professor Oak automatically. Why didn't the Pokeball just vanish? I wondered. Because you did not catch Bulbasaur, he explained. So, I think I have to send one of my Pokémon to Professor Oak, I said. Oak? Mr. Fuji asked. Yeah, he gave me a Pokédex. He wants me to catch some Pokémon and gather additional data like weight and height, I explained. So you and Oak, huh, he remarked. Thank you, Mr. Fuji, I said gratefully. I transferred Magikarp to Professor Oak from the Poke Center. Then I started walking towards Celadon City. The path to Saffron City was blocked, so I used the underground path from Lavender Town to reach Celadon City. It was midnight when I stayed at the Poke Center, and surprisingly, I had no dreams that night. I woke up late at 11 o'clock in the morning, brushed my teeth, had a quick bath, and packed my bag, ready to go to the Celadon City gym, where leader Erica specialized in grass-type Pokémon. I went downstairs and called Mom. I hadn't spoken to her in a while. Hello, she answered. Mom, I said happily. Red? So how is your Pokémon training going? She asked joyfully. Fine. I caught many Pokémon, I replied. Very nice. I would love to meet them when you come back, she said. Sure, and that will be very soon, I assured her. Where are you right now? She asked. In Celadon City, I replied. That's good. You've crossed half the Kanto region. That means you should have 4 badges, she noted. No, just 3, I corrected her. Then defeat Erica and get the 4th one. The way to Saffron is open if you go from Celadon, she advised. Really? So I'll go to Saffron next, I said. Your father would be so proud, she said. Yeah, he would, I agreed. Bye, Red. Oh no, the toast is overheated. Talk to you later, she said, ending the call. I turned off the PC and smiled. I went outside and started walking towards the gym. Red, wait, a very familiar voice called from behind me. I turned around, feeling a surge of happiness. Leaf? I exclaimed, overjoyed. Yep. My parents went to Sinnoh, and I got permission to stay in Kanto until I have all badges and can participate in the league, she said, excitedly. Awesome. I missed you a lot, I replied. I hugged Leaf for a moment, and then she began telling me about the Pokémon she caught along the way. She had caught a Diglett from Diglett's Cave and a Pikachu from Viridian Forest. "So, did you battle the gym leader?" she asked. "No, I didn't." "Did you?" I inquired. She proudly showed me her badges, and I noticed a fourth gym badge on her jacket. "You won the battle against the Celadon City gym leader?" I asked in disbelief. "Of course I did," she said confidently. I was amazed, wondering how she managed to do that with her Bulbasaur, but then I remembered she had a Vulpix. "I have to battle the leader," I said determinedly. "Come on, we can do that later. Let's go to the famous Celadon department store," she suggested. "Oh, and the game corner," I added. "Yes, we'll enjoy today," Leaf said, beaming with happiness. "I love this city," I said as we walked through the pleasant streets. The sun was hidden behind clouds, keeping the weather cool. Children were playing with their Pokémon, and I spotted one with a Poliwhirl. That reminded me of a Poliwhirl I had when I was 7. I had caught a Poliwag when I was 5, and it gradually leveled up and evolved. But something happened, and I lost him, not in a tragic way, but I literally lost him on a school trip. Leaf and I continued walking, and she frequently checked her Pokédex, which displayed buildings too. Mine only showed cities and towns. Suddenly, we arrived at a tall building with a huge sign that read, "Celadon Department Store." "This is it," Leaf said. "Let's go inside." "Really big, isn't it?" I remarked. "Yes, it is," she agreed. We walked inside, and it was even bigger than I expected. The ground floor had only the reception area, where a woman sat at a high-tech table with a laptop. We entered the lift, which was small, accommodating only 5 people. The buttons indicated the various floors. First floor, Trainer's Market. Second floor, TV Game Shop. Third floor, Wiseman Gifts. Fourth floor, Drag Store. Fifth floor, Groceries. Sixth floor, Stationery Shop. Seventh floor, Pharmacy. Eighth floor, Staff Only. Ninth floor, Staff Only. 10th floor, Customer Care. Rooftop. Leaf quickly pressed the button for the Trainer's Market before I could select the games and TV floor. She bought some revives and potions while I explored the store. I went downstairs, uninterested in shopping, while Leaf continued to browse the departmental store. I found myself outside a 3-story building marked with the name Game Freak. Curious, I entered, expecting a gaming store, but I found it empty after searching every floor. On the roof, I spotted a man standing outside a small room. He noticed me and called, "Hey, come here." I approached him without hesitation. "Where have you been?" he asked, as if he recognized me. "I still have your Pokémon." "What Pokémon?" I replied, confused. "That EV you gave me 2 months ago to take care of," he said. "I'm here for the first time," I insisted. "Oh, really?" he responded, seemingly unfazed. "Because I remember you handing me this EV and telling me to return it whenever I saw you again." "But it's not mine," I said. "I'm not lying." "And where is that girl with the Maril?" he inquired. "Which girl? What is a Maril?" I asked. "Shut up, don't talk to me, just take your EV," he said, forcefully handing me the Pokeball and pushing me away. I left the building, bewildered that a man had given me a Pokémon that belonged to someone else. I quickly ran back to the departmental store, where Leaf was examining evolution stones on the 3rd floor. "Leaf," I said, serious. "What happened?" she asked, mirroring my tone. "I went to a building, and a man thought I was someone else and gave me an EV. He wanted me to leave. This EV belongs to someone else." "What? He gave you someone else's Pokémon?" Leaf exclaimed. "He acted like he knew me and said I gave him the EV 2 months ago," I explained. "So, we need to find the trainer to whom the EV belongs," Leaf concluded. "Yes, but how?" I asked. Simple, scan the Pokeball with your Pokédex. All information will be provided, including the name and photo of the trainer, she suggested. I quickly took out the Pokédex and scanned the Pokeball, surprised to see the trainer's ID appear. How is this possible? Leaf said, equally shocked. My heart raced as the name of the trainer appeared, Red. The Pokédex displayed my photo. Dex number name, EV. Type, normal. Owner trainer, Red. ID number, 1406, Leaf read aloud. Those really are my details, I said. Wait, item holding, none. Bold nature. Oh no, this is impossible, Leaf said, her expression turning serious. What is it? I asked, curious. It says it was met in Violet City at level 10, she replied. Violet City? I echoed. It's in the Kanto region, Leaf explained. And it also shows something unbelievable. What? I asked. The date, she said. What is the date? I inquired. Leaf handed me the Pokédex, and I looked at it in disbelief. I don't believe it. This is 5 months from now. Yes, March 7th, 2014, Leaf confirmed. I really can't believe it, I said, still processing the information. Should we tell Professor Oak? We will, but now is not the right time. We need more information, Leaf advised. I hope you're right, I said. Come on, she urged. Where? I asked. Deposit your Magikarp in the box, Leaf instructed. Okay, I said. Eevee, come out. Eevee jumped into my arms, friendly and energetic. Everything felt chaotic, and I struggled to understand what was happening. Suddenly, Eevee dashed around and accidentally bumped into a man carrying a heavy box of evolution stones. The man lost his balance, and the box slipped from his hands, covering Eevee completely. I rushed over to pull Eevee out, and a blue light flashed from beneath the stones. When I finally freed Eevee, I felt a small jolt of electricity. It had evolved into Jolteon. Leaf pointed the Pokédex at it. Jolteon, a lightning Pokémon. It accumulates negative ions in the atmosphere to unleash powerful lightning bolts, the device explained. I felt bad and apologized for Eevee's unexpected behavior. People were blaming Jolteon for the incident, but I took responsibility and paid for the Thunderstone that caused the evolution. Leaf also purchased a Thunderstone and evolved her Pikachu into a Raichu. We headed to the Pokémon Center, where I informed Professor Oak that I had 6 Pokémon in my team but wanted Jolteon as well. Oak mentioned needing Pikachu for a while, so I kept Jolteon in my team. Next, we made our way to the Celadon City Gym. It was enormous, with large glass windows and plants everywhere inside. This is the gym. I hope you know that, Erica. Leaf started, but I interrupted. I know, she specializes in grass-type Pokémon, I said. So, what are you waiting for? Leaf asked. We entered the gym, and the gym leader, Erica, stood before us. Are you here to battle me? She asked, looking at me. I already battled the girl, is she your friend? Yes, she is, and I would like to challenge you to a gym battle, I replied. I accept your challenge. This will be a 4-on-4 battle, she said. Fine, go Charmeleon. I called. A fire type? I have a good Pokémon to counter that. Go Vileplume, she responded. I pointed the Pokédex at Vileplume. Vileplume, a flower Pokémon. Its petals are the largest in the world and it scatters allergy-causing pollen, the Pokédex explained. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. I commanded. The attack was powerful, but Vileplume didn't faint. Its health was critical, and it seemed frightened of losing. In a surprising turn, Vileplume ran behind a tree, and Erica went to find it but discovered it was gone. Sorry, but I have to choose another Pokémon, Erica said. Why? wouldn't Vileplume fight? I asked. If a Pokémon runs away from a battle, it automatically loses, she explained. Okay, I said, accepting the situation. Go Tangela, she called. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. I commanded again. Tangela, use Sludge Bomb, Erica ordered. Charmeleon was poisoned and hurt by the attack. Oops, I don't have an antidote. Charmeleon, Flamethrower. I shouted. Charmeleon's attack missed, and it was further weakened by the poison. Eventually, Charmeleon fainted. Come back. You did a great job, I said, feeling the weight of the battle. Go, Soar, I instructed, eager to begin the battle. You caught a Bulbasaur? Leaf asked, surprised. I adopted it, I replied with a smile. Tangela, use Sludge Bomb, Erica commanded, but the attack wasn't very effective. Soar, use Sleep Powder, I said, and Tangela fell asleep. Soar, use Vine Whip, I continued, but Erica urged, Tangela, please wake up. Soar, use Tackle, I called out, and Tangela fainted. Come back, go Weepinbell, Erica said, switching her Pokémon. Leaf and I quickly pointed our Pokédexes at it. Weepinbell, a flycatcher Pokémon. The leafy parts act as cutters for slashing foes. It spits a fluid that dissolves everything, the Pokédex explained. I felt a strange sensation, the Pokédex seemed confused. Stop, this is confusing, I said, pointing it again. Weepinbell, a flycatcher Pokémon. The leafy parts act as cutters for slashing foes. It spits a fluid that dissolves everything, it repeated. Weepinbell, use Vine Whip, Erica commanded, and it landed a critical hit. Soar, use Vine Whip, I said, but it wasn't very effective. Weepinbell, Vine Whip, Erica ordered, and Soar fainted. Come back, go Jolteon, I said, hoping for a comeback. Use whatever you can, I added, unsure of its moves. Jolteon unleashed a powerful thunderbolt, and Weepinbell fainted. Come back, go Parasect, Erica said, switching her Pokémon again. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Parasect, a mushroom Pokémon. It scatters toxic spores from the mushroom cap. In China, the spores are used as herbal medicine, the Pokédex informed. Jolteon, use Quick Attack, if you know how, I instructed. Jolteon charged forward, landing a critical hit. Parasect, use Stun Spore, Erica commanded, and Jolteon was paralyzed. Jolteon, use Quick Attack, I urged, but it couldn't move. Parasect, use Leech Life, Erica said. Jolteon, come back. Go Nidorino, use Double Kick, I ordered, and Parasect fainted. You won. Here, take the rainbow badge as proof of your victory at my gym, Erica said, handing me the badge. I pinned the rainbow badge inside my jacket alongside the other 3 badges. And this is the TM Giga Drain, you can teach this to your Pokémon, Erica added. I booted up the TM and taught Soar how to use it, replacing Tackle with Giga Drain. Meanwhile, Erica went to check on Vileplume, who was somewhere in the gym. Vileplume, she called out, and I mentioned, he was with his friend. Perhaps that explains why he ran off, Erica mused. After receiving the rainbow badge, we stepped outside and headed to the Pokémon Center to restore our Pokémon to full health. So, where to next? I asked. Saffron City, Leaf replied. What about visiting the game corner? I suggested cheerfully. I felt a mix of emotions after receiving an EV in a peculiar way. The man claimed I had given him the EV 2 months prior, and the Pokédex showed my name as the owner, along with an ID indicating I caught it in Violet City on March 7. This revelation unsettled me. The game corner was modest, featuring a simple spinning wheel game. While it seemed childish, accumulating enough game coins could allow you to purchase rare Pokémon. Curious about the Pokémon available for purchase, I approached the reception desk where 2 women were stationed. Hey, can I know the price of each Pokémon? I inquired. Sure. Abra for 180 coins, Clefairy for 500 coins, Dratini for 2,800 coins, Scyther for 5,500 coins, and Porygon for 9,999 coins, one of the receptionists explained. But you'll need a coin case to keep the coins, as it scans to verify if they're real. Okay, and where can we get a coin case? Leaf asked. You can buy it from the main building, the receptionist replied. Right, I said, and we headed inside the main building where people were engaged in the spinning game. Red, I really want a Pokémon. All those Pokémon are rare, I want one. Leaf exclaimed. Everyone wants a rare Pokémon, but I think it's better to catch one, I suggested. You can't find a rare Pokémon just like that, she countered. Maybe you can, I murmured, thinking about Mew. Leaf approached the main reception and purchased a coin case. This is the case, she said proudly. And how are you going to get coins? I asked. By playing the game, she replied. There aren't any unoccupied machines, I noted, scanning the area. As I searched for an empty space, I noticed a Team Rocket grunt standing by a poster, typing in a passcode that opened a door. He slipped inside, and I quickly ran to hold the door open. Come on, I urged Leaf. What is that? She asked. I think we'll figure it out, I said, relieved that no one noticed us as we slipped inside just before the door closed with a bang. It was dark in the room. What is this place? Leaf wondered aloud. I cautiously stepped forward but tripped down a staircase. Come on, carefully, I advised. We descended the stairs into a large underground area. Just then, a Team Rocket grunt rushed into a room, narrowly missing us. Oh no, Leaf gasped. What? I asked. This is the Team Rocket hideout, she explained. That means this place is filled with those people, I said, feeling a mix of concern and determination. Send out a Pokémon, we need protection, Leaf urged. Right. Go, Nidorino, I said, ready for whatever lay ahead. Go, Raichu, Leaf added, and we ventured deeper into the hideout, navigating the maze-like structure with its high-tech metal walls and silent floors. Soon, we found ourselves in front of a lift, but it was locked and required a card key to open. Frustration bubbled up inside me as Leaf impulsively dashed into a nearby room. Suddenly, a Team Rocket grunt appeared, unaware of our presence. We sneakily approached him and sent out our Pokémon. Go, Charmeleon, I said. Go, Raichu, Leaf added. Go, Coughing, he said. Charmeleon unleashed Ember, while Raichu used Thunderbolt. Coughing fainted, and a card slipped from his pocket as he fell, trying to grab it mid-air. The card landed away from him, and Leaf quickly picked it up. The grunt also fainted. It was the lift key. Our eyes met, and without thinking, we rushed back to the lift. Leaf inserted the card into the slot, and the lift door opened. She tucked the card back into her pocket. There were 3 buttons, G, 1, and we were on the 2nd floor, but that didn't seem right. I pressed the 1 button, and the lift slowly descended. I could see several Team Rocket grunts waiting below. One of them smirked upon seeing us, grabbed us, and took us to the G floor. As soon as the lift opened, we noticed an old wooden door with "Head of Team Rocket" carved on it. The grunt pushed us inside the room, where a television was playing The Incredible Hulk. A green leather couch faced the screen, and between them was a small table with a bowl of snacks and a mug filled with water. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, and the boss entered. He wore black clothes and had an air of authority about him. I think you need my permission to enter my office, he said, showcasing his control. You must be clever to find our hideout. His voice was calm yet menacing as he shoved his hands into his pockets. Leaf looked stunned, and I struggled to find the right words. Well, I think your grunt was foolish. There were many people in the game corner, and still, he entered the hideout. Anyone could have seen, I said, smiling at the ambitious boss. You think you can just say that about a member of this organization and get away with it, he retorted. I don't think I can get away with it, I replied. You kids have no idea what you're doing. Are you just going to talk, or are you going to do something? I'm getting bored, I said, feigning a yawn. You can't, the boss started. Shut up, I interrupted, feeling my irritation rise. He continued to repeat himself, and I was growing increasingly annoyed. Don't tell me you're having this conversation, Leaf said, equally frustrated. No, I'm not going to tell you. Go, Nidorino, I commanded, sending out Nidorino. A Nidorino? That's all you've got. Go, Rhyhorn, the boss said. What's that? I asked, rummaging through my pockets for the Pokédex. Red. Leaf exclaimed, annoyed. Nidorino, use Poison Sting, I instructed. Rhyhorn was poisoned and hurt. Rhyhorn, Horn Attack, the boss ordered, but Rhyhorn was still suffering from the poison. Nidorino, Double Kick. I called out. Rhyhorn, use Stomp, the boss shouted. Again, Rhyhorn was hurt by the poison. Nidorino, Double Kick. I commanded once more, and Rhyhorn fainted. Nice, Nidorino, just hold on for a few more minutes. I know you're tired, I encouraged. Go, Kangaskhan, the boss shouted. Nidorino, use Double Kick. I said. Kangaskhan grabbed Nidorino's legs. Now, the boss commanded. Kangaskhan threw Nidorino with all its might toward a table filled with showpieces. No, not there, the boss said, his expression revealing his regret. Nidorino landed on the table, causing many items to break. Suddenly, Nidorino flashed blue and began to grow in size. His head horn became larger, and he stood on two legs. He evolved. I pointed the Pokédex at him as it opened and displayed the information. Nidoking, the drill Pokémon. It is recognized by its rock-hard hide and its extended horn. Be careful with the horn as it contains venom, the Pokédex explained. Nidoking, use Horn Drill. I commanded. Kangaskhan fainted. It can't be happening, UU1, the boss stammered, filled with regret. Yes, haven't you heard? The good always wins, I replied confidently. That was so awesome, Red, Leaf said, beaming with happiness. Thanks, I replied. I think you should congratulate Nidoking. Nidoking smiled proudly. Long live the... Leaf began. Nidoking, I interrupted. Before long, we were outside, and the police arrived. The boss had fled through a back entrance. The officers chatted about the many Team Rocket grunts roaming the streets of Saffron City, which was our next destination. Team Rocket is a mess, Leaf said cheerfully. We got many of them arrested in their own hideout. Where else can they hide? I replied. Are we forgetting something? Leaf asked. What? Pikachu. It was hot, and the sunlight felt intense on my feet. Leaf. And I had been walking for an hour, and we still hadn't reached Saffron. I remembered that the entrance was next to the underground path, but we hadn't seen it. In short, we were lost. Red? I think we should go back and start again, Leaf suggested, tired. She dropped her bag on the dry soil, which still had some dried flowers. I decided to listen to Leaf for once, and we walked back to Celadon, realizing we had taken a wrong turn. There's the path leading to Saffron City, Leaf pointed out, indicating a yellow brick road. Yeah, as if we are going to Emerald City from The Wizard of Oz, I chuckled. I don't think we are, Leaf replied, clearing her throat. Suddenly, a voice called out, wait. It was one of the receptionists from the game corner. We both wondered what she would say next. She kissed Leaf on the cheek and said, thank you both. Then she kissed me on the cheek, and I felt my cheeks warm up. You got our game corner back from that crazy Team Rocket, she said. Our manager wanted to thank you by presenting some Game Corner awards. She handed Leaf a Pokeball, a regular one with the red and white pattern, and then gave me a TM disc, wishing us good luck. Unaware of what the Pokemon or the TM was, we faced the Pokemon Center. I glanced at the TM while walking. It read, Hyper Beam. Oh, dear. This is a Hyper Beam, I said, surprised. Nice, let's see what this is. Go, Pokemon. Leaf said. A Dratini emerged. It was just like a normal Dratini but was indeed bigger in size, about our height. I wondered how the Dragonite would look. Whoa, I said, my eyes wide with amazement. Yes. Now I can say that I can defeat you, Leaf replied, her confidence shining through. She transferred her Diglett to Professor Oak and added Dratini to her team. I felt a twinge of jealousy at her new Pokemon. I had always loved Dragonite, and I imagined how well Charizard and Dragonite would complement each other. I couldn't wait for Charmeleon to evolve. I planned to teach Charizard Hyper Beam. Without wasting any time, we started walking again. Luckily, the sun was hiding behind the clouds, making our journey more comfortable. I realized that Saffron City wasn't far, it was only about a 20-minute walk from Celadon. We had just been going in the wrong direction earlier. Before long, we spotted a large, rusted iron gate with Saffron City carved in big letters. As we walked inside, the atmosphere felt dull, dominated by shades of yellow and purple. The roads were made of yellow bricks, and the houses were yellow with purple roofs. I felt uneasy in this strange place. Leaf gritted her teeth and tied her hair into a ponytail, which suited her well. Now I could see her face clearly. Suddenly, I spotted our old friends, Cassidy and Butch, sneaking toward a building that stood out against the city's color scheme. It was entirely blue, with light blue windows and a sign that read, Sylph Company Tower. The sight reminded me of my father, who had worked there 2 years ago. I still missed him. Lost in thought, I recalled a conversation with him. Red, one day you'll become what you want, he had said. What about working with you at your office? I asked. Yeah, you can if you want. Don't forget that I was a Pokemon trainer before, he replied, his smile warming my heart. I was pulled back to reality when Leaf shook me, calling my name. What? I asked, still disoriented. 4 or 5 Team Rocket grunts were guarding the entrance of the building. Leaf quickly pulled me into the nearest alley, away from them. Suddenly, a woman came running through the alley and hid behind a dumpster. Leaf and I acted natural when a Team Rocket grunt spotted us and ran off to search elsewhere. What is the matter? Leaf asked, her tone serious. The woman's eyes were filled with fear, and sweat dripped from her forehead. Those rocket people started following me, she said. Don't worry, you can share what happened, I reassured her. I work at the Sylph Company. When I refused to work for them, they started troubling me. I had no choice but to call the police, but they couldn't help, she explained. Can we help you? Leaf asked, eager to prove herself with her new Dratini. I would let you, but you kids can't do anything against them, she replied. We're Pokemon trainers, we have enough strength to beat them, I insisted. Okay, but not now. Come back here in the evening, she said before walking away without another word. We headed to the Pokemon gym, but a grunt stood at the entrance, blocking our way. Next to the gym was a smaller building that resembled a dojo. I figured the gym might have temporarily relocated due to Team Rocket's presence. Inside the dojo, a few fighters were training. Welcome, Challenger, said the oldest fighter, who had white hair and wore a traditional dojo outfit. So, are you here to challenge me, the great, amazing, cool? I mean, commercial, he said with overconfidence. Commercial? I asked, confused. No, he replied. But you just said you weren't, I argued. I mean yes, he corrected himself. So, how much money would we get if we sold you? At least I could get one potion, Leaf quipped, her voice flat. I struggled to hold back my laughter. Yes, I am here to battle you, I finally said, chuckling. So, a battle then, he replied. But what would happen? Leaf asked. What would happen when, he countered. After we battle you, she clarified. I see you have those Pokédexes, you'll get an addition to yours, he said, noticing the device in her pocket. What else? I asked, intrigued. You'll learn a lesson. Dojos make you perfect, he explained. So, it's a battle then? I confirmed. Yeah, you got it, kiddo, he said with a laugh. Okay, then. I choose Jolteon, I declared. Go Hitmonlee, level 29. Defeat me, and you get Hitmonlee, he said confidently. Jolteon, use Thunderbolt. I commanded. It wasn't very effective. Ha, I knew you weren't my match, he mocked. Hitmonlee, high jump kick. Jolteon was knocked against the wall. You can do this, Jolteon. Believe in me. I encouraged. Jolteon stood up. Quick attack. I commanded. Jolteon struck Hitmonlee with determination. A nice start, said the dojo master, who clearly wasn't the sensei of Western Hoenn. Thanks, but you forgot a move, I pointed out, noticing he hadn't attacked Jolteon yet. Use double team. I instructed. Show them your speed. Jolteon moved so fast that it was hard to see, creating afterimages. Rolling kick, the master called, but Hitmonlee's attack missed. Speed is all you need. Jolteon, Thunderbolt. I shouted. The bolt struck with a powerful blast. Hitmonlee fell back against the wall, unable to get back up. You okay, Hitmonlee? I asked. You have something in you, pal, the master admitted. Therefore, I award you with Hitmonlee. I received a Pokeball containing a different Hitmonlee, one that the master had extra. Leaf battled the master next and earned a Hitmonchan. We thanked the dojo master and deposited our new Pokemon in Professor Oak's storage, knowing we would probably have them back someday. When evening came, we returned to the same alley. The woman stood there with a boy around our age, his face partially obscured by the darkness. We approached them quickly, trying to remain unnoticed. As we got closer, the boy's gaze locked onto mine. He looked familiar, but I couldn't quite place him. Red, he said, surprised. How come you're here? Do I know you? I replied, unsure of who he was. Do you know me? Yes, you know me, he insisted. Leaf looked confused, clearly not understanding the situation. My mind raced, trying to recall where I had seen him. He was my age, perhaps a year older. I must have seen him at school, he could have been a classmate or a friend of Leaf's. Hey, Leaf, he said, but she was too stunned to respond, her mouth slightly agape. You both really don't remember me, he chuckled, clearly amused. As the darkness deepened, the woman seemed less focused on our conversation and more on the entrance to the Sylph Company tower, waiting for a Team Rocket grunt to leave. Come on, kids, she urged. The grunt will be leaving any minute, be ready. Leaving for what? The boy asked. There's a thing called a night shift, she replied. Oh, right, he said. I leaned against the wall with Leaf by my side, while the woman and the boy kept an eye on the grunt. The area was eerily quiet, save for the sound of water dripping from the air conditioners nearby. The air was thick with an unpleasant smell, as if garbage had been dumped and left to rot. A chilly wind tugged at my cap, and I instinctively held it down. Leaf took off her hairband, letting her hair fall straight, then pulled a hat from her bag and put it on. I could tell she was feeling the cold too, as her hair blew in the wind, occasionally brushing against my face, which was quite irritating. Kids, come on, the woman said firmly. She moved cautiously, ensuring the grunt remained unaware of our presence. As one grunt walked away, another approached, fist bumping him. He didn't notice us either. The door opened automatically, and we slipped inside. The reception area was enormous, featuring a large table in one corner, a fountain in the center, and an elevator opposite the main door. Magazines from Sylph were neatly arranged on stands, but there was no sign of Team Rocket. Team Rocket is on the other floors. I can't go up with you. The lift doesn't take you to the 12th floor, you can go to the 7th and take the stairs from there. Just don't get caught by any grunts, the woman instructed. But why can't, the boy started, but the woman shot him a glare. Okay, then what? I asked. You have to free the scientists and, she began, but was interrupted by a male voice. Do you hear that voice? One man said. What voice? Another replied. Footsteps followed. I'll hide, you three get in the elevator, quick, the woman urged. We hurried into the elevator and pressed the button for the 7th floor before the grunts could find us. The lift began to ascend. This seems cool, right? The boy said. Who are you? Leaf asked. This is not the time, he replied. So when? I pressed. I don't think you both remember me, but this isn't the right time or place for that conversation, he said. The elevator doors opened, revealing a dimly lit floor. There was no sign of Team Rocket, no footsteps or any sounds at all. We had reached the 5th floor. Hey, I think my mom told us to go higher, to where the lift goes, the boy said. Get back in the lift, I suggested. I don't think we can use it now, it went back to the ground floor, Leaf pointed out. The boy paused for a moment, then said, let's use the staircase. He walked to the stairs and motioned for us to follow. We crept up the stairs quietly. What's your name? At least tell us that, I asked the boy. I was in your school for just a month, in Leaf's class and your tuition, Red. My name's Alex, he said. Alex? Leaf echoed. I didn't recognize you at all. I still don't remember, I admitted. That's okay, I had surgery a year ago, maybe that's why, he said. So, are you a trainer now? I started, but a loud bang interrupted me. Slow down, you both, Alex warned. His tone froze me in place. There were no footsteps nearby, so we continued to ascend slowly. Finally, we reached the 7th floor. Red, this is where the scientists are locked up, Alex said. So, let's just open the doors and free them, I suggested. Come on, Leaf said confidently. Alex dashed toward the first door he saw and flung it open, but the room was empty except for some laptops on a table and large screens displaying a purple pokeball. That pokeball looks awesome, Alex remarked. Who's there? A voice suddenly called out. A wave of dread washed over me, my heart raced, and I could see Leaf sweating with fear. But Alex seemed unfazed, taking cover behind the door as if he were a hero ready to confront the grunts. Come out, another grunt demanded. I can smell you from outside. Hey, I think the sound came from this room, one of them said. Let's see who has the guts to come here. They began to approach our hiding spot. Leaf signaled for us to hide. She ducked behind a box, trying to remain unseen. I had no idea what to do as the footsteps grew louder. I tried to hide behind the door with Alex, but he pushed me and mouthed, my place, as if we were playing hide and seek. I stood by the center table of the room, making it easy to be seen. Then Leaf waved her hand, signaling me to come over. I quickly hid behind a box with her, it was spacious enough for both of us. Alex attempted to close the door slightly, allowing just enough light into the dark room to see Leaf. Suddenly, the grunts entered. The sound came from here. There was someone talking, one of them said. Another grunt slammed the door, letting out a loud shout that echoed through the room. Alex cried out in pain as the door hit him. We remained hidden. Now we know where the sound came from, said one grunt. Why do kids always break into places with our security? Asked another. They grabbed Alex's arms and took him away. He looked back at me, and I mouthed the words, "Don't worry, we'll come for you." Dust tickled my nose, and I was about to sneeze when Leaf quickly covered my mouth. I managed to suppress it, but it was a close call. Once the grunts were gone, I tried to get up, but Leaf pulled me back as footsteps were still audible. "Stay low," she whispered. "Why are we wasting time?" I asked. "Do you want to get caught? This isn't a game where you just end up in a safe place after losing. They'll trap us or worse, take our Pokémon. What do we do now?" I asked, feeling anxious. I didn't like being in a building full of Team Rocket grunts and doubted how I had survived so far. The room was still dark, and we were hidden behind the box. My legs felt frozen as the footsteps approached. Leaf remained calm, sitting silently beside me, her face showing disbelief at Alex's mistake. "How can anyone do something that foolish?" she asked, looking into my eyes for an answer. "I think we should have had a plan," I admitted. "I guess we are all responsible." Fear flickered in Leaf's eyes. "I have a plan," she said, her tone serious. My heart lifted at her words, but I knew the task ahead was daunting. We had to save Alex and deal with Team Rocket. "First, we free the scientists," Leaf stated. "You can lead this mission," I encouraged her. "You're the bravest girl I know." She smiled and hugged me tightly, and my eyes filled with tears. "Thanks for believing in me," she whispered. "I will always believe in you," I replied. "So, what's the plan?" She explained her idea, and it sounded solid. She stood up to check if a grunt was nearby while I crouched by the box, tying my shoelaces. She waved and mouthed, "All clear." We moved stealthily into the hallway, where the lights were on. "I wonder where those scientists could be," Leaf mused. "Alex said they were on this floor." "Maybe locked up in some room," I replied. "We need to hurry," Leaf urged. There were at least 20 rooms on the floor, and checking each one seemed impossible. Most doors were locked, and the scientists could be in any of them. "Red, I think we should divide the work," Leaf suggested. "You check the right side, and I'll check the left." "Okay, we can do that," I agreed. She sent out her rare Pokémon, Dratini, for the first time to help break locks. I called out Nidoking to assist. The first room was empty, and I took a deep breath as I prepared to check the next 50. Nidoking karate chopped a lock, but it wasn't his usual move, and he decided to punch instead. The second room was also empty, and I felt the weight of time as I searched. Finally, I found the right room. Inside were about 40 scientists, all handcuffed. Nidoking pinched the cuffs, breaking them easily. It seemed simple for him, but he soon grew tired of the repetitive task. Eventually, all the scientists were freed. I warned them that Team Rocket was still around and urged them to leave the building quickly. They ran without hesitation, and the last one thanked me, handing me a ticket before disappearing. I tucked the ticket into my bag and looked for Leaf, who realized I had completed my mission. "Well done, Sleepy Red," she said. "Come on, we have to rescue Alex," I replied. She agreed, and I could sense her relief at the thought of saving him. No matter what, he was part of this journey, and we had to help him. We continued to the upper floors but found no sign of Alex. On the top floor, there was a large room that took up the entire space. I initially thought it was a storage area, but it turned out to be something else entirely. We crouched behind a couch, hidden from view. A man stood facing the window, speaking to a Team Rocket grunt. "Simon, when is the helicopter arriving?" "I'm tired of waiting," the man said. "But, Giovanni, sir, we don't have the ball yet," Simon replied. "We have it, and soon we'll catch the oldest living Pokémon," Giovanni declared. "I know, but isn't that ball just a prototype?" Simon asked. "It works just like the real one." "Soon, we'll fulfill my father's dream," Giovanni said. As he turned around, I recognized him instantly. He was Team Rocket's boss. "What about the scientist who made it for you?" Simon inquired. "I'm not going to just let him go. He'll be safe in our warehouse," Giovanni replied. "The helicopter's here," Simon announced. As soon as he said the word helicopter, the sound of rotor blades filled the air. "Come on, this place isn't safe for us," Giovanni urged. "What about that kid we found today in this building?" Simon asked. "He'll be a guest forever," Giovanni said. In a surge of anger, I stood up and called out, "Go Charmeleon." "You again?" Giovanni said, visibly irritated. "I can handle you. Go Nidoqueen. Charmeleon, use flamethrower." I commanded. "Nidoqueen, double kick." Giovanni countered. "Charmeleon, metal claw." I shouted. Nidoqueen landed a critical hit. "Come back, go Kangaskhan," Giovanni said. "An easy one. Charmeleon, use flamethrower." I instructed. Kangaskhan fainted. Charmeleon flashed blue and grew in size, his body changing from red to an orange hue, and wings sprouted from his sides. Leaf pointed her Pokédex at him. "Charizard, a flame Pokémon. It spits fire that is hot enough to melt boulders. It may cause forest fires by blowing flames," the Pokédex explained. "Nidoqueen, poison sting," Giovanni ordered. "Charizard, metal claw," I commanded. The claw left a mark on Nidoqueen's face. "Nidoqueen, body slam," Giovanni shouted. Charizard fainted, and Giovanni ran toward the corner of the room as a helicopter landed, breaking through the roof. Giovanni walked calmly into the chopper, and Team Rocket was gone. The helicopter flew away. Suddenly, police sirens echoed, and we rushed downstairs to inform the officers to search for Alex. There was an explosion on the top floor. 2 officers emerged from the front door with Alex, who looked disheveled and dirty, as if he had been discarded. We waved to him as he walked away with his mom and an officer who asked them a few questions. Leaf and I remained outside the Sulfur Company building when a man in a brown coat approached us. He was older, with a grayish-black beard and a stout figure. "Thank you for saving my company," he said. "That was nothing," I replied, feeling shy. "Nothing? Red, that was awesome!" Leaf exclaimed. "You defeated the leader of Team Rocket. Do you know what that means? Anyways, you both should have one of these," he said, holding out 2 purple Pokeballs. "With an M on them." "The purple ball?" I asked. "The Master Ball. You can catch any Pokémon without even battling it. And it's not a prototype," he explained. "I am the owner of this company. I can't thank you in any other way." I carefully placed the Master Ball in my bag, and Leaf did the same. "They mentioned a scientist in some warehouse who made the Master Ball," I said. "Yeah, what was that about?" Leaf asked. I better get going," he said, hesitating. The Sylph Company owner got into his luxurious car and drove away. Leaf and I went to the Pokémon Center to restore our Pokémon's health. It was late at night, and we spent the night there. In my dream, I found myself in a warehouse surrounded by Team Rocket. I saw a man designing the Master Ball, but I couldn't see his face clearly. His hairstyle seemed familiar. I walked outside the warehouse, where a sign read, "Team Rocket Warehouse, 5 Island, 5 Meadow." I woke up from my dream in the Pokémon Center. On the upper bunk, Leaf was still asleep. The digital clock displayed 4:29 a.m. I looked at my backpack on the table next to the window. Getting up, I walked over, turned on the lamp, and searched for my diary. I usually wrote a lot about my journey. I began writing about the Celadon City incident, my gym battle against Erica, and the previous day's battle against Giovanni. I took my time expressing everything on the small page. When I glanced at the clock again, it read 6:05 a.m. I knew the official Pokémon gym opened at 6:30 a.m. I wasn't sleepy at all. Maybe Leaf should change my nickname from Sleepy Red to Insomniac Red. I tapped Leaf's hand gently. "Leaf, wake up." She stirred, confused and annoyed. "If you can't sleep, why not let others get some rest?" she exclaimed. "I deserve some sleep." "Oh, okay, fine," I stammered, surprised by her reaction. But I really needed some company. The sun was slowly rising over the Kanto Ocean, and I could only see the sun, not the ocean. I walked downstairs, leaving my bag in the room. I didn't have my cap on either, just the 6 Pokeballs on the holder. I missed Pikachu and Magikarp and wanted to train with them, but I knew I needed to rely on my new Pokemon as well. I ran downstairs and called Oak using the telephone booth, my pocket barely holding any Poke dollars. "Red?" What a pleasant surprise, I was actually expecting a call. Now, I could understand why the professor needed Pikachu. "Hey, Professor. Why did you need Pikachu?" I asked. I was researching something important, but for that, I needed a significant amount of electricity. Professor Sycamore from the Kalos region discovered that there is an extra evolution for many Pokémon, known as Mega Evolutions, he explained. "Whoa, how do they evolve?" I inquired. "They evolve through a special stone called a Mega Stone." "Wait, I'll show you a photograph of one," he said. But just then, the video went blank. "All the calls are disabled as per the President's orders," Nurse Joy informed us. "What order?" I asked. "There are some online hackers stealing Pokémon being transferred from one Poke Center to another," she replied. "Not good. How long will it be disconnected?" I asked. Maybe a day," she said. "That means I won't be able to transfer my Pokémon." I was astonished. "No, you wouldn't be able to catch Pokémon," she said. But why?" I asked, confused. How could someone not be able to catch Pokémon? It seemed ridiculous. Some people will be able to, and some will not. If you have a full team of 6 Pokémon and catch another, it won't be able to transfer itself. Because it can't be transferred, the Pokémon would break free, Nurse Joy explained. "How can you be so sure?" I pressed. "It happened 2 years ago too, Team Rocket's boss was behind all the trouble," she said. "So, there was no chance I could get Pikachu back today." I walked outside the Saffron City Poke Center. The weather was cool and calm. What could you expect at the start of November? I hadn't realized it had been 3 months since I was away from home. Mom would probably scold me for not calling frequently, but I wanted to end my journey quickly. As you know, traveling a whole region takes at least 7 months. This year's Pokémon League was starting at the end of February, so I had just 3.5 months to go. I grabbed some burgers from KFC, Kanto's fried chicken. They were truly delicious. After breakfast, I rushed back to the Poke Center. Leaf was trying to dial numbers, but it didn't work. I also realized I hadn't used Squirtle and Bulbasaur at all. Knowing that Saffron City's gym leader, Sabrina, specialized in psychic types, I was aware her Pokémon were weak against Bug, Ghost, and Dark types. I had none of those. Leaf had a nice advantage with her Beedrill, though. I picked up my bag and went downstairs, where Leaf sat on a couch, reading her Harry Potter novel. I wondered how someone could enjoy such unrealistic stories, although I did like her Noctowl named Hedwig, simply because it was white. I preferred reading Percy Jackson novels, those stories felt more adventurous. I walked over to Leaf, who was reading the second-to-last book in the Harry Potter series. I snapped my fingers twice in front of her face. She closed the book and put it in her yellow sling bag. "Why would you leave me alone in the room?" she asked. "I wasn't sleepy, so I went for a walk and had breakfast," I replied. "You already had breakfast?" "That's rude," she said. "Sorry, but I was hungry too," I said. "Fine," she said. "First, we'll go to a restaurant and then to the gym battle." Okay. Okay, I agreed, half-heartedly. Leaf had her vegetarian breakfast. She rarely ate non-vegetarian food. After the meal, we headed toward the gym. Team Rocket was nowhere to be seen in the city, which was a good sign. I had a feeling that today was going to be beyond my wildest dreams. The gym was the size of a stadium but had a roof. I had heard rumors about the gym leader, who used her psychic powers against trainers. As we walked inside the purple building, I felt a chill run down my spine. Is this place giving you a strange gut feeling? Leaf asked, sweat of fear running down her cheek. How do you know? I replied, noticing her expression mirrored my own. Because I feel it too, she said. Despite our hesitation, we walked inside. The gym had light pinkish-purple tiles, and the walls and ceiling were the same color. The battle area was made of red bricks, and across from it was a yellow leather couch. On the couch sat a beautiful woman. She was a slim young woman, about 5 feet 7 inches tall, with long gray-black hair and a fringe. Her purple eyes were captivating. She wore a red-pink dress and white skin-tight jeans, along with large glowing cuffs on her wrists. Leaf stepped forward. We challenge you to a gym battle, she said, her expression tense. The gym leader, Sabrina, stood up from her couch. I accept your challenge, she said casually. Her voice was charming, almost hypnotic. I use psychic types, so choose your Pokémon wisely, she warned. Right, I will, Leaf replied. Let's get started, then, Sabrina said, throwing the Pokeball in her hand. I'll choose Mr. Mime. The Pokémon had a white face with red spots, a chubby body, and pink shoulders. Leaf pointed her Pokédex at it. Mr. Mime, a barrier Pokémon. If interrupted while it is miming, it will suddenly double-slap the offender with its broad hands, the Pokédex explained. Okay, I'll choose Beedrill, Leaf said, throwing Beedrill's Pokeball. Mr. Mime, use Confusion, Sabrina commanded. Beedrill, use Poison Powder, Leaf countered. Mr. Mime, Barrier, Sabrina ordered. Beedrill, Giga Drain, Leaf said. Mr. Mime, use Psychic, Sabrina commanded. Beedrill fainted. Come back, go Vulpix, Leaf said. Use Flamethrower. Mr. Mime fell to the ground, but then it got up in anger and used Barrier, blocking Vulpix with an invisible wall. Vulpix, use Fire Spin, Leaf hesitated. It didn't do any good, the wall was almost unbreakable. Mr. Mime is strong, and so is his barrier, Sabrina said. Use Psychic. Vulpix fainted. That's not good, Leaf said. How many Pokémon can I use? Leaf asked. All, Sabrina replied. All 6 Pokémon? Leaf inquired. Yes, but I can use only 3, Sabrina clarified. Go, Fiero. Leaf called out. Mr. Mime, use Rest, Sabrina commanded. Mr. Mime stood still, appearing to sleep as a yellow light sparkled above his head before fading away. He remained still. Fiero, use Pursuit. Leaf shouted. Mr. Mime woke up, looking more powerful than ever. Mr. Mime, use Psychic, Sabrina instructed. Fiero fainted. Come back, go Dratini, Leaf said, worry creeping in as she faced Sabrina. Mr. Mime, use Barrier, that one is powerful, Sabrina said. Powerful? Leaf echoed, regaining her confidence. Dratini, use Twister. A small tornado formed around Mr. Mime, lifting him 15 feet into the air before dropping him forcefully to the ground. Leaf thought Mr. Mime had fainted, but he stood up again, his eyes completely white. Don't freak out. That happens when he is too tired, Sabrina reassured her. Mr. Mime, use Psychic, Sabrina commanded. Dratini fell to the ground but quickly got back up, using Dragon Rage. Mr. Mime fainted for real this time. Come back, go Jinx, Sabrina said. Leaf pointed her Pokédex at Jinx. Jinx, a human-shaped Pokémon. It seductively wiggles its hips as it walks. It can cause people to dance in unison with it, the Pokédex explained. Dratini, use outrage. Leaf called out. Jinx, use confusion, Sabrina countered. Dratini fainted. Come back, go Raichu, Leaf said. Jinx, use psychic, Sabrina commanded. Raichu, use thunderbolt. Leaf shouted, but it wasn't effective. Jinx, use ice beam, Sabrina ordered. However, Jinx used ice punch instead. Leaf couldn't help but laugh, recalling that Jinx couldn't learn either move. Raichu fainted. Come back, go Bulbasaur, Leaf said, half-heartedly. This was her last Pokémon, while Sabrina still had Jinx and another Pokémon. Leaf's chances of winning seemed slim. Bulbasaur, use sleep powder, Leaf instructed. Jinx fell into a deep sleep. Bulbasaur, use vine whip, Leaf commanded. Jinx fainted. Bulbasaur glowed blue and began to evolve. Leaf pointed her Pokédex at it. Ivysaur, a seed Pokémon. There is a plant bulb on its back. When it absorbs nutrients, the bulb is said to blossom into a large flower, the Pokédex explained. Ivysaur, use razor leaf, Leaf shouted. Alakazam, use psychic, Sabrina countered. Ivysaur, use solar beam. Leaf commanded. Ivysaur absorbed sunlight from the glass ceiling and unleashed a powerful solar beam, smashing Alakazam into a wall. Alakazam fainted. Congratulations, you won. Here is your marsh badge and TM04 Calm Mind, Sabrina said, handing over the badge and TM. Leaf placed them in her bag. Now, it's your turn, Sabrina said, looking at me. Don't you have to revive your Pokémon? I asked. No, I have the power to revive Pokémon. There is a reason I have these cuffs on. They reduce my dark powers, Sabrina explained. Whoa, I said, surprised. So, shall we start? She asked. Yeah, sure, I replied. The chapter was taking some time to write, so I decided to divide it into 2 parts. Red Saffron City Gym Battle would be in the next chapter. The gym leader snapped her fingers, and her clothes changed. She looked serious, her hair straightened. Her HNDCFFS shrank, and she donned a maroon costume reminiscent of a science fiction movie. Her eyes glowed purple. I cannot lose to you too, she said, her tone angry. I was astonished by the change in her voice, feeling a sense of confusion. Is that you, Sabrina? Leaf asked, her jaw dropping. The gym leader didn't respond. Sabrina, a man called out, appearing suddenly. Sabrina's clothes returned to normal, her eyes returning to their usual state, and she looked just as confused as I was. Dad, she said calmly. I told you not to remove those cuffs, the man said. I realized the HNDCFFS hadn't shrunk, they had fallen off after shrinking. Sabrina picked them up and put them back on, and they grew in size again. Sorry, father, she said. You have to overcome your powers before they overcome you, he advised. I know, I didn't realize what I was doing, she replied. Your condition is getting worse again, her dad noted. What is happening? Leaf asked. Leaf, I've had these powers since I was born. My psychic abilities are growing stronger, and I sometimes lose control, Sabrina explained. I know you can do it, her dad encouraged. I'm trying, Sabrina said calmly. Leaf and I exchanged worried glances. It was strange to see a gym leader acting like a supervillain, and I felt hesitant about sending out my Pokémon. Let's get the match started, she said. Alright, I choose my Bulbasaur, I said. Go, Mr. Mime, she replied. Bulbasaur, use Leech Seed, I commanded. Mr. Mime's health was drained. Mr. Mime, use Psychic, Sabrina ordered. Mr. Mime unleashed a psychic attack, and Bulbasaur fainted. Oh, I wish Pikachu was here, I lamented. Bulbasaur, you did well. Come back. I choose. Nidoking, I said. Mr. Mime, use Psychic, Sabrina commanded again. It was super effective, leaving Nidoking in critical condition. Nidoking, use Slam. I shouted. Mr. Mime fainted. Sabrina's expression darkened once more. I felt a chill, sensing I might be in trouble. Go, Jinx, Sabrina said. Nidoking, use Double Kick. I called out, but I regretted it as soon as I did. Jinx, use Psychic, Sabrina ordered. Nidoking was lifted off the ground and slammed down hard. Nidoking fainted. Does Sabrina's Pokémon only know Psychic? I wondered, feeling anxious about losing this match, especially since Leaf had won on her first try. I needed to get past Jinx to face Alakazam, who would be an easier target with 4 Pokémon left. Go, Charizard. I said. Jinx, use Double Slap, Sabrina commanded. Use Flamethrower, Charizard. I shouted. Jinx's health dropped to critical levels. Sabrina used a super potion on Jinx, restoring her health nearly back to full. Charizard, use Ember. I instructed. Jinx's health fell critically once more. Jinx, use Psychic, Sabrina said. Charizard fainted. Come back, Charizard. You fought well. I'll choose Jolteon, I said. Jinx, use Double Slap, Sabrina commanded, but Jinx's attack missed. Now is the time. Jolteon, use Thunder. I shouted. Jinx fainted. Go, Alakazam. Sabrina commanded. Jolteon, use Thunderbolt. I replied. Alakazam, use Future Sight, Sabrina instructed. Jolteon, use Double Team. I called out. Jolteon was struck by the Future Sight attack and fainted. Go, Wartortle. I said, determined. Alakazam, use Psychic, Sabrina ordered. Wartortle was severely impacted by the attack. Wartortle, I switch you with Pidgeotto. I declared. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. I commanded. Alakazam took a critical hit. Alakazam, use Confusion. Sabrina shouted. Pidgeotto fainted. Go, Wartortle. I said again. Use Water Pulse. Alakazam fainted, leaving Sabrina without any usable Pokémon. Congratulations. You both won the Marsh Badge, Sabrina said, maintaining her calm demeanor as she handed us the badges and the technical machine, Calm Mind. After the battle, we headed to the Pokémon Center to let our Pokémon rest. I realized it was almost mid-November, and at this pace, it would be impossible to collect all the badges before the Pokémon League Championship in March. Leaf continued reading her Harry Potter book while I wrote in my diary. The good news was that I could transfer Pokémon again since the Pokémon hackers had been caught. I quickly sent Jolteon to Professor Oak and got Pikachu back on my team. I hugged Pikachu and kept him out for a while. Around 4 o'clock, we left the Pokémon Center and continued our journey. As we walked toward Lavender Town to reach Route 12, which leads to Fuchsia City, we ran into Misty and Brock, who were with another trainer. Hey, Red, Brock greeted. Hi Brock. I thought something happened to you and Misty on the SSN, I said. No, we survived, Misty replied. So where are you headed? Leaf asked. Fuchsia City, the trainer said. He wore a stylish white and blue jacket with gold trim, a dark teal t-shirt, blue jeans, and a red and white cap with a green stylized L. A Pikachu sat on his shoulder. Hi, my name is Ash, he introduced himself. Hi, I'm Red, I responded, shaking his hand. It was a pleasant day as Ash Ketchum headed toward Fuchsia City with his new friends, Misty and Brock. Misty and Brock were gym leaders from Cerulean City and Pewter City, respectively. On their way, they met another trainer with a Pikachu, who was accompanied by a girl of the same age. Misty and Brock seemed to know him, likely because he had defeated them both. We sat in a restaurant in Lavender Town, which was larger than I had expected. "So you're saying you saw a Mew?" I asked, intrigued. "Yeah, I did. Just before I started my journey. It was raining, and I saw a ball of pink light with a Pokémon flying in the sky, untouched by the raindrops," Red explained, his voice serious and calm. "Seeing a legendary Pokémon before starting a journey is a good omen," I said. "I saw a Ho-Oh on my first day after leaving Pallet Town." "You're from Pallet Town too?" Leaf asked, surprised. Yeah. "Wait, you're from Pallet Town?" I replied. "I never saw you," Leaf said. "Neither did I answered. "You never saw yourself," she teased. "No, I mean I never saw you," I clarified. Hey, stop," Misty interrupted. "Can we not mess up the manga, game, and anime universe?" "What are you talking about?" Red asked. "Nothing," Brock replied. "Hey, what was your starter Pokémon?" I asked Red. "Charmander, which evolved into Charizard," he said. "And yours?" "Pikachu," I answered. "What about you, Leaf?" "Bulbasaur, who is an Ivysaur now," she said. "Great," I responded. "Wait, how come you have a Pikachu as your starter?" Red asked. I was late to the lab, and all the starters were already chosen, so Professor Oak offered me Pikachu," I explained. We continued chatting and decided to travel together toward Fuchsia City. Misty and Brock talked to Leaf about food and makeup, which I found uninteresting. Red seemed more focused on the journey, walking ahead of everyone, sharing a similar experience with me as he also had 4 gym badges. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Prepare for trouble. And make it double," another voice chimed in. It was Team Rocket's Jesse and James, who often tried to steal my Pikachu. "To protect the world from." Jesse began, but was interrupted. "Devastation?" Leaf interjected. "Wait, how do you know that?" Jesse asked. "We've been hearing that dialogue from another Rocket duo," Red remarked. "It's getting old." "That is 100% original line created by me," James insisted. "Us, James," Jesse corrected. Jesse and James wore their usual Team Rocket outfits, but they were white this time, suggesting they might be minors. Suddenly, another voice called out, "Jesse and James." "Cassidy." James replied, surprised. "Oh, you are here," Jesse exclaimed. "And Butch," Butch added. "Oh God, you two again." James said, annoyed. Jesse and James were always after my Pikachu, believing it was powerful, but their plans never succeeded. They had a talking Meowth, which was unexpected. "Shut your mouths, Cassidy and Butch," Jesse said. "Hey, I think you guys should battle each other," Red suggested. "Yeah, exactly," Leaf agreed. "Alright, go Ekans," Jesse commanded. "Go Coughing," James added. They both threw their Pokeball, and their Pokémon emerged. "Go Drowsy," Cassidy said. "Go Mankey," Butch followed. As they battled, Brock suggested we quietly move on. We slipped away from the scene and continued our journey. "Who were those Team Rocket grunts in black clothes?" Misty asked. "Oh, they were Cassidy and Butch. We often come across them in battle. They're Pokémon thieves," Red explained. "Same with Jesse and James. It feels like they're always following us," I added. As we talked, we realized we had wandered into a dense forest and were likely lost. "Anyone have a map?" I asked. "Ash, you were the one who refused to buy a map from that shop earlier," Misty said, her tone annoyed. Misty looked fierce when she was angry. Leaf opened her sling bag and took out a small map of the Kanto region. "But the map doesn't show any other forests besides Viridian Forest," Leaf said. Check again, south of Lavender Town, Brock suggested. There must be some forest or something. No, there isn't, Misty replied, glancing at the map from behind. Let's just start walking in the same direction as before, I suggested, and everyone agreed. We continued on our path. My Pikachu and Red's Pikachu walked together, chattering in their own language. I often had to guess what Pikachu meant. Suddenly, we heard 4 voices calling out to us. We turned around to see the 4 Team Rocket grunts. You again? I exclaimed. You pathetic children cannot fool us. We are here to fight, they declared in unison. I wondered when they had rehearsed that. Go Ekans! Jessie shouted. Go Drowsy! Cassidy added. Go Mankey! Butch called. Go Coughing! James finished. Okay then, Red said. Go Pikachu! Yeah, I choose Pikachu too, I said. Go Vulpix, Leaf chimed in. I'm joining too, go Stereo, Misty said. Drowsy, use Psychic. Cassidy commanded. Ekans, use Rap on Vulpix. Butch ordered. Coughing, Smokescreen. James shouted. Mankey, use Fury Swipes. Jessie added. Brock stood by, watching the match unfold. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Red commanded. Pikachu, use Double Team. I instructed. Vulpix, use Ember on Ekans. Leaf called. Stereo, use Water Gun to clear the smoke. Misty said. The smoke screen dissipated, revealing Ekans fainted from the Ember attack. Coughing, use Smog. James shouted. Pikachu, Vulpix, and Stereo were affected by the poison. Drowsy, use Psychic again on Pikachu. Cassidy ordered. Red's Pikachu was in trouble. Pikachu, no! Red exclaimed. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on Drowsy. I shouted. Drowsy fainted. Vulpix, tackle Mankey. Leaf commanded. Mankey, dodge it and use Cross Chop. Butch countered. Vulpix fainted. Stereo, Water Pulse on Coughing. Misty shouted. Mankey, use Karate Chop on Pikachu. Butch ordered. Red's Pikachu fainted. Pikachu, Thunderbolt on Coughing. I commanded. Coughing fainted. Mankey, Fury Swipes on Stereo. Jessie shouted. Stereo fainted. Pikachu, tackle. I instructed. Mankey fainted. Guys, you should have waited for me. Meowth said, running from behind. Pikachu used Thunderbolt, sending Team Rocket blasting off into the sky. Pikachu was exhausted, and Red held him in his arms as the others called their Pokémon back. We have to hurry back to the Pokémon Center, Red said. We need to get out of this forest first, I replied. Ash, I think you should continue, Red suggested. Yeah, he's right. You 3 continue, and we'll go back to Lavender Town. Pikachu is in very bad condition, Leaf added. But we can come with you, I protested. Ash, we have something to do in the safari park, Brock reminded me. Yeah, almost forgot, I said. So, I think this is where we say goodbye, Red said. Right, I agreed. Red and I shook hands. So, meet you at the league? I asked. Sure, by then we'll be among the strongest trainers in Kanto, Leaf replied. Yes, Brock added. I'll be happy to meet you guys again. We'll be happy, Misty corrected. We continued on as Red and Leaf headed back to Lavender. Afterward, Leaf and I waited for our Pokémon to recover. Pikachu was poisoned, confused, and injured. We were worried about him while the Chansey did their best to heal him. Nurse Joy emerged from the room and said, Pikachu is alright, he'll be back to normal in a few hours. Thank you very much, Nurse Joy, I said. Team Rocket really is a mess, Leaf remarked. Team Rocket? I thought they shut down their organization in the Kanto region after what happened at Sylph Company. Tower, Nurse Joy said. Leaf and I exchanged smiles. No, they didn't, I replied. Once Pikachu was back to normal, we thanked Nurse Joy and continued on Route 12. Are you sure we're on the right track again? We ended up in a forest last time, Leaf asked. Yeah, we're on the right track. There's a diversional path somewhere here, as shown on the Pokemon Center's map, I assured her. Okay, Leaf said. As I had predicted, we found a diversional route. A street sign read, "The Silent Bridge." Is that supposed to mean something? Leaf wondered. The Silent Bridge? What, do people not talk there or something? I joked. Come on, let's go, Leaf urged. As Leaf walked ahead, Pikachu followed her, sniffing the wooden bridge. Suddenly, he pointed toward a crowd on the bridge. Pika, he said in a disturbed tone. Oh no, Leaf gasped. A huge banner was tied to a lamp post that read, "Fishing Competition." It had more details about the time and prize. Wanna participate? Leaf asked. No, of course not. That sounds boring, I replied. I used to go fishing with my dad in Pallet Town, and the Kanto Sea wasn't far from there. It would be fun, Leaf insisted. Alright, I relented. Leaf quickly bought 2 tickets, and we continued in. The tickets had some rules written on them. Hey, it says we can use our Pokemon, I noted. Water Pokemon, Leaf corrected. Water Pokemon? I exclaimed. Are you kidding me? What's wrong? Leaf asked. You know I sent Wartortle and Magikarp back to Oak, I explained. Why would you do that? Leaf questioned. I have 9 Pokemon and have to keep switching them. Unlike you, who doesn't change Pokemon even when you have more than 10, I argued. You two, stop fighting like idiots, Blue said, appearing out of nowhere. Blue. I said. How come you're here? Just walking by. I wonder who will participate in such a silly competition, he said. Yeah, Leaf said. We are participating. Ha, knew it, Blue replied. I'm outta here, gotta get moving to reach the league on time. Hey, the league starts in March, Leaf reminded him. So there's probably no problem since it's the end of November. Thanksgiving is 3 days away. I heard the gym leader is going on holiday, Blue said. What? I exclaimed. Can't reach on time, can't get the soul badge, Blue said as he walked away toward Fuchsia City. Red, it would be impossible to reach Fuchsia on time, Leaf said. Should we quit this? I asked. Maybe. We bought the tickets, Leaf replied. Let's at least do 1 round, I suggested. Okay, fine with me, Leaf agreed. But first, we need to withdraw our water Pokemon, I reminded her. Look. There's a transferring machine over there, Leaf pointed out. Leaf logged into her account and withdrew Psyduck. I logged into mine to withdraw Wartortle. You said you have 9 Pokemon, Leaf noted. Yeah, I confirmed. If 6 are in your team, then how come there are 4 with Professor Oak? Leaf asked. Yeah, you're right, I admitted. I quickly selected a Pokeball, and the name read, Aurora. Aurora? I wondered. Is that even a Pokemon? I withdrew it, sending Hitmonlee back. I held the Pokeball as Hitmonlee was successfully transferred to Oak. Standing at the edge of the bridge, I was suddenly pushed by the crowd and fell into the water. Red, shouted Leaf. The Pokeball slipped from my hands and fell into the water, releasing the Pokemon inside. A gigantic Pokemon emerged, splashing water onto the crowd. Leaf pointed her Pokédex at it. Lapras, a transport Pokemon. Its high intelligence enables it to understand human speech. It likes to ferry people on its back, the Pokédex explained. Whoa, Leaf said, stepping forward. So our first challenger is that boy and Lapras, announced the announcer. A teenage boy stepped forward and sent out his Pokémon. What's that Pokémon? I asked, pointing my Pokédex at it. Poliwhirl, a tadpole Pokémon. Its 2 legs are well developed. Even though it can live on the ground, it prefers living in water, the Pokédex replied. Now what? The teenage boy asked. Now, with the help of your Pokémon, you fish for the biggest Magikarp you can find. Big Magikarps are found deep underwater, and this lake is very deep. Whoever finds a bigger Magikarp in 20 minutes wins, the announcer explained. Your time starts now. Lapras understood everything, and I could tell by her expression. I climbed onto Lapras's back as she dove underwater. I took a deep breath, and with all her speed, she swam deep beneath the surface. Poliwhirl remained on the surface, confused, while its trainer struggled to keep up. Within seconds, we were deep underwater. Lapras searched for Magikarps, and soon, she let out a loud cry as glowing red eyes appeared in the distance. A Magikarp emerged, 5 times bigger than my own. Lapras cried out again, and the Magikarp swam towards her mouth. She gently held it and swam back to the surface. We broke through the water, and I took a deep breath. Poliwhirl's trainer was still trying to pull him into the water. So, we have a winner. And that Magikarp is big, the announcer declared. Lapras placed the Magikarp gently on the surface. What's your name? The announcer asked. Red, I replied. Red and Lapras win, he announced. The Magikarp suddenly splashed back into the lake and vanished. Oh, that's okay, the announcer said. It happens often. I received a cash prize, enough to buy 10,000 Pokeballs, but I planned to use the money for something else and transferred it to my mom. That Lapras is awesome, Leaf said. Aurora, that's her name, I replied. Aurora, Leaf repeated. Leaf managed her competition with her Psyduck, which pulled a much bigger Magikarp using its psychic powers. After the competition, we continued towards Fuchsia City. The weather was cloudy with a continuous breeze. The path was narrow, bordered by a wooden wall on one side and water on the other. According to the GPS, we were near Vermilion. Leaf held her hat with one hand and her bag strapped with the other. Continuing wasn't wise with the unpredictable weather. It was late afternoon, cloudy, and windy, and it was clear that rain was coming. There should be a way to Vermilion from here, Leaf said. Maybe. These walls are pointless, I replied, kicking the wooden barrier. I think I might fall, Leaf warned. Careful, the water is deep, I cautioned. I know that, she replied. After a 30-minute struggle, we spotted a gateway ahead, but our path was blocked by a massive sleeping Pokémon. What is that giant thing? Leaf asked. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Snorlax. It is not satisfied unless it eats over 880 pounds of food every day. When it is done eating, it promptly goes to sleep, the Pokédex explained. Can it attack? I inquired. Yes, while sleeping and when it's awake, the Pokédex replied. Can we wake it up and ask it to move? Leaf asked. No, I'll catch it, I decided. Okay, but how will you wake it up? She pressed. I have something, I said, rummaging through my bag for the poke flute Mr. Fuji had given me. What is that? Leaf asked. An old man in Lavender Town gave it to me and said it could wake up any Pokémon from sleep, I explained. And do you know how to play a flute? Leaf asked. Apparently not, I admitted. But I can try. I played the poke flute, hoping it sounded like Beethoven's Für Elise, but Leaf covered her ears. Snorlax woke up in a rage. I don't think he likes your music, Leaf said. Hey, it was Für Elise. Everyone loves it, I replied. I'm sure that noise was random, Leaf said, panicking as Snorlax charged toward us. I know just what to do. Go, Bulbasaur. I called. Snorlax used headbutt. Bulbasaur, careful. Don't fall. Use Razor Leaf. I commanded. Snorlax tackled back. Bulbasaur, use Leech Seed. I instructed as Snorlax used Belly Drum to regain health. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Snorlax stumbled back but quickly regained its balance and tried to use Headbutt again. Now, use Tackle. I shouted. Snorlax teetered at the edge of the water and slipped. In that moment, I threw a Pokeball. Bulbasaur caught it with his Vine Whip. The Pokeball shook and flashed blue. Snorlax was caught. Great, now we have the same number of Pokémon, Leaf said. Finally. I exclaimed. Red, Leaf said, pointing at two Team Rocket grunts. We quickly hid behind the wooden wall, out of sight as they walked from the gateway toward Fuchsia City. I bet that gateway leads to Vermilion, Leaf suggested. And I bet those two are up to something, I replied. They're Team Rocket, always up to something, Leaf noted. Let's follow them instead and not waste our time in Vermilion. We hardly have 2 more days, excluding today, I suggested. I'm not arguing, let's follow them, Leaf agreed. We trailed the grunts without being noticed. They continued on the narrow path with a wooden wall on one side and water on the other. There should have been a better way to Fuchsia than this. They stopped outside a house, knocked on the door, and heard a grunt from inside. They continued walking. After a while, they stopped again outside a broken one-story house and walked inside. They slowly approached a window to see what was happening. Come on, said a grunt. Are you sure this is the quickest way to Fuchsia? Asked another grunt. Yes, replied the first grunt. Hurry, you two, urged a female grunt. The voices faded, and silence enveloped the area. Looking inside from the window, they saw no one was there. Cautiously, they stepped inside. The house was in disrepair, with no furniture, and the floor creaked under their weight. In the center, there was an opening leading down into darkness. They said this is the fastest way to Fuchsia, said Leaf. I think this is a bad idea. We shouldn't, I said, sensing a trap. This is the only way we could reach Fuchsia City on time, Leaf insisted. Okay, I conceded. Leaf descended the stairs slowly, and I followed her, feeling uneasy. It's dark in here, she remarked. Send Vulpix for light, I suggested. Genius, Vulpix doesn't glow, Leaf replied. Send Charizard. He's too big, I countered. Send Raichu for electricity, if he keeps using Thundershock, his cheeks will glow. Okay, go Raichu, said Leaf. Use Thundershock but keep it under control. As I said, Raichu's cheeks began to glow, illuminating our path through the tunnel. Rattatas scurried past us as we walked. This was a sewer, no doubt, Leaf commented. Oh, I can't bear the smell. After a while, Leaf glanced at her watch. Red, you wouldn't believe it's 6 o'clock, she said, surprised. Oh, great, and this sewer feels endless, I replied, disgusted by the stench. It was a bad idea to enter this place, Leaf lamented. Told ya, I said. By around 7:30 in the evening, we spotted an exit and made our way toward it, too exhausted to run. Fools, shouted a man. We saw 3 grunts in front of someone who looked like their superior. The surroundings were unfamiliar, resembling a jungle. Greenery surrounded us, and in the distance, we could see a forest ranger office. Once the grunts were gone, we rushed to the forest ranger office. Who are you people? The ranger asked. Forget about us, there are 4 Team Rocket grunts planning something here, I explained. Planning something? The ranger echoed. Team Rocket? In the Safari Zone? That's impossible. Safari Zone? I repeated. Show me where they are, the ranger demanded. They disappeared, Leaf replied. Can I see your badges? The ranger asked. What badges? I responded. I think you should leave this place right now, the ranger said, driving us to the safari zone exit. It's a crime to be in the safari zone without a badge. You're children, so I'm letting you off this time. If we want to enter the safari zone. Leaf inquired. Just pay the required fee at the reception, the ranger instructed. We walked through the reception and exited the safari zone. It was a beautiful city, the weather was pleasant, and it wasn't as dark as we had expected. Birds flew from the horizon toward us, and outside the safari zone, various Pokémon statues were displayed in glass cases, looking very realistic. As we approached the city, a voice called out from behind. Oh, it's you two again, said Cassidy. That's the same thing I was going to say upon seeing you both, Leaf replied. Don't argue with me, I'm not in the mood. We're on holiday, Cassidy retorted. Never heard of a thief's holiday, Leaf shot back. Cassidy and Butch were dressed in casual wear instead of their usual Team Rocket outfits. Okay, I don't want to battle either, I said. Same here, not in the mood, Butch added. Why do you guys always bump into us? I asked. I thought you bumped into us, Butch replied. Just end this here, Cassidy said. And you, girl, take your boyfriend away to some boring Pokémon gym. He is not my, Leaf started, but Cassidy interrupted, shut up and go. We walked away in search of a Pokémon Center, but something felt off. Team Rocket was planning something in Fuchsia, but we didn't know what it was. I saw the same dream again. I sat on a hill with Leaf near the Indigo Plateau, looking toward the sky. This time, however, the weather was not pleasant, the sky was gray and cloudy, and the wind blew violently. Suddenly, Mew flew above me, heading toward Mount Silver. Thunder rumbled, and I woke with a start. I was lying in the upper bunk while Leaf slept in the lower. I quietly got up and tried to wake Leaf. The time was 7:57 a.m., and I was determined to challenge the Fuchsia gym leader. Wake up, or else I'm leaving without you, I said. Leaf always got annoyed when I tried to wake her. Okay, I'm getting up, she replied, managing to rise and get ready. While Leaf bathed, I went downstairs to talk to Professor Oak. Oh, Red, Oak said. I was hoping you would call. You were hoping for my call today? I asked. Yes, you know, since the Pokémon League has been rescheduled, Oak explained. Rescheduled? I asked. By how many days? Days? A month, he replied. The league starts on the 1st of February. February? That means I have no time, I said. Where are you, by the way? Oak asked. Fuchsia City, I answered. So you're on the right track, Oak said. Just battle the gym leader and take a ferry to Cinnabar Island from there. Yes, Professor, I confirmed, then hung up. Leaf came downstairs, and we were ready to go. The gym was next door to the Pokémon Center. The gym resembled an ancient samurai arena, with a brown sloped roof and a traditional Japanese entrance. We walked inside. Fuchsia City Pokémon Gym. It says the gym leader, Koga, is a poison type expert, I read from a sign. Poison type, Leaf mused, considering her options. Ground and psychic types are strong against poison, I noted. Psyduck will help, Leaf suggested. Nidoking is the best option, I replied. A girl who appeared to be over 15 approached us. She wore a black ninja suit with pink accents on her limbs. Hello and welcome to the Fuchsia City Gym. My name is Janine. The master will be here soon, please wait, she said. Master? You mean Koga, the gym leader? I asked. Yes, he went to the Safari Zone to deal with Team Rocket. He thinks they are planning to catch the Pokémon. There, Janine replied. We saw Team Rocket in the Safari Zone yesterday, Leaf added. Yesterday? Janine exclaimed. Team Rocket's entry into the zone is prohibited, so we think they started wearing casual clothes to enter without anyone knowing. Leaf and I exchanged concerned looks. Moreover, there is a sewer system in the Safari Zone that connects to Vermilion City, I said. Janine looked astonished. A sewer system? Yes, I confirmed. It connects to Vermilion, just a 3-hour walk. So that's how the grunts are reaching Fuchsia City so fast, Janine said. I need to inform Master. Is Koga not coming? I asked. He was, but I think he is in trouble, Janine said. You can tag along. Janine ran outside, and we hurried after her toward the Safari Zone. She is too fast, I remarked. She is also older than us, Leaf pointed out. How come you're ahead of me? I asked. Because I'm also older than you, ha ha ha, Leaf teased. Just a few months, I replied. I'm from 2002, and you're from 2003, she said. Oh God, I said, picking up my pace and finally getting ahead of Leaf. Hey, she shouted. Meanwhile, Janine was nowhere to be seen. Leaf and I reached the entrance of the Safari Zone and went inside. Janine was buying a ticket for herself. Can't we get help from the forest rangers? I asked. Do you know how the rangers here are? Janine replied. Oh, good point, I admitted. Leaf bought a ticket, and so did I. We entered the Safari Zone and received a safari badge with a 1-hour timer. Where is the sewer system? Janine asked. Follow me, Leaf said, leading us to the sewer system. How do you even remember the directions? I inquired. A sewer system, Janine said. Do you know where the grunts are hiding? Janine asked. Nope, I said. But I know they were standing over there and disappeared a minute after. Janine stood still, scanning the area. Come on, she urged. Near the bushes, she examined a patch of grass that looked different from the others. She pulled at it, revealing a staircase. We descended the stairs and found another Team Rocket hideout. This one was poorly constructed, resembling a dark cave with a stony ground. In the distance, a blue light flickered. We rushed toward the light and spotted some Team Rocket grunts along with their boss. Giovanni, I said, feeling a surge of anger. You know that guy? Janine asked. He is the leader of Team Rocket, I explained. I've heard the name somewhere before, but I don't remember where, Janine said. Does Team Rocket have a hideout in Viridian by any chance? She asked. No way, Leaf replied. Giovanni held a glowing red object in his hands, similar to what Mr. Fuji had given me, but this one radiated a bright red light. What is that thing in his hands? I wondered. I don't know, Janine admitted. Red, you have the same thing, don't you? Leaf asked. Yes, but mine is blue, I said. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the cave, revealing a large vessel filled with water. Inside was a Pokémon. Dragonite, Janine gasped. What are they doing with a Dragonite? Is that Pokémon powerful? I asked. Very, but it takes a lot to evolve Dratini into it, Janine explained. Leaf and I exchanged worried glances. Giovanni placed the red object into a spherical slot at the base of the vessel. Power on, he commanded. The white light turned red, and bubbles began to rise in the water. The red light shifted back to white, and the bubbles stopped. System failure, a scientist in a Team Rocket lab coat announced. Dragonite opened its eyes, glowing red. It unleashed an attack, releasing a ball of energy from its mouth, shattering the vessel. It soared upward, breaking through the rocky surface and escaping into the light above. Let's leave this place and call the police, Leaf suggested. No, Janine said firmly. Giovanni walked to the other side of the cave with the red object and vanished. Janine rushed toward the vessel, examining the computers set up nearby. We followed her deeper into the cave. The cave had another area like the first, but there was no vessel or Pokémon, only a man sitting in a chair, tied with ropes. No one else was around. "Dad," Janine exclaimed. "I knew you were in trouble." "Dad?" I whispered to Leaf. Leaf shrugged, unsure. Janine untied the ropes, and the man stood up. "Let's get out of here," Janine urged. We exited the safari zone and made our way back to the gym. "You said you had something similar to that red object," Janine said. "Can you show me what it is?" "I can," I replied, carefully retrieving the box from my bag. Janine took it gently and opened it, revealing a larger stone that looked just like Giovanni's but was blue. "This looks exactly like that stone," Janine noted. The man examined the stone closely. "This is no ordinary stone, it is a mega stone." "A mega stone?" I echoed. Professor Oak mentioned it, but I didn't understand much. "It grants an extra evolution to a fully evolved Pokémon, a mega evolution," the man explained. "Which Pokémon?" I asked. "Every Pokémon has its own special stone. You must discover which Pokémon becomes more powerful with this stone," he instructed. "And the other stone?" I inquired. "Key stone," the man replied. "The trainer combines their power with the Pokémon holding this mega stone for the evolution to succeed. But you have to figure out which Pokémon it belongs to," Leaf added. I held the stone in my hands, contemplating its significance. I tried to keep the stone inside the box, but it was pulled back towards the Pokeball on my belt. "And luckily you have that Pokémon," said the man. I brought the stone closer to the Pokeball, and one of them glowed yellow and fell off the belt. "That's the one," he confirmed. I carefully placed the stone back inside the box and into my bag. Picking up the Pokeball, I said, "This is Charizard's Pokeball." I hooked it back onto my belt. "So when is your master coming?" I asked Janine. "He is my master," Janine replied, glancing at her father. "You are Koga?" I inquired. "Yes, I am," he answered. "I am here to challenge you," I declared. "I am a ninja, we don't reject any challenge," he replied, leading us to the battle arena. "It will be a 4-Pokémon battle," Koga announced. "I choose Venonat." "A Venonat?" I said, pointing my Pokédex at it. "Venonat, an insect Pokémon. Its eyes act as radar, enabling it to be active in darkness. The eyes can also shoot powerful beams," the Pokédex explained. "Okay, then I choose Pidgeotto," I said. "Red has the advantage," Janine noted. "How?" Leaf asked. "Flying types are strong against bug types, and Venonat is also a poison type," Janine explained. "Venonat, use poison powder," Koga commanded. "Pidgeotto, dodge it with Gust," I instructed. Pidgeotto used Gust on the powder, sending it back towards Venonat. "Nice move, but poison does nothing to Venonat," Koga remarked. "Venonat, use Confusion," Koga ordered. Pidgeotto became confused. "Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack," I shouted. Pidgeotto hit itself in its confusion. "Venonat, use Leech Life," Koga commanded. Pidgeotto's energy was drained. "Pidgeotto, use Sand Attack," I called out. But Pidgeotto hit itself again. "Venonat, use Tackle," Koga said. Pidgeotto fainted. "Pidgeotto, come back. Go, Nidoking," I said. "Another wise choice," Koga acknowledged. "Red again has the advantage," Janine added. "Venonat, use Confusion," Koga commanded, but Venonat's attack missed. "Nidoking, Horn Attack," I shouted. Venonat fainted. "Go, Venomoth," Koga said. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Venomoth, a poison moth Pokémon and the evolutionary form of Venonat. Its wings are covered with dust-like scales. Every time it flaps its wings, it loses highly toxic dust, the Pokédex explained. Nidoking, Fury Attack. I commanded. Venomoth, Silver Wind. Koga ordered. The wind blew away Venomoth's toxicity but didn't affect Nidoking. Nidoking, Fury Attack. I repeated. Venomoth, Gust. Koga said. Nidoking, Horn Attack. I instructed. Venomoth fainted. Venomoth, come back. Go, Mook, Koga said. What is that? I exclaimed, pointing my Pokédex at Mook. Mook, a sludge Pokémon. Their food sources have decreased, and their numbers have declined sharply. Sludge ponds are being built to prevent their extinction, the Pokédex explained. Nidoking, Horn Attack. I commanded, but it had no effect on Mook. Nidoking just went through it. Mook, use Hyper Beam, Koga ordered. Mook gathered energy and sent it towards Nidoking, who was knocked back and fainted. Come back. You were great, Nidoking. I choose Charizard. I said. Charizard looked stronger, his skin a bit darker, and his tail flame had a bluish hue. What happened to Charizard? Leaf asked. The stone has given him power, Koga explained. Mook, use Sludge Bomb. Nothing happened to Charizard, he stood still. Use Flamethrower. I asked, confused. The flamethrower looked incredibly powerful, the flame appearing bluish. Mook fainted. Mook, come back. Go, Weezing, Koga said. I pointed my Pokédex at Weezing. Weezing, a poison gas Pokémon. It loves the gases from rotting kitchen garbage. This Pokémon will find a dirty, unkempt house and make it its home. At night, when the people in the house are asleep, it will go through the trash, the Pokédex explained. Charizard, use Ember. I commanded. The Ember attack looked regular, but the flames were still blue. Weezing fainted. Weezing, come back, Koga said. You won, but at what cost? What do you mean? I asked. That stone made you win the match. You need training to understand what it takes to be a true trainer. I don't want to say it was unfair, but did you enjoy the match? No, right? Think about it and keep your Pokémon away from that stone, Koga advised. I know, I saw what Dragonite did after being exposed to that stone, I replied. No, that's not what I mean. Dragonite did it because the stone didn't belong to him, Koga clarified. You mean I have to be better and stop using the stone? I know the match wasn't great, but I promise not to use the stone this way. Moreover, I didn't do it on purpose, I said. Koga smiled and handed me the soul badge and TM06, Toxic. Afterward, Leaf battled Koga and won the match with her Psyduck. It was evening, and we decided to stay in Fuchsia City until tomorrow since it was Thanksgiving. We had 2 more months until the Pokémon League started. The next morning, I woke up and looked outside the window. Leaf was reading that same novel again. I know there is something very wrong going on in the Safari Zone, and we don't know what it is, Leaf said. Whatever it is, we should find out before it happens, I replied. By the way, Happy Thanksgiving, Leaf said. It's holiday time, and we aren't with our families yet. Don't worry, we'll be home by the end of December if we keep this pace. We'll be in Cinnabar Island by the first week of December and off to Pallet Town by ferry by the end, I assured her. Alright, I hope that's true. But my parents are in Sinnoh, bad luck, Leaf said. And my mom has a trip with her friends before New Year and is going to the Sevii Islands for a while, I added. She doesn't know I'll be there by that time. Shall we not talk about it and get worried? The big thing is what happened there, Leaf suggested. Where? I asked. There, Leaf said, pointing to a place where black smoke was rising. We packed our bags and rushed towards the smoke. It was coming from the Safari Zone, where people were running away. We entered without a ticket, finding the reception deserted. Oh no, Leaf gasped. It's all destroyed, I said. Red. Look out. Leaf shouted. I ducked just in time as Dragonite unleashed a powerful attack, causing destruction in the Safari Zone. Go, Charizard. I called, sending out Charizard. He looked normal, his fire orange and his skin color matching. Flamethrower. I commanded. The attack still looked powerful, without the bluish hue this time. Dragonite fell to the ground. It got up, more determined, and used the same attack on Charizard. Flamethrower, again, I instructed. Charizard unleashed a flamethrower, but Dragonite soared high and dodged. Charizard maintained its altitude. Keep using flamethrower on Dragonite, I urged. Look at Dragonite's eyes, they're red, Leaf observed. I know, this is definitely because of that stone, I replied. Dragonite fell into the water, but Charizard swooped down and pulled it back before it could sink deeper. Dragonite lay on the ground, fainted. Suddenly, Rangers appeared. Thanks, kid, we'll handle things from here, one Ranger said. What? I asked, confused. You go meet the warden, the Ranger instructed, providing us with the address. We made our way back to the city in search of the warden's house. Eventually, we found it. Leaf rang the bell, and a man opened the door. Welcome. You must be the one who stopped Dragonite. Luke told me you'd be here soon, the warden greeted us. But the Safari Zone's destroyed, Leaf said. Partially, the warden replied. Will it be reconstructed? Leaf asked. No. You see, Team Rocket stole many Pokémon from the zone, the warden explained. They always get away with everything. Why is that? Can't the police arrest them? I questioned, feeling frustrated. The police can't do anything against these criminal organizations, they have a lot of power, the warden said. What about the Safari Zone? I asked. Some of it is still intact, so we'll keep that as the Safari Zone. The destroyed part could be reconstructed into something else, maybe a park. I want you both to have these, he said, handing us some candies. Chocolates? I asked. Those are candies, Leaf corrected me. Same thing, I replied. These candies, when fed to a Pokémon, increase their energy. They become more experienced and may evolve if fed too much, the warden explained. These are very rare. We stored the candies in our bags, feeling they were quite valuable. Don't keep them inside, try them, the warden encouraged. Leaf and I pulled out 2 candies each. Go, Magikarp. I called. Go, Dratini. Leaf said. We fed 2 candies to our Pokémon. Nothing happened, I noted. I said if you feed too much, they may evolve, the warden reminded us. Magikarp evolves at level 20 and Dratini at level 30. Check its trainer card, I suggested. Leaf scanned Dratini with the Pokédex. The trainer card says she's level 24, Leaf reported. Magikarp's trainer card says he's level 19, I added. That means one more candy will make him a Gyarados, the warden stated. Magikarp, do you want to evolve? I asked. Magikarp smiled in agreement. Evolve now? I inquired again. Magikarp smiled once more. Understanding what Magikarp wanted, I led us outside toward the shore near the warden's house. I held another rare candy, ready to give it to Magikarp, when he kicked it away with his tail. Don't you want to evolve? I asked. Magikarp performed a tackle attack on the ground. You mean you want to evolve during a fight? I realized. Just then, Cassidy appeared, still in her casual clothes. Didn't your vacation come to an end? I asked. Perhaps it did, Butch replied. Cassidy and Butch revealed their Team Rocket outfits beneath their clothes. Prepare for trouble, Cassidy declared. And make it double, Butch added. To protect the world from devastation. To unite the people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Cassidy. And Butch. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. My ears became numb after hearing that, I remarked. Shut up, Cassidy retorted. We just want to battle, Cassidy said. There's no running today, kids. That's just what we want, I replied, feeling excited. You do? Butch asked, surprised. Yes, I confirmed. All right, Cassidy said, still confused. Go, Drowsy. I choose Magikarp, I declared. Cassidy and Butch looked at me in disbelief. Their expressions clearly said, what is happening? Go, Growlithe, I added. I pointed the Pokédex toward the Pokémon. Growlithe, a puppy Pokémon. Very friendly and faithful to people. It will try to repel enemies by barking and biting, the Pokédex explained. Go, Pikachu, I continued. Drowsy, leave the Magikarp. Just target that Pikachu, Cassidy commanded. Use Psychic. Magikarp, tackle Drowsy, I instructed. Growlithe, use Ember on that Pikachu, Butch ordered. Pikachu, use a low-power Thundershock on Drowsy, I said. Drowsy's health was critical. Drowsy, Psychic, Cassidy commanded. Magikarp, tackle. I shouted. Drowsy fainted. Growlithe, Ember on Pikachu, Butch said. Pikachu, use the same attack you used on Drowsy, I instructed. Growlithe, Ember on Pikachu, Butch repeated, exhausted. Magikarp, tackle. I called. Growlithe fainted. Yes. I cheered. Magikarp flashed blue. We are taking this Pikachu with us, Cassidy declared. Cassidy and Butch were in a rowboat with Pikachu, who was contained. Pikachu attempted to use Thunderbolt, but the container insulated the electricity. So long, suckers, Butch said as they rowed away. Magikarp evolved into Gaidaros, roaring at Team Rocket with fury. Team Rocket looked frightened. Cassidy, we wouldn't be able to outrun a Gaidaros in water, Butch said nervously. Let us return the Pikachu and beg for mercy, Cassidy suggested. The rowboat returned to the shore, and Butch gently placed Pikachu in my arms before they fled. Gaidaros used water gun, sending the grunts blasting off into the sky, reminiscent of the old anime style. Gaidaros laughed, and so did everyone else. We took a ferry from Fuchsia City to Cinnabar Island in the afternoon. Cinnabar Island was indeed far from Fuchsia, so we expected to arrive the next day or at night. Red, Blue said, spotting me. I thought you wouldn't be able to make it. Blue, I replied. Hey, Leaf, Blue waved. Hi, Blue, Leaf greeted him. What do you say, Red, a battle? Blue asked. Maybe sometime later, I said. Later? I have to win the Pokémon League, so I wouldn't be able to battle you, Blue replied. Oh, that's the same thing I'm doing, I said. What about you, Leaf? Blue asked. Are you planning on winning? Not exactly, I just want to participate and get a ranking, Leaf explained. The Elite Four is always easy, as you know, Blue said. I know, I replied. But it will be tough this time, Blue added. Good to hear, I said. Fortunately, there were games on the ferry, so we passed the time playing pool and chess. At night, we settled into a cabin assigned to Pokémon trainers. Blue was also with us. He asked Leaf about her Pokémon. Leaf listed her Pokémon, Ivysaur, Beedrill, Fearow, Dratini, Raticate, Vulpix, Raichu, Diglett, Psyduck, Mankey, and Hitmonchan. Blue seemed surprised at the number. He then turned to me, asking about my Pokémon. I replied with my team, Charizard, Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Wartortle, Gyarados, Lapras, Nidoking, Pidgeotto, Jolteon, Snorlax, and Hitmonlee, feeling a bit annoyed by his questioning. Blue mentioned he had over 30 kinds of Pokémon, as he was trying to fill up his Pokédex. Suddenly, there was a knock at the cabin door. Leaf opened it to reveal a man in sailor clothes. He asked if there was space in the cabin, and Blue welcomed him in. To our surprise, Sabrina, the gym leader from Saffron City, walked in. Blue asked her why she was there, and she explained that she was traveling to find peace and avoid getting angry. Leaf suggested that what Sabrina really needed was fun, but Sabrina was skeptical. I chimed in, agreeing with Leaf, saying that fun could help her feel happier. Sabrina seemed confused but was open to the idea. She mentioned she was just traveling to random places and needed some sleep. Sabrina quickly lay down on an empty bed and fell asleep. The rest of us soon followed suit, and I found myself outside on the deck, admiring the starry night sky and the gentle sounds of the sea. The next morning, Leaf woke me up, excitedly announcing our arrival in Cinnabar. I groaned, wanting just a few more minutes of sleep, but Leaf insisted I get up. Sabrina used her psychic powers to lift me into the air, and I quickly complied, fearing she might drop me. Once outside, Blue was already gone, and Leaf, Sabrina, and I discussed our next steps. Sabrina suggested we find a Pokémon Center first, and with a flicker of her powers, she pointed us in the right direction. Leaf invited her to join us, noting that we could learn a lot from her experience as a gym leader. Sabrina agreed, albeit with her usual stoic demeanor. As we walked toward the Pokémon Center, we quickly healed our Pokémon, especially Charizard, who had been injured in a recent battle. Leaf asked if we should head to the gym next, but Sabrina informed us that it was locked and required a key to enter. I was reminded of the games, but Sabrina clarified that it was locked on purpose because it had shifted locations. When her eyes began to glow, I worriedly called out to her, but she assured us it was just a side effect of her powers. Leaf and I discussed how Sabrina needed to gain control over her abilities, and she expressed her reluctance to use them. We promised to help her, and she agreed to work together to locate the gym. The next day was sunny, which felt ironic since the Cinnabar gym leader specialized in fire-type Pokémon. As we enjoyed breakfast at a restaurant, we brainstormed where the gym could be. Leaf suggested asking locals for directions, and I felt foolish for not thinking of that sooner. After finishing our meal, Leaf approached a local woman who mentioned the gym was somewhere to the north, though she had never seen it. We decided to search the northern part of the city, but despite our efforts, we found no clues about the gym's whereabouts. Tired and frustrated, we had to pause our search for the day. Sabrina appeared as if she hadn't done anything at all while we rested inside the Pokémon Center. Leaf, you mentioned that your father works in a lab here in Cinnabar, I said. Yeah, but he never lets me visit him, Leaf replied. Since we're trainers now, let's skip the visit and just check out the lab, I suggested. Good idea, Leaf said with a smile. Sleepy Red is not so sleepy after all. We stepped outside, and the lab was right next door. The sign read, Pokémon Research Lab. I hurried inside, followed closely by Leaf and Sabrina. The lab was spacious and filled with fascinating equipment that looked like it belonged in a science fiction movie. Suddenly, a scientist approached us. Show your ID cards, trainers. I presented my Pokédex, and Leaf did the same. So, what brings you here? The scientist asked. What do you mean? I replied. For trainers, we offer information on Pokémon, fossil regeneration, and examination, he explained. What is fossil regeneration? I inquired. If you have a fossil, we can regenerate it into the Pokémon it represents, he said. It takes a few days. Yes, we have fossils, I confirmed. Let's get started then, the scientist said, leading us deeper into the lab. Which one of them is your father? I asked Leaf. Red, my parents are in Sinnoh, remember, she reminded me. Oops, I almost forgot, I admitted. Fossil regeneration is what I do here, the the scientist stated as we handed over our fossils. Oh, Kabuto and Omanite, impressive, he noted. You mean those ancient Pokémon? I asked. Yes, but fossils are quite common nowadays, he replied. However, I received the rarest fossil this morning, belonging to Aerodactyl from a trainer named Blue. Aerodactyl? I echoed. It's an ancient Pokémon, even older than Kabuto and Omanite. It's the ancestor of large flying Pokémon, Sabrina added. And the gym leader has knowledge about fossils, the scientist said. No, I have knowledge about Aerodactyl, Sabrina corrected him. You'll receive your fossils in 3 days, the scientist informed us. In the meantime, do some sightseeing. We followed his advice and explored Cinnabar Island for the next 3 days, but we didn't manage to find the gym or see Blue. I reached out to Professor Oak, but he didn't have any information either. After 3 days, the scientist returned our newly resurrected Pokémon from the fossils. I sent Wartortle to Professor Oak since I had too many water types in my team and kept Kabuto. Finally, we spotted a sign that read, Pokémon Gym. We followed it toward the Cinnabar volcano, a dormant volcano that hadn't erupted in decades. I wondered why people chose to live on Cinnabar Island. The volcano had a tunnel, and we ventured inside. It's really hot in here, I remarked. Oh no, Leaf said, while Sabrina remained unaffected as usual. The tunnel led us to a battle area completely sealed off. At the end, a man sat on a throne-like chair. He was older, bald, and wore a lab coat. Welcome to Cinnabar Gym, he said. My name is Blaine, and I'm the gym leader. I'm here to challenge you, I declared. Okay, but first I'll ask you a few questions. For each question you get wrong, you'll have to battle me that many times +1, Blaine explained. So if I get them all right, I only have to battle you once? I asked. Yes, he confirmed. All right, I said. How many badges do you need to qualify for the Pokémon League? Blaine asked. 8, I answered confidently. What is the value of pi, he joked. 3.1416, I replied, maintaining my confidence. That wasn't a question, Blaine said. Is TM28, volcano? No, there's no such thing as a volcano attack, I said. Correct again, Blaine acknowledged. What type do you need to defeat me? Water, which I have, I said. Last question, which Pokémon is known as the Spitfire Pokémon? Blaine asked. Spitfire? Charizard? I guessed. Wrong, Blaine replied. You'll have to battle me twice. I can use 4 Pokémon, you can use all of yours. When is the match? I asked. Go, Ponyta. Blaine called. The first match will be simple. Go, Kabuto. I shouted. Red, you never trained with him, Leaf warned. I will now. Kabuto, use Aqua Jet. I commanded, checking its attacks in the Pokédex. Ponyta fainted. Whoa, Leaf exclaimed. Good, Blaine said. As I said, the first one is easy. Go, Flareon. Kabuto, use Aqua Jet. I instructed. Flareon fainted, and Kabuto evolved into Kabutops. I pointed my Pokédex at the newly evolved Pokémon in excitement. Kabutops, a shellfish Pokémon. Its sleek shape is perfect for swimming. It slashes prey with its claws and drains their fluid, the Pokédex explained. Leaf laughed at the term, shellfish Pokémon. I don't think you can win with just one Pokémon, Blaine said confidently. I bet I can, I replied. I choose Vulpix, Blaine announced. Kabutops, use Mud Shot. I commanded. Vulpix, use Flamethrower. Blaine countered. Kabutops, use Aqua Jet. I shouted. Vulpix, use Will-O-Wisp. Blaine ordered. Kabutop's health dropped critically. Kabutops, use absorb. I called out. Kabutops regained a little health. Vulpix, use will-o-wisp. Blaine said. Kabutops fainted. Come back, Kabutops. You fought well, I said. I choose you, Pikachu. Vulpix, Ember would do, Blaine said. It didn't affect Pikachu. Pikachu, use Thundershock. I commanded, feeling overconfident. As expected, Vulpix was knocked out. Oh, a powerful Pikachu, huh? Blaine remarked. Go, Growlithe. Pikachu, finish off with Thunderbolt. I said. Growlithe is not weak. He's level 41, Blaine warned. Growlithe, Flamethrower, he commanded. Pikachu fainted. Growlithe's attack was super effective. Come back, Pikachu. Go, Gaidaros. I said. Excellent choice, Blaine complimented. Growlithe, take down. Gaidaros, water gun. I instructed. Growlithe fainted. As I said, the first one's easy, Blaine said. The last battle will be held tomorrow, so get ready. I'm going to take that badge, I declared confidently. Overconfidence. I've seen many like you, kid, Blaine warned. I think you're mistaken, you've seen no one like me, I replied. Maybe, Blaine said, considering my words. I want to challenge you too, Leaf said, remembering she was a trainer as well. Oh, I had no idea, Blaine said. I'll ask you 5 different questions, and you know the rules. Yes, Leaf affirmed. What is the Spitfire Pokémon? Blaine asked. The one your friend got incorrect. Magmar, Leaf answered. Good, Blaine said. Where can you find a Charmander? Hey, you're asking easy questions. I objected. I asked you the same level of questions, Blaine replied. Charmander is a rare Pokémon. It has no specific area for encountering, Leaf explained. Great, Blaine said. Is there a Pokémon with only one move? Yes, Ditto, Leaf confirmed. Impressive, Blaine remarked. How many Pokémon are there in the Kanto Pokédex? Leaf asked. 149, Blaine replied. A tough one. How many fire Pokémon are there in Kanto? Blaine continued. This was a challenging question, and Leaf looked puzzled. Charmander, Growlithe, Ponyta, and Vulpix, along with their evolutions. Then, Magmar, Flareon, and Moltres. All of them add up to 12, Leaf explained. Wow, Blaine said. You just have to battle me once. I felt a bit ashamed. Leaf battled Blaine and won easily. I didn't see the match entirely, but his Pokémon were really strong. I was nervous about my battle the next day. As we walked outside the gym, Leaf held the volcano badge. On the shore, we spotted a Pokémon sitting on a rock. I quickly pointed my Pokédex at it. Slowbro, a hermit crab Pokémon. Spacing out is all it does. It turns back into Slowpoke if its tail, along with Shelter, breaks off, the Pokédex explained. What does that even mean? I asked. It means that it de-evolves, Sabrina said calmly. De-evolves? Leaf exclaimed, surprised. How is that possible? Slowpoke is that pink Pokémon, and the thing on its tail is Shelter, another Pokémon. Shelter is weak, so it attaches itself to Slowpoke's tail, helping it maintain balance and walk, Sabrina clarified. Incredible, Leaf said. So this way, both are getting an equal benefit, I added. Exactly, Sabrina agreed. Look, Leaf pointed at the Slowbro. The Shelter crawled off its tail and moved away. Where is the Shelter going? Leaf asked. No idea, I replied. See, Slowbro is Slowpoke now, it just lied down. Leaf checked Slowpoke's Pokédex. We spent the day exploring Cinnabar Island. The next day, I was excited about earning a new badge, so I headed to the gym early in the morning. Leaf and Sabrina were still asleep, leaving me alone. On the way, I saw Slowpoke lying on the same rock as before. I heard voices nearby and noticed a shadow on a rock. I hid behind a large stone to avoid being seen. God, I've been sitting here since 5 o'clock with no Pokémon, a familiar voice complained. I really wanted to catch this Slowpoke, but it doesn't do much. Blue. I called out, walking toward my old friend. Red, you woke up early. I thought you were going to head back to Fuchsia on that ferry, Blue said. What are you doing here? I asked. Fishing, as you can see. Today is my gym battle, he replied. You also answered one question incorrectly. I inquired. Also? You mean you have your battle today too? Blue asked. Yes, I confirmed. And I thought I was ahead of you, Blue said. I'm not racing you, I replied. But I am, Blue said, pulling his fishing rod as a Pokémon emerged from the water. He pointed his Pokédex at it. A tentacle, a jellyfish Pokémon. It drifts through the sea searching for prey. Its poisonous tentacles break off sometimes, but they grow back after a while, the Pokédex explained. Go, Magneton, Blue commanded. I pointed my Pokédex as Blue battled. Magneton, a magnet Pokémon. Delicate equipment can malfunction in areas inhabited by Magneton, which send out mysterious electrical signals, the Pokédex noted. Meanwhile, Blue caught the tentacle. Suddenly, a Shelder approached Slowpoke, and it transformed back into Slowbro. Why didn't you catch the Slowpoke? I asked. Because it's attached to this place. I made my Pokémon talk to it and translate its language for me, Blue explained. How can you understand your Pokémon completely? I can't even understand Pikachu fully, I said. Kadabra is a psychic Pokémon. It can communicate with me using telekinesis, Blue replied. This Slowpoke had an owner who abandoned it here. When it was alone, the Shelder made it a part of its family and visits it twice a day to turn it back into Slowbro so it can roam around for a few hours. That's very nice of you, I said. I'm not a bad guy, Red, Blue said. Just because we don't get along doesn't mean I'm bad. I'm going to battle the gym leader now. I stood there while Blue went to challenge Blaine. I gazed at the sea. And then at Slowbro, who tried to walk toward the market. I never knew Pokémon could have that kind of friendship. I stood by the shore, contemplating a strategy to defeat Blaine. Leaf had done it easily, why couldn't I? I went to the Pokémon Center to change my team and return to the shore. Red, you're still here, Blue said. I got the second-to-last badge. Are you going home now or to Viridian City first to battle the last gym leader? I asked. Christmas isn't far off. I'm going home, besides, the gym leader isn't back yet, Blue replied. When will he be back, after the Pokémon League? I asked. No, he'll be back in the first week of January, Blue said. A ferry to Pallet Town leaves in the evening, let's see if you can make it. See you later, I said as I walked inside the gym. So, ready? Blaine asked. Oh, yeah, I replied. Go, Ninetales, Blaine commanded. I pointed my Pokédex at the Pokémon. Ninetales, a fox Pokémon. It is vindictive and relentless by nature. Those who cross it even once will be cursed for 1,000 years, along with their descendants, the Pokédex explained. Cursed. Go, Wartortle, I said. Ninetales, use quick attack, Blaine ordered. Wartortle, water gun, I commanded. Ninetales, confuse Ray, Blaine said. Wartortle became confused and fainted. What? I exclaimed. I told you to get ready, Blaine said. Go, Nidoking, I said. Use horn drill. Ninetales, fire spin, Blaine countered. Nidoking was trapped in a vortex of fire. Nidoking, double kick, I commanded. Ninetales fainted. Go, Rapidash, Blaine said. Nidoking, poison sting, I ordered. Rapidash was poisoned. Rapidash, fire blast, Blaine commanded. Nidoking fainted, and Rapidash was hurt by poison. Go, Charizard, I said. Rapidash, use bounce, Blaine instructed. Charizard, fly, I commanded. Charizard soared high, and Rapidash's attack missed. Hit it, I urged. Charizard dived and tackled Rapidash. Rapidash, flare blitz, Blaine said. Charizard fainted. No. I shouted. Go, Kabutops, I said. Use Aqua Jet. Rapidash fainted. You're not winning, Blaine said. Go, Arcanine. Kabutops, Aqua Jet, I commanded. Arcanine, take down, Blaine replied. Kabutops fainted. Go, Pikachu, I said. Arcanine, flamethrower, Blaine commanded. Pikachu, thunder, I shouted. Didn't see that coming, Blaine said as Arcanine was struck by a powerful lightning bolt and fainted. Go, Magmar, Blaine said. Pikachu, quick attack, I commanded. Pikachu was too fast and hit Magmar. But Magmar stood still as if nothing had happened. Magmar, sunny day, said Blaine. Suddenly, the battle area was very bright, and Magmar's fire attack stats increased. Pikachu, thunderbolt, I commanded. Magmar, use lava plume, Blaine responded. Pikachu's health dropped to critical levels. Pikachu, use thunder, I urged. Magmar's health was now critical. Magmar, fire blast, Blaine called out. Pikachu fainted. Oh no. Come back, Pikachu. Go Snorlax, I said. You're losing, kid, Blaine remarked. I opened the Pokédex to check Snorlax's attacks. Magmar, use lava plume, Blaine instructed. The lava hit Snorlax's belly and splashed sideways towards the walls. According to the Pokédex, Snorlax had a powerful attack. Snorlax, if you can, use Hyper Beam, I said. You don't know your Pokémon's moves. Blaine teased. Snorlax did nothing. Snorlax, please, use Hyper Beam, I pleaded. Snorlax started to doze off. That's funny, it doesn't know Hyper Beam, Blaine said. Let's end this. Magmar, use Fire Blast. Snorlax. I shouted. Snorlax woke up and unleashed Hyper Beam in frustration. Magmar fainted. Yes. I shouted with joy. You were lucky, but remember you won't get another chance in the league, Blaine said, handing me the Volcano badge and TM38, Fire Blast. Thank you, I replied. I will always remember this gym battle. Good battle, he said. As I stepped outside, I found Leaf and Sabrina waiting, looking upset. Sorry, I said. How could you leave us in battle? Leaf asked. I really wanted to see Blaine lose, Sabrina added. We exchanged a few heated words, and I had to apologize repeatedly, especially to Sabrina. It was evening. Oh, I almost forgot, there was a ferry to Pallet Town this evening, I said, grabbing my bag and running toward the ferry. Wait for us. Leaf called out. When I arrived, a sailor informed me, sorry, the ferry has already left. The next one will arrive in 5 days. 5 days? What will we do for 5 days? Leaf exclaimed. Is there any other boat? No, the sailor replied. There's no way. Wait, we can use our Pokémon, can't we? I suggested. Yes, Sabrina agreed. Not a bad idea. I don't have a big enough Pokémon, Leaf admitted. I'll lend you mine, I offered. I have one for myself, Sabrina said. You do? I asked. Psychic Pokémon are just for gym battles, Sabrina explained. I have other types too. Great. So let's go, I said. We headed toward the shoreline. Go, Lapras. I called. Take Gaidaros. I think Lapras is fine for 2 people, Leaf said. Lapras agreed with a cry. Alright, I said. Go, Golbat, Sabrina commanded. Leaf and I surfed on Lapras while Sabrina flew on Golbat. After a while, an island came into view. Are we going in the right direction? Leaf asked. I have no idea, I admitted. According to the GPS, we are nowhere on the Kanto map, Leaf pointed out. She's right, we are off track, Sabrina confirmed. I can feel it. I think we can find directions from that island, it's not very far, I suggested. Lapras continued at full speed toward the island. Suddenly, Lapras stopped moving. What's the matter? I asked. A Poliwag emerged from the water. What? I said. A Poliwag stopped you? Soon, many other Poliwag appeared, all looking at us. What should we do? Leaf asked. Sabrina, a little help here, I said. Golbat, use Confuse Ray and get away from them, Sabrina instructed. Why? I questioned. Just do it, she insisted. Lapras managed to escape. The Poliwags began shooting water at each other in confusion and fainted. Lapras surfed toward the island, and I called Lapras back into its Pokeball as we reached the shore. It was a small island with a dock, some houses, and a big Pokemon Center. What is this place? I asked. Red, you may want to see this, Leaf said. It was a sign that read, Sevii Islands, 1 island. Sevii Islands? I said, surprised. Oh no, Leaf murmured. Red? And Leaf, right? Said a familiar face I didn't immediately recognize. Bill? I asked. Hey, can you help us get back to Kanto? Leaf inquired. Kanto? This is Kanto, Bill replied. She means Pallet Town, I clarified. Oh, yes, I can help you, Bill said. Follow me. Thank you, I said. I was headed toward Vermilion, actually, but I'll drop you off in Pallet Town on the way, Bill added. Soon, we were on our way to Pallet Town, thanks to Bill. He was very kind. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that something important was happening with Bill in the Sevii Islands. The ferry started, and I sat on a deck chair to enjoy the sunshine. The ferry stopped near another island, and I wondered why. Bill approached me and said, the ferry will be here for a while. It has a leak, so the sailor is checking it. You could come down to the island to explore. Okay. Which island is this? I asked, not too concerned about reaching home on time. It doesn't have a name, but you can find many water Pokemon here, Bill explained. Water Pokemon? Great! I'd love to see new Pokemon, I said, excitedly. I ran down, followed by Bill. Leaf and Sabrina were already on the beach, observing some Pokemon. One Pokemon crawled on its 4 noodle-like legs and had an orange color. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Krabby, a river crab Pokemon. It can be found near the sea. Its large pincers grow back if they are torn out, the Pokédex explained. Isn't it cute? Leaf asked, speaking in a tone usually reserved for pets. Cute? I replied. That's something only you would say. This Pokemon is not appealing, if you ask me. Sabrina shot me a glare, her eyes glowing purple. What did you say? She asked, her tone sharp. I took a step back, worried she might retaliate. Then, filled with frustration, I stepped forward. What are you, her bodyguard? You don't decide what I think, I said, my anger getting the better of me. Red, you can't talk to her like that, Leaf warned, matching my tone. Oh, now you're taking her side, I retorted. You know what? Keep watching those Pokémon. I'll make my way to Pallet Town on my own. Bill stepped off the ferry, stretching his legs and yawning. I'm out of here, Bill. Thanks for your help, take those two with you, I said, walking away along the shore. The tides were low as the sun set slowly into the Kanto Ocean. Suddenly, a large Pokémon emerged from the water and walked towards me. It had huge tentacles and a blue hexagonal face with two red eyes that seemed more like markings than actual eyes. I stared at it, feeling a dramatic shift in the atmosphere as dark clouds filled the sky, with a sliver of sunlight breaking through. The beach was eerily quiet, and the waves began to rise higher. I thought the Pokémon might be friendly, but when I reached into my pocket for my Pokédex, it pushed me away with its large, sticky tentacles, causing me to fall. Why would you do that? I asked, frustration bubbling up inside me. The Pokémon simply walked away, leaving me confused. I decided to follow it and quickly pointed my Pokédex in its direction. Tentacruel, a jellyfish Pokémon. It has 80 tentacles that move about freely. They can sting, causing pain, the Pokédex explained. The Tentacruel continued into the forest at the center of the island, which was made up of swamps and deciduous trees. I trailed behind it, navigating around the swamps, which was quite a challenge. Tentacruel stopped near a lake that seemed to be the heart of the island. The water looked cleaner than that of the swamp or ocean. It made a strange screeching noise, and suddenly, many Pokémon emerged from the lake. I pointed my Pokédex at them all at once, and it displayed their names and pictures: Golduck, Seal, Seadra, Goldeen, Sea King, Horsia, and Kingler, among others. The Tentacruel stood proudly as the Pokémon tossed food towards it. A Magikarp approached but had nothing to offer. In a swift motion, Tentacruel used its tentacles to send the Magikarp flying out of the water. Hey! I shouted, catching the attention of all the Pokémon in the lake, who seemed to wonder about my outburst. Tentacruel turned to me and advanced. Go, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. I commanded. Just then, a net fell from above, trapping all the water Pokémon. The net was attached to a truck that began to drive away, taking the Pokémon with it. I focused on battling Tentacruel, which unleashed a powerful hydro pump. Pikachu, finish this. Use Thunder. I shouted. Pikachu unleashed a thunder attack, and Tentacruel fainted. I dashed towards the truck, with Pikachu following closely behind. The tracks led us back to the beach, where the truck had stopped, and two figures were preparing to drag the Pokémon away in a boat. Hey, who are you? I called out, moving closer and recognizing their familiar faces. Prepare for trouble, said Cassidy. And make it double, added Butch. To protect the world from devastation. To unite the people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Cassidy. And Butch. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Team Rocket, you again. Leave those Pokémon alone. I shouted. No, Cassidy replied. But we're leaving you alone. Hasta la vista, Butch said as they boarded the boat. Suddenly, Tentacruel appeared out of nowhere and unleashed a hydro pump, capsizing the boat. Tentacruel used its tentacles to rescue all the Pokémon. Whoa, I exclaimed. Cassidy and Butch swam to shore. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. I commanded. Pikachu zapped them, and they shouted, we're blasting off again. Tentacruel looked at me, but this time, it didn't attack. Instead, it waved and returned to the lake, where all the water Pokémon followed it as if it were their leader. I realized that even when someone frustrates you, it's important to forgive and move on, especially if they are a friend. I waved goodbye to the Pokémon and jogged back to the beach. Where were you? Asked Leaf. Jogging? I replied. Red, I'm really sorry for being bossy, Sabrina said. That's fine, it happens, I assured her. Are you going to come aboard or spend the weekend here? Bill asked. We all laughed and walked onto the ferry. We reached Pallet town early the next morning. Leaf and Sabrina rushed to Professor Oak while I stood with Bill, taking in the familiar sights of the town I had left months ago. Thanks, Bill, I said. For your help. Don't mention it, he replied. Come visit Sevii sometime, I'll be there working on something important. I knew something was up with you, I said. Take this, Bill said, handing me a ticket. Show this to a sailor at Vermilion Port, and he'll take you to Sevii. Thank you, I said as Bill boarded the ferry, which then departed. I walked slowly towards my house, enjoying the cool breeze. Red, cried my mom. You're back. Mom, I said, I missed you a lot. She hugged me tightly, tears in her eyes. I had been away for a while, and it had been hard on her. I'll get something for you to eat, she said. And where is Leaf? Her mother said she would stay with us for a while. She's gone to the lab, I replied. To bring some food for the Pokémon. Leaf and Sabrina returned with all the Pokémon that belonged to us. Oh my mom exclaimed. There are so many. Don't worry, Leaf reassured her. I brought Pokémon food from the lab. Great, my mom replied. Remember him? I asked, showing her Pikachu. My mom teared up at the sight of him, and Pikachu gently wiped her tears. Meowth, see who's here, my mom called. Meowth, who often annoyed me, played well with Pikachu since they had known each other for so long. Most of the Pokémon were outside, unable to fit in the house. We all enjoyed a meal in the backyard. So, are you here for Christmas? My mom asked. Yeah, I replied. But why? She asked. I know you have to go to Johto, it's alright. We'll handle things here, I assured her. I can leave Sabrina in charge for that time, so have no worries, my mom said. I sighed, feeling overwhelmed. So when are you going? After Christmas? Tomorrow, she replied. I was going to take Meowth along, but he can stay and play with Pikachu, I said. Great, happy Christmas. I added cheerfully. Afterward, I took all my Pokémon to Professor Oak's lab. And what about the GS ball? I asked. The what ball? Leaf replied, looking confused. GS ball, a Pokeball I found in Rock Tunnel, I explained. You didn't tell me about it, Leaf said, crossing her arms. You didn't ask, I pointed out. I'll ask someone to get it from Professor Ivy, no need to think about it, Oak said. But tell me about the Mega Stone you mentioned. Yes, I replied, handing him the Mega Stone along with another stone. Interesting, Oak said, examining them. And it just reacts around Charizard? Absolutely, I confirmed. I need to contact a friend of mine, he said. For what? Leaf inquired. He is a genius currently researching mega forms and evolution, so I think I should talk to him, Oak explained. We went outside where other trainers' Pokémon were gathered. Hey, Red, Blue called out. You missed. What? I asked, puzzled. You missed the ferry, Blue replied. I did, I admitted. Sabrina and Leaf continued to watch Professor Oak while our conversation turned into a battle. Let's start, I declared. Go, Vaporeon. Blue shouted. I pointed the Pokédex at it. Vaporeon, a bubble jet Pokémon. Its body's cellular structure is similar to the molecular composition of water. It can melt invisibly in water, the device explained. That's impossible, I said. Go, Jolteon. Wow, an evolution battle, Professor Oak remarked as he stepped out of the lab. Hope it's not a 6-on-6 because I want this place to be quiet. Sabrina and Leaf walked out and began watching the match. Okay, one-on-one, Blue said. I have a major advantage, I replied confidently. Red, always remember. A match is never won using advantages, it is won with technique, Professor Oak advised. Okay, Vaporeon, use Bubble Beam. Blue commanded. It wasn't effective. Jolteon, Thunderbolt. I shouted. Vaporeon, counter it with Hydro Pump. Blue ordered. The electricity was absorbed in the water, which then fell back on Jolteon, causing it to take damage. Jolteon, quick attack. I called. Vaporeon, loosen your molecules, Blue instructed. Jolteon passed right through Vaporeon. I think you should listen to Vaporeon's Pokédex again, Blue said with a smirk. Oh no, I muttered. Vaporeon, use Tackle. Blue commanded. I knew what to do. In order to tackle, it had to keep its molecules intact. As soon as Vaporeon jumped for the tackle, I shouted, Thunderbolt. Vaporeon's health was critical, but it didn't faint. Nice try, Blue said. Vaporeon, quick attack. Jolteon, sand attack. I countered. Vaporeon's attack missed. Vaporeon, Hydro Pump. Blue called out. Jolteon, quick attack. I shouted. Jolteon was hit by the Hydro Pump attack and fainted. So, Blue wins the match, Leaf announced. I'm going to win the league, Blue declared confidently. I told you, battles can only be won by technique, Professor Oak said. You can't rely on luck every time. You mean I won the gym battles by luck? I asked, trying to understand. Maybe, Oak replied. But you'll understand soon, very soon. I kind of understood what he was trying to tell me, but maybe I didn't fully grasp it. I was determined to find out soon. It was nighttime, and I sat in my room filling in my journal while Leaf and Sabrina watched a movie. Ironically, Sabrina's powers were similar to her favorite character. My mom was cooking dinner in the background. Suddenly, the telephone rang. I didn't bother to get up and continued writing. After a few minutes, Leaf came into the room. Come on, we have work to do, she said. What work? I asked. There were some books in my old house that Mom left for me, Leaf explained. Why didn't she give them to my mother? I asked, curious. I don't know, but we have to go now and get them, Leaf insisted. I'm not going anywhere, I replied. Go with Sabrina. Come on, or I'll call Sabrina, and she will make you come, Leaf threatened playfully. She isn't your Pokémon, I said. Stop treating her like one. That was rude, Leaf said, frowning. She stepped outside in frustration. Fine. I'm coming, I said, tossing my pen onto the journal. We went to Leaf's house. She opened the door with a key her mother left with mine. But still, I wondered why she hadn't given the books to my mom. Inside, it was dark, and I could barely see the stairs. So, where are the books? I asked. In her room, Sabrina replied. You used your powers again, I noted. First of all, my powers are getting stable, and I haven't changed form in the last month, Sabrina explained. Second, I didn't use my powers for this, she told me about it earlier. Okay, I said. If you're not changing form, I have no problem with you using your powers. Red, Leaf said. Wait downstairs, I'll get the books. Leaf headed toward the stairs and into her room. Sabrina and I stood near the main door. Noises came from somewhere in the house, and I felt uneasy. I walked toward the sounds, which were clearly coming from the basement. I had a bad feeling about being down there. Suddenly, Leaf screamed, and I rushed to find the stairs, finally making my way up. Leaf? I called out. I heard footsteps behind me and turned around, startled to see Sabrina. Where is Leaf? She asked, looking worried. We quietly entered the room, moonlight spilling in. Leaf lay on the floor. Sabrina checked her pulse and shook her head in disbelief. Leaf! I cried, rushing to her side. You can't leave me like this. Leaf, I wanted to tell you that I like you. Please, just get up. Something's wrong, Sabrina said. I can feel her presence around me, a living presence. Leaf's? I asked, confused. What do you mean? Yes, Sabrina confirmed. Leaf is alive. What are you trying to say? I asked, wiping my tears. A figure appeared at the door. It wasn't a ghost, it was a Pokémon. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Ghastly, eh? I began, but the Pokémon looked different. Haunter, a gas Pokémon. On moonless nights, Haunter searches for someone to curse, so it's best to go out walking around. It floated to Leaf and waved its hand. To my amazement, Leaf woke up, alive and well. Oh, God. And I thought you didn't care about me, Leaf said, looking relieved. What? I asked, still in shock. Haunter got Leaf's spirit out of her body, Sabrina explained. The Pokémon is kind of scary, but he is playful, Leaf added. Wow, I said, still processing everything. And you watched me cry. Yes, Leaf said, her eyes glistening. I had tears in my eyes after seeing you like that. Haunter wanted to play. Alright, you can stay here. We walked outside the house, and I asked, are we forgetting something? Oh, the books, Leaf replied, running back inside. Mom had left for Johto that morning, and it was a snowy Christmas. Many people enjoy snowfall, but we had to clear the snow to walk outside. I started clearing the snow from the backyard, which was over a foot deep, perfect for Leaf's Diglett to play hide and seek. What began as a Merry Christmas quickly turned chaotic when everyone started making a mess in the house. I built a small mountain of snow while Leaf accidentally broke a glass, and Sabrina overcooked the rice until it was burnt. We're messing everything up on the first day, Leaf said. Let's switch tasks, I suggested. We'll do what we find easier. I can clear the snow, Sabrina offered. It'll take me seconds. And I can cook, Leaf added. What should I do? Break glasses? I asked sarcastically. Just wipe the fog off the windows, Leaf replied. Okay, that works for me, I said, and we all got to our respective tasks, and everything turned out well. Then there was Meowth, the troublemaker. I never understood why Pikachu was friends with that cat. They were supposed to be enemies, Pikachu being a mouse and Meowth a cat. But as long as Pikachu was with him, Meowth wasn't causing trouble. In the afternoon, I went into my mom's room to pour some milk into Meowth's bowl, but neither Meowth nor Pikachu was there. Leaf, have you seen Pikachu and Meowth? I asked. No, Leaf replied. Sabrina, have you? No, but I know they went outside, Sabrina said. Do you have some kind of vibe? Leaf asked. You could say that, Sabrina replied. I rushed outside to find them playing in the backyard. As I walked toward them, I tripped over a ball of snow. Pika! Pikachu exclaimed. What is this? I asked, surprised that it didn't break. The snow shifted, and a Pokémon emerged. It had spikes all around and a small face between two shell-like parts of its body. Cloyster, a bivalve Pokémon. If areas of Cloyster's hard shell get damaged, they swell, gradually growing into large sharp spikes, the Pokédex explained. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, I instructed. Pikachu was about to use Thunderbolt when Meowth stepped in, ready to fight. Okay, that's strange, I said. Meowth, you never fight. Meowth, he said confidently. I scanned Meowth with the Pokédex and saw he was level I had never seen him fight before. Okay, what are your attacks? I asked. Thunderbolt. Meowth used Thunderbolt on Cloyster. Cloyster retaliated with an Ice-type attack. A Water Pulse? I guessed. Meowth used water pulse on Cloyster, but it wasn't very effective. Cloyster launched another ice-type attack. Iron Tail, I said. Meowth used Iron Tail, and Cloyster fainted. I didn't know you could actually fight, I said. Well done, Meowth. Pikachu and Meowth looked pleased, and I let them continue playing in the backyard while I finally ate lunch that Leaf had made. It was a bit oily, but at least we had something. That night, I fell asleep at my study table while studying about Mew. Red, wake up, Leaf said. What? I replied, irritated. Let me sleep while we're at home. Breakfast is ready, Leaf insisted. Don't disturb me, I said, pulling the blanket over my head. Fine, sleepy Red, Leaf said, giving up for now. I overslept for a few hours and woke up much later. I walked downstairs to find Leaf and Sabrina watching a movie. Harry Potter again? I asked. Can't you see it's a cartoon? Sabrina replied, probably thinking I was silly. Oh, my bad. Wreck-It Ralph came out last year, I said. Do not disturb, Red, Leaf said. I went back to my room to take a long-awaited bath. Afterward, I changed into another red jacket and blue pants to match my outfit. When I went back downstairs, Leaf and Sabrina were still engrossed in the movie. I decided to check if there was more snow to clear outside. As I opened the door, I noticed a gift box sitting just outside. A gift? I wondered aloud. But from whom? There was no name on the wrapping paper or any note. I brought the box inside and placed it on the table in front of Leaf and Sabrina. What is this? Leaf asked. It was outside at the door, I explained. No name on it. Should we open it? Leaf inquired. I have no idea, Sabrina replied. Something feels off. Leaf said, contemplating. Sabrina used her psychic powers to unwrap the box. Inside was a cardboard box containing a device shaped like a mobile phone. I examined it closely and noticed a small R written in pink. Team Rocket, I said, realizing the implications. What's that button? Leaf asked. Don't press it, I warned. We don't know what it does. It's a hologram projector, Sabrina explained. Produced by Sylph Company. Hologram? I echoed. Leaf pressed the button, and a hologram of Giovanni appeared on the table. He sat in a magenta chair, with a map of Kanto behind him. Detailing Dragonite sightings. Giovanni, I said, feeling anger rise within me. Hello, if you have received this, it means you can apply to join our team. We need new recruits as most members are in Johto, Giovanni said. If you want to apply, press the button twice, and you'll become a criminal instantly. Throw it away, Sabrina said, holding her head. I picked it up, stamped my foot on it, and threw it outside into the snow. I received an invite once too, Sabrina said. Not like this, but I got a letter years ago. Giovanni wanted me to join him because of my powers. I refused to join his so-called Team Rocket, I stated firmly. You did the right thing, Leaf replied. But if they are in need of new recruits, I think they are planning something new, I continued. The last time they hired recruits was after they harmed a Sylph scientist 2 years ago, Sabrina added. My heart raced at her words. What? I asked, needing clarification. The last time they hired recruits was after they harmed a Sylph scientist 2 years ago, Sabrina repeated. Do you know his name? I inquired. No, Sabrina said. But he was working on a Pokeball that could catch any Pokémon in one try without even battling. Master Ball? Leaf asked, her eyes widening. Yes, how do you? Sabrina began, then paused. You have it, don't you? Yes, we both do, Leaf confirmed. When we were at Sylph, we overheard scientists talking about the one who created the Master Ball. They mentioned that Giovanni kept him in some warehouse, I explained. Yes, the scientist I mentioned, the one Giovanni harmed years ago, is alive. I gathered some information recently, and he is being kept in the Sevii Islands. You saw that in a warehouse, Sabrina said. So what should we do? I asked, feeling a mix of determination and concern. We'll do nothing, Leaf insisted. We have to go to Viridian Gym after New Year and continue to the Pokémon League. Fine, I replied. But if something bad happens, I will stop Team Rocket once and for all. Let's see if you'll be able to do that, Sabrina challenged. Mom was still in the Kanto region with her friends. Leaf, Sabrina, and I had been staying at my house for several days. I was mostly tired from shoveling snow from the front door and the lawn. Leaf prepared meals while Sabrina watched TV and used her psychic powers to clean the dust. My mom's Meowth played with Pikachu constantly. I was sure this month's electricity bill would be multiplied several times because of Leaf and Sabrina, who watched Harry Potter and occasionally Lord of the Rings all day. I often suggested they switch to Thor, The Dark World, which had just been released, but they were not interested. One night, as they continued watching TV, I grew irritated and pulled out my old Game Boy Advance to play Super Mario. Suddenly, I heard Sabrina scream. I rushed downstairs, thinking something had gone wrong. What happened? I asked, concerned. Sabrina was panicking, perspiring heavily. Red, look over there, Leaf said, pointing at a shadow on the curtain. It was a Pokémon's shadow coming from outside the house. So what? It's just a Pokémon. You both are acting like you saw a ghost or something. And believe me, there is no such thing as ghosts, I said dismissively. Do you know what that is? Sabrina asked, her voice trembling. Nope, I replied. Should I? It is a ghost-type Pokémon called Gengar, Sabrina explained. It is strong against psychic types like me. But you're not a Pokémon, I countered. Ghost types drain my energy, Sabrina said. They scare me most of the time. And they will, because they are ghost types, I said, trying to reassure her. Suddenly, an enticing smell wafted through the air, drawing me toward the main door. Sabrina stopped me. See, Gengar is manipulating you, she warned. The shadow remained. Leaf pulled out her Pokédex and searched for Gengar. I leaned in to look. The image resembled the shadow, and I felt a twinge of fear. What if Gengar stole my Pokémon and handed it over to Team Rocket? We couldn't take any chances. What do we do now? I asked. I'm going to your room, Red, Sabrina said. Come on, Leaf, we should hide. Suddenly, they both got up and headed for the main door. I held my breath, hoping they wouldn't go outside. They bumped into the door repeatedly. I hesitated, feeling that opening the door would be like inviting trouble. Sabrina's eyes glowed purple, and the door opened automatically. I stayed back as they stepped outside. For half a minute, silence enveloped the area. I finally ran outside to see what was happening. There stood a pink Pokémon. It was not Gengar. Sabrina and Leaf sat on the ground, clapping as the Pokémon tilted its fingers playfully. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Clefable, a fairy Pokémon. It has an acute sense of hearing. It can easily hear a pin being dropped nearly 1,100 yards away, the device explained. I approached and shook Leaf and Sabrina to wake them up. What? Sabrina said, surprised. A Clefable? I thought it was a Gengar, Leaf admitted. The shadow looked similar. But ew, Sabrina remarked. What? I asked, curious. Do you know what that fragrance was that pulled us here? Sabrina asked, laughing. What was it? Leaf inquired. Sabrina giggled. Don't laugh, but it's gross. That was Clefable's fart. Gross, Leaf echoed. I laughed at them. You two were attracted to a fart. That's hilarious, I said. Sabrina, using her psychic powers, levitated me into the air and gently slammed me down. Sabrina and Leaf burst into laughter. Fast forward to the day Mom returned December. It wasn't very eventful, unless you counted kite flying and New Year's dancing. The next day, I woke up and immediately checked the newspaper to see if the Viridian gym leader was back. Yes, I shouted, drawing everyone's attention. What? Leaf asked, puzzled. The gym leader is here, I said. I'm going to Viridian. Now? Mom asked. Pokémon League starts in February, I explained. It takes 10 days to enroll. That means we have to reach the Indigo Plateau by the 20th? Leaf asked. Precisely, I confirmed. We can leave afterward, Leaf suggested. We don't have time, I insisted. If you want to go, then go. I'm not leaving right now, Leaf replied. I hugged my mom and said, bye. What? Leaf asked. Okay, you can go, but Pikachu will stay with us, right? Pikachu sat in Leaf's lap, looking confused. Let's go, Pikachu, I said. Pikachu ran to me, happily exclaiming, Pika. Bye, come on, bud, I said, and together. Pikachu and I started walking toward Route 1. And I understood that leaving that soon was a bad idea because it was too cold in the morning. Pikachu walked beside me, shivering just like I was. After an hour, we reached Viridian City. It was nothing like I had seen in August. There was a huge change in the city. There were more houses, and the Pokémon Center looked bigger, with more trees lining the streets. I walked inside the Pokémon Center to change my team, but I wasn't sure which Pokémon the Viridian gym leader used, so I asked Nurse Joy for help. I withdrew the necessary Pokémon to prepare for the gym leader. With confidence, I headed to the gym, but a Team Rocket grunt stood outside. You can't go inside right now, he said. A match is going on. Who are you to stop me? I asked. A security guard for this gym, he replied. And the Team Rocket clothes? I inquired. Just a costume, he said, hesitating. I waited outside for the battle to end, but after an hour, I grew bored. Why isn't the battle ending? I asked. Kid, 4 trainers went inside at once, said the guard. Whoa, I exclaimed. And the boss has to eat his lunch too, the guard added. Boss? I asked, suspiciously. I mean sir, he corrected himself. Same thing, hee. Curiosity piqued, I wanted to go inside. Suddenly, 4 trainers emerged from the Pokémon gym, all looking defeated. One of them was Blue. What happened? I asked. I lost, Blue replied. Winning and losing is a common thing, I said. Go inside, you'll understand, Blue urged. What do you mean? I asked. We headed to the Pokémon Center since Blue wanted to get his Pokémon treated. He was very powerful. He only had 3 Pokémon, all ground types. The first battle was easy when he sent out Sandslash, Blue explained. Sandslash? I asked. Next stage of Sandshrew, he continued. Then he sent Rhydon, the next stage of Rhyhorn. But the last one was the toughest, it took down all my Pokémon in one hit. It was Golem, the final evolution of Geodude. Golem? I echoed. It took out all your Pokémon in one hit? Not all, I had 4 left against Golem, Blue said. All 4 trainers lost the match. After talking to Blue, I was eager to challenge the gym leader. He seemed like a powerful trainer, and I was excited to face him. I walked into the gym, which had a maze inside with only one opening. I navigated the maze, trying to find my way to the gym leader. After several attempts that led to dead ends, I sent out Pikachu to help me find the right path. Finally, I reached a black metal door marked with a pink R. I pressed the button, and the door opened to reveal a narrow corridor. As I walked further, the lights turned on, illuminating a huge screen displaying a map of Kanto and some information. In front of the screen sat a man with a Pokémon beside him. The room was dimly lit. "Giovanni, I know you're the gym leader," I said, feeling a surge of determination. "I knew I would meet you here sometime," Giovanni replied, snapping his fingers to brighten the room. He stood up and walked toward the battle area, which was made of earth surrounded by a tiled boundary. "I am here to challenge you," I declared. "I will use 3 Pokémon, and you will use all," he said. "Let's see what you've got." I pointed my Pokédex at the Pokémon he was petting. "Persian, a classy cat Pokémon. Has a vicious temperament. Beware if it raises its tail straight up, it's a signal that it is about to pounce," the Pokédex explained. "I'm not using Persian. He's not a ground type. I will choose Sandslash," Giovanni said. "Go, Pidgeotto," I called. As the battle began, I felt the weight of the moment. Meanwhile, Leaf and I approached 2 grunts who were arguing in the middle of the city. "See, it's that kid who saved Kanto from Team Rocket," Butch said. "I had this kid," Cassidy retorted. "Lower your tone, or the police will arrest us." "Giovanni is no longer the Team Rocket boss," Butch warned. "You mean Team Rocket hasn't dissolved yet?" I asked. "It has, thanks to you," Cassidy replied. "We can't stay in the Kanto region anymore." I felt a sense of relief that Team Rocket was finished. Maybe now they would stop causing trouble. "I'm very angry at this kid. I want to take revenge," Cassidy said. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt," I commanded. Cassidy and Butch were zapped. "Listen, it's better for Kanto if Team Rocket isn't around," Leaf said. "You can start a new job and create a new identity," Sabrina added. "You can become whoever you want," I encouraged. "That's right," Cassidy said, reflecting on her choices. "I never really wanted to be a criminal. I wanted to work with my father at his bakery. And I wanted to become an actor," Butch admitted. "You can still pursue your dreams," I said. Cassidy and Butch looked remorseful, realizing the impact of their past choices. "My mother would never forgive me if I told her what I did," Butch said. "Nor would my parents," Cassidy echoed. They extended their right hands. "We want to take a pledge," they said in unison. "From now on, we will not do any harm to any human or Pokémon. We will strive to be better people. Please, help us," they pleaded. Suddenly, Officer Jenny placed HNDCFFS on Cassidy and Butch's right hands, which were in front of them. "I arrest you on charges of being Team Rocket members," she declared. "For how long?" Cassidy asked. "Yes, we deserve it," Butch added. "Finally, they will become good people," I said to Leaf. "Forever," Officer Jenny replied. She placed them in a truck, closed the doors, and locked them inside. "We tried becoming good people," Cassidy said. "See what happened. Let's not be bad again, Cassidy." "I want to be an actor," Butch said. The truck started, and they were gone. "Finally, we got rid of those 2, Leaf said. "Yes," I agreed. "So, what should we do now?" "First, I have to battle the gym leader," Leaf said. "The leader is Giovanni," I informed her. "Really?" Leaf asked, surprised. "Yeah, he couldn't be arrested because the police have no proof that he is or was the Team Rocket boss," I explained. "That's all right," Leaf said. "After my battle, let's go to the Sevii Islands for a month." 15 days, I corrected her. "We have to reach the Indigo Plateau between 15 or 20. "Oh right, the registration," Leaf said. "Yes," I confirmed. "Let me go inside and get the badge," Leaf said. After the battle, we returned to Pallet Town to my house. Mom told us not to go to the Sevii Islands just yet. She wanted to spend time with me and Leaf since both of us would have to leave again after the league. So, as expected, we stayed there for the whole month while I prepared for the Pokémon League. We were walking west from Viridian to reach Victory Road, which led to the Indigo Plateau. So, what is this Victory Road? I asked. In order to reach the Pokémon League, you have to cross this tunnel, known as Victory Road, Sabrina explained. You can battle trainers inside if you want to, trainers who want to join the Pokémon League but are lost in the tunnel. We walked inside the main door marked, Pokémon League. On the way, guards asked us to show our badges, and we did. We had all 8 badges. Finally, we stood outside the entrance of Victory Road. It was literally a tunnel. Walking inside was much easier than Rock Tunnel because Victory Road was well lit. We followed Sabrina, who knew all the paths. They say you have to battle all the trainers here, said a Pokémon trainer. Up for a battle? Okay, by me, I replied. Go, Hitmonlee. Go, Charizard, said the trainer. Do you really have to battle? Leaf asked. Don't worry, after beating him, I'm battling you, the trainer assured. Not a chance, I said. Hitmonlee, rolling kick. You're good, but you're not that good, the trainer said. Charizard, Dragon Rage. Hitmonlee fainted, and I was surprised by Charizard's move, which unleashed dark blue flames. Dragon Rage? I asked. I give up. Why? The trainer inquired. Afraid? No, I replied. I know I can't win. I give up because I want to learn how your Charizard used that move. Smart. Okay, I'll teach you, he said. Come along. I've seen you before, Sabrina said. Maybe in the gym, Leaf suggested. Oh, yes. Sabrina, you've seen me before, the trainer confirmed. We followed him to the top of Victory Road. It turned out it wasn't just a tunnel, it was a mountain with open spaces at the top. The sun shone brightly as we reached the summit. I was exhausted and in need of water, wishing I had picked up a bottle in Pallet Town. Here is where I practice, the trainer said. You aren't a trainer, Sabrina remarked. You'll know who I am, he replied, his tone filled with ambition. Send your Charizard, kid. You have a lot to learn. Go, Charizard, I said. Now what? The trainer gave us some space, as if we were in a battle. Go, Charizard, he commanded. His Charizard was much larger than mine, but mine still had the same fierce expression. Whoa, your Charizard seems really confident, the trainer noted. Tell him to use Dragon Rage. Charizard, Dragon Rage. I commanded. Charizard unleashed the attack, but the flame resembled a blue flamethrower rather than a ball of flame. He just sends out blue flamethrowers instead, I said. Charizard, Dragon Rage, he ordered. His Charizard opened its mouth, shooting a blue ball of flame at mine. My Charizard stood firm, seemingly unaffected. The trainer was surprised by its strength. That's impossible, he said. It doesn't affect him. Charizard, do the same thing, I instructed. Charizard fired back with an orange ball of fire. The trainer laughed, and Charizard grew angrier. He can't learn it that quickly, and he will think twice before hitting his own kind, the trainer said. Is there a Pokémon that a Charizard hates? I asked. Come back, Charizard, the trainer said. Go, Dragonite. A Dragonite? Are you some kind of dragon-type trainer? I asked, noticing his collection of dragon types. Yes, I am, the trainer confirmed. I felt as if Leaf and Sabrina faded into the background, quietly observing the unfolding events while Sabrina concentrated on figuring out who the trainer was. She surely recognized him. Can you tell me how to evolve my Dratini? Leaf asked. It will evolve when it wants to, he replied. If you've exceeded the level at which it evolves and it still hasn't, that means it doesn't want to. Charizard and Dragonite glared at each other, and Dragonite's eyes glowed red. Dragonite is very powerful, he said. It's the same Dragonite that destroyed the Safari Zone, Sabrina noted, her eyes shining with recognition. Correct, the trainer said. I had to catch him before he caused more destruction. Dragonite, Hyper Beam, he commanded. I didn't need to say anything. Charizard flew high, and Dragonite followed him into the air, moving much faster. Charizard used Flamethrower, while Dragonite unleashed Hyper Beams repeatedly. Charizard, Blue Flames. Do what the other Charizard did. I urged. Charizard executed Dragon Rage perfectly this time. Great, the trainer exclaimed. Dragonite, come down. But Dragonite didn't obey, it continued to follow Charizard. Charizard, come back. I called. Charizard ignored me. Dragonite used Outrage, and Charizard faced it mid-air. Charizard opened its mouth and unleashed Fire Blast, a move I didn't even know it could perform. Dragonite retaliated with Thunderbolt. Could Dragonites do that? Charizard held Dragonite while it unleashed Thunderbolt. Charizard soared high, disappearing into the clouds. Where did they go? I asked. I know what Charizard is doing, the trainer said. I think we should leave some space here. Everyone backed off, creating a large gap in the crowd. Suddenly, Charizard appeared alongside Dragonite. With a swift motion, Charizard knocked Dragonite to the ground, leaving him fainted. Dragonites and Charizards are always enemies. They never stop until one of them faints, the trainer remarked. I remember who you are, Sabrina said, recognizing the trainer. He sent Charizard back to the sky and flew off toward the Indigo Plateau, visible from the top of Victory Road. Who is he? I asked. He is Lance, one of the Elite Four of the Pokémon League, Sabrina replied. I stood outside the Pokémon League, ready to conclude my journey. Holding a Pokeball, I gazed at the entrance, tears welling in my eyes. My dad would have been so proud, I wished he were here. After a long time, I remembered him and thought that regardless of winning or losing, I had traveled the Kanto region and earned all 8 badges. After the league, which would take place in a week, Leaf would head to the Sinnoh region, while I would return home to continue my studies. I cried as Leaf and Sabrina arrived on my Charizard, whom I had sent to pick them up. Leaf placed her hand on my shoulder. I know I'll have to leave, Leaf said. But it's okay, I'll come back every year. I wiped my tears and approached the gate. The gate looked brand new, while the floor beneath me, 200 years old, appeared as if it had just been laid. Standing in front of the main door, it opened automatically. Inside resembled a Pokémon Center but was 3 times larger, featuring a nurse likely with the same name Joy, a registration counter, and trainers milling about. Leaf approached a trainer and asked, "Are the registrations done?" "No, they will happen tomorrow. Come over sometime for a cup of coffee," he replied. Leaf returned, shaking her head. That guy was an idiot, I know, I said. No need to engage with people like that. I walked to Nurse Joy and had my Pokémon healed. She also handed me a key to a room upstairs, while Sabrina received a different room as a VIP, simply because she was a gym leader. We went upstairs, and I lay on the bed. Hey, the lower bunk is mine, Leaf said. Okay, I replied, getting up to climb to the upper bunk. I had no idea this would be the last time I spent with Leaf before she left. I climbed back down. I think we should do something, I suggested. Like what? Leaf asked. Look, this is our time together. After this, you'll be off to the Sinnoh region, and I'll be back with Mom and... I trailed off. I will always be a trainer, Leaf assured me. Even in Sinnoh, I'll be training there too. What do you mean? I asked. You don't have to go back to studying. If you win the league, maybe you can become a gym leader if Giovanni decides to step down, Leaf explained. You're right, I said. And the next time we meet, it will be a rematch in Viridian for you. Absolutely, Leaf agreed. I bet you'll become a gym leader. I felt happy again, thanks to Leaf. We walked outside into a vast garden filled with various flowers, yellow, pink, blue, and more. As we wandered further from the league, the garden sloped gently, and we sat together, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, Mew flew overhead, heading toward Mount Silver in the distance. "Red, wake up," Leaf called. The pleasant weather shifted to a stormy atmosphere, with thunder rumbling and clouds darkening. "Red!" Leaf shouted, shaking me awake from the upper bunk. "Was it a dream?" I asked, rubbing my eyes. "Red, you've been sleeping since yesterday evening," Leaf said. "Let's go down for registration." Sabrina remained in her room. Leaf and I stood behind at least 10 other trainers in line. "How many more trainers are there?" I inquired. "There are 20 trainers participating, including us," Leaf replied. "They will be paired randomly. The losers will receive their rankings, and then the winners will face off again. If you win the first 2 battles, only 5 trainers will remain. Then you battle the 4 elites, and if you beat them, there will be a champion battle. So, I need to win 7 matches to win the league?" I asked. "Yes," Leaf confirmed. As the registration began, the line grew shorter. "Keep your Pokédex here," the receptionist instructed. "And show all your badges." She examined my badges, scanning them to verify their authenticity, and connected my Pokédex to the computer to register my information. "Welcome to the Pokémon League, Red Satoshi," the receptionist said. "Thanks," I replied, putting my Pokédex back in my pocket. Once our registration was complete, we settled on a couch in the Pokémon Center, waiting for the afternoon when the pairings would be announced. In the afternoon, everyone was called to select a Magikarp from an aquarium, each marked with a number. "You have to pick one of these Magikarp, there are 10 in total," the receptionist explained. "I picked that one with number 1, Leaf said. "What? That's the date of my birthday." "I'll pick number 8 then," I said. "Let's see who else picked that one." "Okay, your match is paired with Walter," the receptionist announced. A trainer stood beside me, the same one Leaf had asked about registration. "I'm going to beat you, and that's a promise," he declared. "Too bad you'll lose the league." "And Leaf, your match is paired with Elaine," the receptionist continued. A girl stood next to Leaf. "Good luck," she said. "Same to you," Leaf replied. Elaine had an EV perched on her shoulder, and I thought about my own EV and how I had obtained it. I withdrew Jolteon from the box and made adjustments to my team before the match. "Your Pokémon battles will be held in the evening," the receptionist said. "Good luck to all." Walter gave me a thumbs down, while Leaf engaged in conversation with Elaine. "Hi Red," a familiar voice called. I looked up to see Ash approaching. "Ash. I'm glad to see you here," I said. "You weren't there when I brought the torch to the league, were you?" Ash asked. "Nope," I replied. "I'm really sorry. But congratulations on being chosen as the holder of the torch made from Moltres' flames." "Thanks," he said. "So, have you completed your pairing?" "Yes, I have a match with a kid named Walter," I informed him. "Great. Good luck with the battle," Ash encouraged. As time passed, I felt more confident about the upcoming match. And then, it was time for the match. The receptionist announced that Red and Walter would be competing at the Indigo Stadium. Ash wished me good luck as I entered the stadium, which was mostly empty except for the announcer, some judges, and Walter. The announcer introduced us: "We have Red on the right side and Walter on the left." A horn sounded, signaling the start of the match. "Go Hypno," Walter called out. "I choose Nidoking," I replied. "Hypno, use Psychic," Walter commanded. "Nidoking, horn attack," I shouted back. Nidoking took a hit, but Hypno was also hurt by the horn attack. "Hypno, use Hypnosis," Walter ordered. Nidoking fell asleep. "Hypno, use Psychic," Walter continued. Nidoking remained asleep as Hypno launched its attack. But then, Nidoking woke up. Hypno, future sight. Walter said. Nidoking, horn drill. I countered, and Hypno fainted. Nidoking also fell due to the future sight attack. Go Lickitung, Walter called. I choose Bulbasaur, I replied. Lickitung, use Stomp. Walter commanded. Lickitung knocked Bulbasaur down, but Bulbasaur got up and smiled at me. Alright then, use Solar Beam. I instructed. Bulbasaur gathered solar energy, but it was sunset, and there wasn't much to absorb. Lickitung, use Ice Beam. Walter said. Bulbasaur's leg froze, leaving him unable to move. Bulba, he said, but then released the solar energy towards Lickitung, causing it to faint. Come back, Lickitung, Walter said. Go Venusaur. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. I commanded, but the attack wasn't effective against Venusaur. Venusaur, use Body Slam. Walter shouted. Bulbasaur fainted. Come back, I said. Go. Charizard. Venusaur, Solar Beam. Walter called, but the sun had set. Nice try. Charizard, use Dragon Rage. I instructed. Charizard executed the move perfectly, and Venusaur fainted in one hit. Venusaur, come back. Go Starmie, Walter said. Charizard, use Fire Blast. I commanded. Starmie, Water Pulse. Walter countered, landing a critical hit. Charizard, use Flamethrower. I shouted, and Starmie fainted. Come back, go Butterfree, Walter said. Charizard, Flamethrower. I commanded, but Charizard's attack missed. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. Walter ordered, and Charizard fell asleep. Butterfree, use Psychic. I instructed, but Charizard remained asleep. Butterfree, use Confusion. I continued, and finally, Charizard fainted. Charizard, come back. Go Hitmonlee, Walter said. Butterfree, Silver Wind. I commanded. Hitmonlee, High Jump Kick. Walter shouted. Butterfree, Confusion. I countered, and Hitmonlee fainted. Come back, go Pidgeotto, Walter said. Butterfree, use Psychic. I instructed. Pidgeotto, use Aerial Ace. Walter commanded, and Butterfree fainted. Come back, go Electabuzz, I said. Pidgeotto, use Wing Attack. Walter shouted. It is our last Pokémon, and I have a type advantage. Electabuzz, use Thunder Punch. I commanded. Pidgeotto flew high and avoided the punch. Use Steel Wing. Walter instructed, but Electabuzz fainted. Walter has no more Pokémon to fight with. Red wins, the announcer declared. Congratulations, Red, shouted Professor Oak, who was sitting behind the judges. Professor! I exclaimed in joy. I went inside to have my Pokémon healed. Great match, said Leaf. I didn't see it from the start, but the end was awesome. Sorry, I didn't see your match, I replied. It's alright, Leaf said. But the good thing is that we won. Yes, I agreed. Red, Leaf, your next match will be held tomorrow, the receptionist announced. Okay, Leaf said. And the pairing will also happen tomorrow? I asked. Yes, the receptionist confirmed. Let's go, I said. Ash is also here. We rushed to a different Indigo Stadium. There were several stadiums, with the main one designated for the champion battle. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash shouted. Trainer Richie wins, Ash loses, the announcer declared. We missed the whole match, and I felt sad for Ash. We sat in the Pokémon Center. Only 10 people left in the league, Leaf noted. I'm really sorry for you, I said. But you always learn a lesson to be better after losing. Ash, Professor Oak said, addressing us. Red and Leaf too. Ash, I want you to know that it doesn't matter if anyone here wins or loses, the best thing is that you are participating in a Pokémon League. If you all made it to the league on your first try, the next attempt could lead to victory. What do you mean? I asked. I want Ash to go to the Orange Islands. There is a whole Pokémon League there. But I need you to get a parcel from a professor called Ivy from the islands. I'll tell you more about it later, and I'm sure you'll win the Orange League, Oak explained. Oak and Ash walked upstairs to their rooms. Oak is just sending him to get the GS ball, I said. Let's go, Leaf said. Dinner will be served in the rooms. Big day tomorrow, I said. If we win, we'll get to fight the Elite Fours. That night, I didn't have any dreams, but I woke up feeling thirsty. I climbed down from the bunk bed and searched for a water bottle in the room. Luckily, I found one and drank from it. Suddenly, a pink light filled the room. I set the bottle aside and moved toward the window. There was Mew outside, not flying but simply sitting on the other side of the window, looking at me. I remembered the night I first saw Mew. Mew, I said softly. Mew, it replied. The next morning, I woke up to Leaf's voice. I thought you'd keep sleeping like last time, she said, packing her bag. I need to take a bath, I smell, I replied, and after my bath, we headed downstairs to pick Magikarps again. Everyone was selecting them, but there were only 5 left. I want one again, Leaf said. Sorry, but that one has already been taken, the receptionist replied. 3. Leaf asked. Already picked, the receptionist said. Which one's free? I inquired. Only one, the receptionist answered. That means we'll have to battle each other. I asked. Duh, Leaf replied. But I really don't want to defeat you in a battle. Are you joking? I'm going to win, I said confidently. We both picked number 5. Our battle was scheduled for the evening. If I won, Leaf would have to go to Sinnoh, and if she won, I would be the loser. I had an idea. Leaf, I have a great idea, I said. Let's call it even and finish with a draw. If it's a draw, we both can battle the Elite Fours, and then we can pick different Magikarps in the champion battle. Not a bad idea, Leaf agreed. We devised a plan to ensure a tie in the match and felt confident that it would work. In the evening, we went to the stadium to start our battle. We have Red on the left side and Leaf on the right, the announcer declared. Second round rules are different, you just have to use 3 Pokémon. I felt confident, but I also knew that our plan might not go as smoothly as we hoped. Leaf looked tense as she called out, "Go Raichu," her voice lacking enthusiasm. I responded in kind, "Go Pikachu." Raichu, use Shock Wave, Leaf commanded. Pikachu, go for a quick attack, I replied. Raichu, double team, Leaf instructed, and suddenly, Raichu multiplied into at least 10 copies, surrounding Pikachu, who looked irritated. Pikachu, find the real one by zapping every image, I said. Pikachu zapped each Raichu until it identified the real one. Raichu, use Iron Tail. Pikachu, counter it with Thunderbolt. I urged. Pikachu managed to stop Raichu's attack, but Raichu absorbed the Thunderbolt and was left badly injured. Leaf glared at me in frustration. Raichu, use Thunder, she shouted, but the attack missed. Pikachu, use Thunder. I called out, and Raichu fainted. Come back, Raichu. Go Dugtrio, Leaf said. Pikachu, quick attack. Dugtrio, dig. Pikachu, stay alert, I warned. Dugtrio remained underground, and I realized that only one of us would reach the Elite Four. I quickly devised a plan for a tie. Dugtrio emerged, and Pikachu fainted. Now, I needed to take down Dugtrio with a Pokémon that was weaker than Leaf's next Pokémon, which I guessed would be her Dratini. Go Wartortle. I called. Dugtrio, use Fury Swipes. Wartortle, use Water Pulse. I commanded, and Dugtrio fainted. If Leaf sent out Dratini, I had a chance for a draw. Go Omastar, Leaf said, and I realized my plan was failing. Omastar, finish it with ancient power, she commanded, and Wartortle fainted. Go Snorlax, I said, knowing I had to think strategically. Snorlax, use Headbutt, I instructed, but it wasn't enough to take down Omastar, whose health was critical. Omastar, Water Gun. Now was the moment to execute my plan. Snorlax, use Self-Destruct. I said. Snorlax fainted, and so did Omastar. Leaf looked at me in surprise. It's a tie, announced the referee. You both are qualified to fight the Elite Four. Wait, I have a notice from the other stadium, Red's match will be with Trace, and Leaf's match will be with Chuck. That was a relief, I wouldn't have to battle Leaf just yet. We returned to the Pokémon Center to heal our Pokémon. How did you do it? Leaf asked. I knew my plan failed when they said it would be a 3-on-3, but I made a new plan for a tie. The only way was with Snorlax since he's my only Pokémon with Self-Destruct. It was better than my earlier plan of Charizard versus Dratini, I explained. Whatever it was great, Leaf said. Hope to see you win tomorrow, I replied. I worked hard today, so don't let me down. Shut up, come on, Leaf said, walking towards the stairs and up to her room. While I sat in the Pokémon Center, waiting for my next match, a boy approached me. Can you help me find my Pokémon? He asked. He was here a minute ago, and now I can't find him. Okay, which Pokémon did you have? I asked. He is a Farfetch'd, said the boy. I checked the Pokédex. Farfetch'd, a wild duck Pokémon. It always walks about with a plant stalk clamped in its beak. The stalk is used for building its nest, I read aloud. Where was Farfetch'd when you last saw him? I inquired. You can send out a Pokémon and ask it to look, your Pokémon would be able to smell it, the boy suggested. Right, go Pikachu, I said. I followed Pikachu as he sniffed around. He doesn't know what I did with Ash in the anime, the boy said, looking out the window. What anime? I asked. Pokémon, he replied. There is an anime called Pokémon. I asked in surprise. How old is it? 14 years, he said. Where is your Pokémon going? We followed Pikachu outside the building and toward the garden. Suddenly, someone pulled my belt off, and I fell into a hole, along with Pikachu. Yes, jackpot, said the boy. We got 5 Pokémon, including Farfetch'd. It's not right to steal someone's Pokémon, I said, realizing this boy was quite skilled at thievery. It's the best we can do, he said, walking away. Pikachu and I were stuck. Do we have a way out? I asked. Pikapi. Pikachu replied. Okay, can I try to get you out so you can get help? I asked. Pikachu, he exclaimed. I stepped aside, and Pikachu climbed onto my head and jumped out. Well done, I said. Pikachu returned with Leaf, whose Ivysaur pulled me out with Vine Whip. He took all your Pokémon? Leaf asked. Yes, I replied. So how are we going to get that guy? She asked. I have no idea how we're going to do it, I admitted. He's probably in Viridian City by now, and I have only 2 hours before round 2 starts. We'll figure something out, Red, Leaf assured me. Should we inform the police? I'd be kicked out of the league, I said. Let's just walk toward Victory Road, maybe we'll find someone who saw him, Leaf suggested. Alright, I agreed, feeling tears welling up. I wiped my forehead, adjusting my cap as I started to sweat. Suddenly, a Pokémon flew over Victory Road. Charizard? I exclaimed. Charizard landed in front of me and handed me my belt. But how? I asked, astonished. Then the boy who had stolen my Pokémon appeared, following Charizard. When he saw me, he began to back away. Wait, I called. Why would you steal someone's Pokémon? I'm really sorry. I don't have money for food and have to steal to survive. I thought your Pokémon would be worth something, but, he explained. You know Team Rocket members are being arrested for a lifetime, I warned him. Do you want the same thing? The boy asked. Sorry, from now on, I won't do anything like this, he replied. You must teach your Pokémon and battle people for money, I suggested. Sure, I will train Farfetch'd and battle you one day, he said confidently. I will be happy. I'm Red, I introduced myself. And I'm Silver, nice to meet you, he responded. And again, never steal a Pokémon, I reminded him. Silver adjusted his red hair and walked out of the Indigo Plateau with his Farfetch'd. The second round wasn't very eventful. I won the battle against a trainer named Trace, who had a Nidorina, Kadabra, and Flareon. Leaf and I were finally qualified to battle the elites and were also in the top 5. In the evening, I was ready to face the first elite. Her name was Lorelei. When I asked the receptionist about her, she mentioned that Lorelei was an Ice-type trainer and the easiest elite to beat. I had high hopes of winning, but I reminded myself not to underestimate an Elite 4 trainer. They are really strong, just look at Lance in Victory Road and his Pokémon. Ice types were mainly weak against fire and fighting, but the Elite 4s can only use 5 Pokémon, and Kanto has no individual Ice type. Pokémon like Lapras, Dugong, and Cloyster are Ice and Water types. There's also Jinx, which is Ice and Psychic, and Articuno, but it's a legendary, so it can't be used in Pokémon leagues. So, she would probably use a strong Water type too, considering there were only 4 usable Ice types. To counter Ice and Water types, I needed Electric, Grass, Rock, and Fighting types. Therefore, Pikachu, Jolteon, Bulbasaur, Kabutops, and Hitmonlee would be my best options, and I could use Snorlax since it has only fighting as its weakness. It was the perfect team for the first elite. I adjusted my team accordingly. Leaf was battling Lorelei before me, so I went inside the stadium to watch. Lorelei was powerful, but Leaf managed to hold her own with Raichu, Ivysaur, Mankey, Hitmonchan, Omastar, and Beedrill. Leaf also chose types that were strong against Ice-type Pokémon. Leaf won against Lorelei's Pokémon, which included the Lapras, Dugong, Cloyster, Jinx, and a Water-type Slowbro. I couldn't help but smile. Leaf approached me and said, "Good luck, show them what you've got." "I will and win the first elite badge," I replied. "I'll be right there. First, I need to take my Pokémon to Nurse Joy," Leaf said as she walked away. I made my way toward the stadium, standing in front of the first elite Lorelei. "Lorelei will use 5 Pokémon, and Challenger Red will use all 6, announced the announcer. "The match starts now. Go Dugong," Lorelei called. "I choose you, Pikachu," I said. "Dugong, use Ice Beam," Lorelei commanded. "Pikachu, counter with Thunderbolt," I instructed. Pikachu jumped into the air and unleashed a Thunderbolt on Dugong, dodging its Ice Beam. Pikachu didn't fully understand my command but executed it perfectly. Dugong was critically hit. "Dugong, use Headbutt," Lorelei directed. Suddenly, a box fell on Dugong, trapping it inside. The box was made of glass, and Dugong struggled to break free. Everyone looked up to see where the box had come from. A hot air balloon with a Meowth face floated down. The box was connected to the balloon by a strong iron chain. 2 figures were visible in the balloon, and as it descended, their faces were revealed. "Prepare for trouble," one of them declared. "And make it double," the other continued. "To protect the world from devastation. To unite the people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. Team Rocket? I exclaimed, surprised to see them back in action. We just want to pull off one last crime in Kanto and then we'll leave, James said. James, why are you telling them our great plan? Jessie asked. Meowth scratched both of their faces. Shut your mouths and fly this balloon away before the police shows up, he instructed. That Meowth can actually speak. Lorelei said, astonished. I thought there was a tape recorder attached to it. Yeah. I can speak, no big deal, Meowth replied. The balloon floated up but stopped, as Dugong's weight was too much for it to lift. James, I told you to pick a lighter Pokémon, now we're stuck, Jessie complained. Team Rocket, get down and turn yourselves into the police, Officer Jenny commanded, arriving on her superbike. Jessie, do you mind unhooking the chain? We're going to get arrested, Meowth said. Jessie took out a pair of scissors and tried to cut the chain, but Meowth scratched her face. He then unhooked the chain and tossed it away. Sometimes I feel like I'm the trainer and you two are my Pokémon, Meowth muttered. Team Rocket's hot air balloon soared high into the sky. They're getting away. Officer Jenny shouted. Not while I'm here, I declared, stepping up to be a hero. Go Charizard, blast that balloon. Charizard used its claw to pop the balloon, sending it flying off into the distance. Why do we always lose? Jessie lamented. Because we're the bad guys, James replied. Seriously, the kid reading this story would be much smarter than you two, Meowth remarked. Team Rocket is blasting off again, the three Team Rocket grunts declared, though it was unclear if Meowth counted as one. I'll catch those Team Rocket grunts, Officer Jenny said as she exited the stadium. Lorelei pressed a button on the box, and it opened. Dugong walked out and hugged Lorelei. I wondered how Lorelei had managed to survive. I continued battling Lorelei, and in the end. Charizard, use Dragon Rage. I commanded. Lorelei's Lapras fainted. Lorelei has no usable Pokémon, Challenger Red wins, the announcer declared. Hey, Professor Oak, I said, calling him to discuss things I couldn't mention in front of Blue, who could be quite distracting. Red, I'm glad to see you. What's on your mind? Professor Oak asked, wearing his usual lab coat, albeit with mud stains, and his hair was styled upwards. He seemed to be getting younger as he aged, I thought. First, tell me what's up with you, I said, chuckling at the professor. Nothing much, your Jolteon seems to like me, that's all, Oak replied. Did Jolteon do that to you? I asked. Just then, Leaf appeared. Hey. Professor. Did someone punch you? No, Jolteon did that to him, I explained. Was that sarcasm? Leaf inquired. No, seriously, I insisted. Leaf laughed continuously, while Professor Oak looked increasingly annoyed. Suddenly, he was zapped by something. Jolteon, stop doing that. Come back, said Professor Oak. Jolteon went inside the Pokeball, perhaps now he wouldn't disturb Professor Oak. So, why did you call me? Oak asked. Yeah, regarding Jolteon, I replied. Yes, you can have him back, said the professor, placing Jolteon's Pokeball on the transferring machine. No, I don't want him back right now, I said. But I want to tell you something about him. What? Asked Oak. In Celadon City, a guy handed me Eevee's Pokeball, saying that he couldn't keep it anymore and thought I was Eevee's trainer, I explained. So, Jolteon is not yours? Oak inquired. No, when Leaf scanned for his information. I began. I scanned for Eevee's info, it displayed, caught in Violet City, Trainer Red, it even had Red's trainer ID, said Leaf. Professor Oak's expression shifted from confusion to surprise. And the most confusing thing is the date, Leaf added. What? Asked Oak. March 7, 2014, said Leaf. Professor Oak's face went blank. That's impossible. He smiled. Check it now, I urged. Just scan Jolteon and see his information. Leaf nodded in agreement, and I turned off the PC. Was it right to tell Oak about Jolteon? I asked. Yes, it kind of was, said Leaf. For how long were you going to hide it from others? I think you're right, I admitted. An announcement was made by the receptionist. Trainer Leaf, please go to the stadium, your match will start in a few minutes. Best of luck, I said. And I hope you don't win, ha, ha, ha. Your sarcasm is evident, said Leaf. Thanks for wishing me luck. Leaf rushed toward the stadium, and I walked to see her match. I wanted her to win, but I still wanted to be the champion. I watched Leaf's battle, and she won, as I expected. Never underestimate Leaf, she was impressive. Trainer Red, please go to the stadium, your match will start in a few seconds, said the receptionist. Now, I wish you lose, said Leaf. Sorry, trying to be sarcastic. You don't even sound sarcastic, I replied. Oh, said Leaf. Best of luck. Thanks, I said. I ran down to the stadium and stood in front of Bruno. Good luck, kid. It's not easy to make it to me, said Bruno. That's why I wish you luck too, I replied. It's not easy to make it to you. You've really got some nerve, said Bruno. I like that. Let's get started. The match begins, announced the announcer. The space between Bruno and me was rocky, unlike other matches. Bruno was a fighting-type trainer, so that wasn't expected. Go Onyx, said Bruno. Weren't you a fighting type? I asked. Yes, but I can use any Pokémon, Bruno smiled. That was really unexpected, I joked, recalling a line from a cartoon. Is that supposed to make me laugh? Asked Bruno. Nope. Go Kabutops, I said. Intelligent choice, said Bruno. Onyx, use Rock Throw. Onyx smashed its tail into the ground, sending rocks flying toward Kabutops. Kabutops, slash the rocks, I commanded. Kabutops sliced through the debris. Kabutops, use Aqua Jet, I instructed. It was super effective against Onyx, which took a critical hit. Onyx, use Rock Tomb, said Bruno. Several large boulders fell onto Kabutops, but it managed to shake them off. Well done, Kabutops. Use Water Pulse, I said. Onyx fainted. That was great, Kabutops, I praised. Come back, Onyx. Go Hitmonlee, said Bruno. Kabutops, use Slash, I ordered. Hitmonlee, use High Jump Kick, said Bruno. It was super effective, and Kabutops fainted. Come back, Kabutops. You did great. Go Pidgeotto, I said. Hitmonlee, use Brick Break, said Bruno. Pidgeotto fainted. Your Pokémon didn't evolve into Pidgeot. That means it was less than level 36, stop using weak Pokémon in the league, said Bruno. Weak Pokémon. I'll show him what they can do. Go Bulbasaur, I said. Hitmonlee, Rolling Kick, said Bruno. Hitmonlee's attack missed. Bulbasaur, use Sleep Powder, I commanded. Hitmonlee fell asleep. Hitmonlee, wake up. Use Brick Break, said Bruno. Bulbasaur, use Solar Beam, I said. Hitmonlee fainted. Come back, Hitmonlee. Go Hitmonchan, said Bruno. Bulbasaur, Sleep Powder, I instructed. Hitmonchan dodged the powder. Hitmonchan, use Thunder Punch, said Bruno. Bulbasaur fainted. Come back, Bulbasaur. Go Snorlax, I said. Hitmonchan, use Fire Punch, said Bruno. Hitmonchan's punch bounced off Snorlax. Snorlax, use Body Slam, I commanded. Snorlax slammed onto Hitmonchan, who fainted. Come back, Hitmonchan. Go Onyx, said Bruno. Another Onyx? I asked. Snorlax, use Headbutt. Onyx, dig, said Bruno. Onyx burrowed underground. Snorlax looked confused, unable to locate Onyx. Onyx, come out and use Rock Smash, said Bruno. Onyx emerged and struck Snorlax with rocks. Snorlax fainted. Come back, Snorlax. Go Wartortle, I said. Onyx, use Rock Tomb, said Bruno. Wartortle, dodge. Run. I commanded. Wartortle evaded the attack. Wartortle, use Water Gun, I said. Onyx fainted. Come back, Onyx. Go Machamp, said Bruno. Wartortle, use Water Pulse, I instructed. Machamp, use Seismic Toss, said Bruno. Machamp lifted Wartortle and threw him down. Wartortle fainted. Come back, Wartortle. Go Charizard, I said. Machamp, finish it with a Vital Throw, said Bruno. Charizard stood firm, and Machamp couldn't budge him. Charizard, use Dragon Rage, I commanded. Machamp fainted. Trainer Red wins, announced the announcer. Congratulations, Red, said Bruno. I would like to reward you for winning your second elite battle. He handed me a crown made of rock, still yellow in color. It's a king's rock. Rare. The Pokémon wearing that will weaken the opponent's attack somehow related to psychology, said Bruno. Thanks, I replied. I walked outside the stadium. Congratulations, Red, said Leaf. Everyone won their battle against Bruno. So, we're still 4 people? I asked. Yeah, said Leaf. Great. I said. I'm going to need some sleep. I'm going to get some food, said Leaf. Bring some for me too, I said. And bring some for me too, said Leaf. What? I asked. Sleep. You said you were going to get some, said Leaf. Then get some for me too. Okay, I said. We laughed. Mom, I said. When are you coming to Indigo Plateau? When I win. Red, calm down. Sorry, dear. I will be there by Monday, said Mom. Monday? That would be my last battle, I said. I'm so sorry, said Mom. Can't you come here flying? I asked. But how? She replied. I could send Charizard to Professor Oak. He'll bring you right away, I suggested. What if you need Charizard in the league? She asked. Don't worry, I'll handle it without him. He'll bring you today only, I reassured her. Alright, I'll pack my bag for 3 days, she said. Yes, I confirmed. I am winning the league. Okay, so I'll be off to Oak's lab soon, Mom said. Okay, bye Mom, I replied as I shut off the PC and called Professor Oak. What now? Oak asked, sounding frustrated. His appearance was more disheveled than yesterday. Dark circles under his eyes and a damaged lab coat told me he hadn't had much rest. What's up with you? I inquired. Your Jolteon didn't even let me sleep, he complained. Okay, good news for you. I want Jolteon, I said. And you're sending what? He asked. Charizard, I replied. Charizard? Are you out of your mind? He is your strongest Pokémon, Professor Oak exclaimed. Mom will come in a few minutes and take him from you and come flying here, I explained. Oh, but you'll still not be able to use Charizard in today's match, he warned. Alright to me, I said. I placed Charizard's Pokeball on the machine, and Professor Oak did the same with Jolteon. The ball glowed blue and exchanged places. Finally, I'm happy Jolteon is gone, Oak said. Alright, Professor, I said, switching off the PC. I had all my Pokémon healed before the match. When my name was announced, I rushed to the stadium. In every Pokémon League, I have defeated at least one trainer. And I feel that's you, kid, said Agatha. She was an elderly woman, not very tall, with a fierce look in her eyes that intimidated me. I am winning this, I declared. There is no way I'm gonna lose to you. I hear Oak's taken a lot of interest in you, child. That old duff was once tough and handsome. But that was decades ago. He's a shadow of his former self, Agatha remarked. What do you mean, shadow of his former self? I asked. I mean, when you grow older, don't you dare go soft like that, Oak. Be like me and keep battling on, she advised. Good advice, I said. But I don't think he is soft. Oh wait, he is. Let the match begin, said the announcer. Go Gengar, Agatha commanded. Go Jolteon, I said. Gengar, use Destiny Bond, Agatha instructed. The attack had no effect. Jolteon, use Thunderbolt, I called out. Gengar, use Confuse Ray, Agatha countered. Jolteon, use Quick Attack, I said. But it didn't affect Gengar. Fool, physical. Attacks never affect ghost types, Agatha taunted. Gengar, use Psychic. Jolteon was low on health. You may be very powerful, but you couldn't defeat me, I said. Jolteon, use Thunderbolt. You like Thunderbolt? Okay, Gengar, use Thunderbolt, Agatha replied. Fortunately for Jolteon, he could absorb electricity to regain health. What? Agatha exclaimed. Jolteon, use Thunder, I commanded. Gengar fainted. Come back, Gengar. Go Golbat, Agatha said. Leaf, along with my mom, arrived and sat with the audience. I felt nervous seeing my mom there. Jolteon, use Double Team, I instructed. Golbat, wing attack on all of them, Agatha ordered. Jolteon fell down. Jolteon, Thunderbolt, I said. Golbat was critically hit. Golbat, use Bite, Agatha commanded. Jolteon fainted. Come back, Jolteon. Go Charizard, I said, but Wartortle emerged from the Pokeball instead. I almost forgot that I didn't have Charizard. Golbat, use Confuse Ray, Agatha said. Wartortle was confused. Wartortle, use Water Gun, I instructed. Wartortle hit himself in confusion. Golbat, use Wing Attack, Agatha said. Wartortle fainted. Come back, go Bulbasaur, I said. Golbat, use Bite, Agatha commanded. Bulbasaur, use Sleep Powder, I instructed. Golbat fell asleep. Bulbasaur, use Solar Beam, I said. Bulbasaur absorbed solar energy. Golbat, wake up. I'm older than you, I should be sleeping, not you, Agatha joked. Bulbasaur, release Solar Beam, I commanded. Golbat fainted. Well done, buddy. Bulbasaur ran and hugged me, and I returned the gesture. Come back, Golbat. Go Haunter, Agatha said. Bulbasaur, same thing again. Use Sleep Powder, I instructed. Haunter fell asleep. Haunter, wake up, Agatha urged. Bulbasaur, use Solar Beam, I said. Bulbasaur absorbed solar energy. Haunter woke up. Haunter, use Psychic, Agatha commanded. Bulbasaur, release Solar Beam, I said. Haunter was critically hit. Haunter, use Confusion, Agatha said. Bulbasaur fainted. Come back, Bulbasaur. You did wonderful, I said. Go Snorlax. Haunter, use Confuse Ray, Agatha instructed. Snorlax yawned and fell asleep. The audience laughed, surprised by this turn of events. Your Pokémon is no longer hungry, Agatha said. That's why Snorlax is sleeping. Oh, God. Professor Oak must have given him more food, I said. I know. That dummy loves Pokémon like they are his relatives, Agatha replied. Years back, he used to give medicine to an oddish who was constipated. I laughed but quickly turned serious. Haunter, use Dream Eater, Agatha commanded. Snorlax, please wake up, I pleaded. Haunter, use Confusion, Agatha said. Snorlax, please, I beg you to wake up, I urged. Haunter, use Psychic, Agatha commanded. Snorlax fainted. Come back, Snorlax. Go Kabutops, I said. Haunter, use Confuse Ray, Agatha instructed. Kabutops was confused and hit himself. Kabutops, use Aqua Jet, I said. Kabutops hit himself again due to confusion. Haunter, use Psychic, Agatha commanded. Kabutops fainted. Come back, Kabutops, I said. It's impossible for you to win. I still have 3 Pokémon, and you have 1, Agatha said confidently. Red, take this, shouted Leaf from the audience. Leaf threw Charizard's Pokeball, and I caught it. Okay, go Charizard, I said. Haunter, use Psychic, Agatha commanded. Charizard, use Flamethrower, I instructed. Haunter fainted. Come back. Go Arbok, Agatha said. Charizard, fly, I commanded. Arbok, Poison Sting, Agatha ordered. Arbok launched Poison Stings. Charizard, dive and hit, I said. Arbok was critically hit. Arbok, use Bite, Agatha commanded. Charizard, Ember, I instructed. Arbok fainted. Come back, go Gengar, Agatha said. Charizard, Flamethrower, I commanded. Gengar was critically hit. Gengar, use Confuse Ray, Agatha said. Charizard became confused. Charizard, use Dragon Rage, I instructed. Charizard hit himself in confusion. Gengar, use Shadow Punch, Agatha commanded. Charizard fell to the ground, critically hit. Charizard, you can do it, I encouraged. Please get up. You can do it. Charizard. Charizard, cheered the audience. Charizard stood up, fueled by determination. Charizard, use Dragon Rage, I commanded. Gengar fainted. Can't be. Your Pokémon defeated 3 of my Pokémon. No wonder Oak chose you to become a trainer, Agatha admitted. Well done, Charizard, I said, hugging my friend. Yes, you said something. Agatha cringed. Just like Oak, you've got some nerve, she remarked. Say hi to Oak for me. I will, I promised. Trainer Red wins, announced the announcer. The crowd applauded my victory. Red heard the crowd shout his name as he stepped outside, where Leaf and his mom were waiting for him. Thanks, Leaf, for giving me Charizard, he said gratefully. It's okay, Leaf replied. I wanted you to lose because I didn't want to battle you in the champion battle, but I had mercy on you when you were losing. You did really well, son, his mom added, wrapping him in a hug. It was the day of his final elite battle, a challenge that many faced but few succeeded in. Lance was known for his impressive record, having only lost 7 battles since he became an elite in Red. Felt a mix of excitement and fear as he prepared for the match. When his name was called, he felt goosebumps. He wasn't sure if he could defeat Lance's Dragonite, but he took a deep breath and walked into the stadium with newfound confidence. Ah, you've made it to me. You must be powerful, Lance said. I believe you can win, but I won't let you. Red felt bolstered by Lance's words. He knew he just needed to use the right types. Go, Gaidaros. Lance called. Go, Jolteon. Red countered. Gaidaros, use Dragon Rage. Lance commanded. Jolteon, use Thunder. Red shouted. The attack was super effective, and Gaidaros fainted. You got Gaidaros, but you'll never beat me. Go, Dragonair. Lance declared. Red's confidence wavered for a moment. Jolteon, use Thunder, he ordered. Dragonair, outrage. Lance responded. Jolteon fainted. Come back, Jolteon. Go, Lapras. Red said. Dragonair, use Twister. Lance instructed. Lapras, use Ice Beam. Red commanded. Dragonair froze solid, struggling to break free. Lapras, use Hydro Pump. Red called, and Dragonair fainted. Come back. Go, Dragonair. Lance said, sending out another Pokémon. Another one? Red exclaimed. Lapras, use Ice Beam. Dragonair, dodge it and use Thunderbolt. Lance countered. Lapras fainted. Come back, Lapras. Go, Snorlax. Red said, determined. Dragonair, use Outrage. Lance commanded, but it didn't affect Snorlax much. Snorlax, Hyper Beam. Red shouted. Dragonair fainted, and Red felt a surge of confidence. Come back, Dragonair. Go, Aerodactyl. Lance said. Snorlax, use Hyper Beam. Red instructed. Aerodactyl, use Wind Attack. Lance replied. Snorlax, use Headbutt. Red called. Both Pokémon were evenly matched, but after a few tense moments, Aerodactyl used Bite, and Snorlax fainted. Red felt uncertain about his next choice. I choose Charizard, he declared. Aerodactyl, Ancient Power. Lance commanded. Charizard, use Dragon Rage. Red shouted. Aerodactyl fainted. That's my boy, his mom cheered from the audience, drawing attention from the crowd. Go, Dragonite. Lance said. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Red instructed. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. Lance countered. Charizard, defeat him the same way. Red shouted. Charizard and Dragonite soared into the sky, dodging attacks. Charizard held on to Dragonite and vanished into the clouds. And now, I will win, Red said confidently. Let's see what happens now, Lance replied, still confident. Charizard was thrown from the sky but managed to get back up. You Charizard is brave, Lance acknowledged. Charizard, you okay? Red asked, concerned. Charizard responded with determination. Leave it to me. Okay, Red said, feeling hopeful. Charizard unleashed Dragon Rage, bringing Dragonite's health to a critical level. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. Lance commanded, and Charizard fainted. Red knelt down, calling Charizard back, feeling the weight of the battle. You still have 2 Pokémon left, Lance reminded him. Red stood up, determined to continue. Go, Bulbasaur, he said. Dragonite, use Thunderbolt. Lance ordered. Bulbasaur fainted, and Red's confidence began to wane. Come back. Go, Nidoking. Red said. Use Horn Drill. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. Lance commanded. To Red's surprise, Nidoking stood strong. His confidence surged back. Now. Nidoking, use Stomp, he shouted, and Dragonite fainted. Well done, Red, Lance said. You are now qualified for your champion battle. Red felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, but he also missed his dad, wishing he could have seen the battle. Come to my hometown someday, Lance said. My cousin lives there. I will, Red replied. Later, he found Leaf in tears. I know, it happens, he said gently. Leaf, don't cry. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Look at what you've accomplished, you came third in the Pokémon League, and that's a big deal, his mom reassured her. They managed to lift Leaf's spirits, and she became determined to train as a Pokémon trainer in the Sinnoh region. The next day, Red asked, so, who do I face in my champion battle? Your champion battle is with Trainer Blue. You both are the only ones to defeat Lance and make it to the main Indigo Stadium, the receptionist informed him. Blue? Red asked, surprised. Red, so your battle is with me then, Blue said confidently. I'll pray to God that you lose. Oh, yeah. I pray that you lose, Red shot back. Hey, I just remembered, Leaf interjected, stopping their argument. Where is Sabrina? Red and Leaf stood still, tension filling the air. Hey, stop. Let's go find her, Blue suggested, eager to change the subject. She must be inside her room, Leaf said. They rushed upstairs to check. The room was neat and clean. Did anyone even stay here? Blue wondered aloud. Sabrina. Leaf shouted. Look, a note, Red said, picking up a parchment from the table. He opened it and began to read. Dear Leaf and Red, I'm sorry, but I have to go. I need to do one last thing before Team Rocket completely dissolves. I'm heading to one of their hideouts and will be there for a few days. Don't come looking for me. A Team Rocket hideout? Blue exclaimed. Another Team Rocket hideout, Red noted. Then let's go find it. Leaf said, and they dashed outside the league. It was drizzling, and the water was really cold, perhaps colder than Lapra's ice beam. Leaf mentioned that the letter indicated the hideout was somewhere near the league. I questioned whether there was a place with that much area near the league. We looked at Blue, who was running in an open field toward the same tree from my dream. Leaf confirmed there was indeed a place. We rushed to Blue, who was sitting beneath the tree, relaxing. Leaf instructed her Pokédex to scan the tree. The device identified it as a mahogany tree, primarily found in Mahogany Town, Johto, with a small percentage in the Plant Observation Center, Hoenn. I wondered how it could be here if it was native to Johto and Hoenn. Leaf explained that it had been planted here for a reason, pointing out that this was a large area for a Team Rocket base. Blue interrupted, telling us to calm down and not to rhyme. I noted that the place seemed empty, lacking a base. Blue corrected me, stating it was a hideout. Leaf urged me to look at the back of the tree for something interesting. Frustrated, Blue asked us to listen to him instead. I found our logo on the back of the tree, relieved it wasn't painted pink. Blue touched the logo, discovering it was a button. The tree shook, and a pathway opened in the trunk. Blue hopped inside, followed by Leaf and me. It turned out to be a slide leading down to a dark place. Blue fell off at the end, with Leaf landing on him, while I managed to stop myself gently. I looked at them as they got up slowly, staring at each other. I called for them to hurry, and they snapped out of their moment, whispering as they followed me, which annoyed me. We entered a tunnel that led to a vast open space. In the center was a rectangular structure connected to the ceiling. Leaf speculated it was an elevator, and Blue confirmed it, suggesting we were inside Indigo Plateau. I was surprised to learn the plateau was hollow, which Leaf noted meant it was a fake. In the corners of the room were several computers. One displayed a picture of Mew, labeled Project Mew 2, Dr. Fuji. I questioned what had happened here, noticing broken glass pieces nearby. Blue suggested it looked like an old laboratory. Suddenly, a Team Rocket grunt appeared, asking who we were. I quickly hid one of my Pokeball under my cap, sensing trouble. Before I could react, someone knocked me out from behind. When I regained consciousness, I found myself tied to a chair, with Leaf and Blue tied together nearby. I was surprised to see them so close. In the distance, I spotted Sabrina also tied to a chair. The grunt reported to someone that people were discovering their hideout and received orders to finish us off. I managed to loosen my hands and untie my legs. I called out my Jolteon, who appeared ready for action. The grunt, surprised, looked back at a shelf filled with Pokeball, realizing he had taken mine. He sent out his Tauros, claiming to be the king of the Safari Zone. I challenged him, knowing Jolteon was strong. With a thunderbolt, I took down Tauros and the grunt. Leaf and Blue woke up, confused about what had just happened. I untied their ropes and explained I had saved them from Team Rocket. Leaf thanked me with a hug, while Blue seemed skeptical. We then freed Sabrina and tried to wake her up. I instructed my Wartortle to use water gun, which startled Sabrina awake. She introduced herself, explaining she had a unique twin identity inherited from her father. I was puzzled, and Leaf asked if I had a disorder. Blue, uninterested, decided to leave. Sabrina clarified that she wasn't evil, she had been afraid to share her identity. She explained her absence from gym leading was due to needing space to manage her powers. Sabrina demonstrated her abilities, transforming into a smaller version of Leaf, which left us amazed. Just then, Blue returned, asking how we would get back up after coming down the slide. Sabrina suggested using the elevator. We entered, and it only had a ground floor button. The lift took us up, opening into the boys' washroom of the Pokémon League. Leaf was incredulous, and Blue teased her about being in a boys' washroom. Sabrina transformed into Professor Oak, and as we stepped outside, a man laughed at Leaf's expression, causing us all to chuckle. Leaf expressed her humiliation about the situation, questioning why the lift was in the boys' washroom. A woman approached, calling out to Professor Oak, but Sabrina quickly changed back to her original form. "I'm going to get ready for the battle," Blue declared as we prepared for what lay ahead. "And I like your powers." Sabrina touched Blue, and he transformed into Professor Oak. "What?" I shouted. "No way," said Leaf. "Professor Oak," the woman said again. "I want your autograph." Blue gave an autograph to the woman. Sabrina touched him again, and he transformed back into himself. "That was very cool," I said. "You should know why Sabrina doesn't like me that much. She is way too calm, and I'm kind of chill." "Why?" said Sabrina. Suddenly, an announcement was made by the receptionist. "Red and Blue, please reach the Indigo Tournament Stadium within the next 10 minutes. "You ready?" I asked. "Yes, but I know that you're ready," said Blue. "How?" I asked. "'Cause Red." "Why?" said Blue. "Blue is going for bad jokes," said Sabrina. Another announcement was made. "Red and Blue, please report to Indigo Stadium within 10 minutes. "It's time," said Blue. "It is," I replied, feeling competitive. "Best of luck," said Leaf. "I'll call your mom downstairs." "Okay," I said, walking towards the stadium while Sabrina returned to normal and went with Leaf. Blue was already standing in the battle area when I entered the stadium and took my position. "It's a 6-on-6 battle between Red and Blue. The winner will gain entry into the Hall of Fame and a chance to be a gym leader," announced the announcer. I clenched my fists, ready for the battle, and held onto one of the Pokeball on my belt. "Let the champion battle begin," said the announcer. "Go, Pikachu!" I called. "Go, Pidgeot," said Blue. Blue made a questionable choice, as Pikachu had a type advantage. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt!" I commanded. Pidgeot fainted, giving me an early lead. Blue's Pidgeot fainted. "What will Blue send next?" the announcer said, even though we could see it had fainted. "Come back, Pidgeot." "I choose Scyther," said Blue. "Pikachu, use Quick Attack." I instructed. "Scyther, slash!" Blue ordered. Pikachu took a hit and lay on the ground, exhausted. I rushed to him. "Pikachu, are you okay?" I asked. "Pika," he replied, trying to reassure me. Pikachu pushed himself up and stood defiantly in front of Blue's Scyther. "Pikachu, use Double Team," I said. Pikachu multiplied into several copies, confusing Scyther. It lunged at one, but it was just an afterimage. "Now, Quick Attack," I commanded. All the Pikachus charged at Scyther, causing it to trip and faint. All but one Pikachu disappeared, leaving the original standing triumphantly over Scyther. "No way," said Blue, his eyes wide with surprise. "Well done, Pikachu," I praised. "Come on, get some rest." I'll call you later. Pikachu shook his head, indicating he wanted to continue. So, you want to battle? I asked, and Pikachu nodded. Go, Executor, said Blue. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. I called. Executor, make him sleep, said Blue. Executor released sleep powder, and Pikachu fell asleep instantly. Executor, use Stomp. Pikachu fainted. Come back, Pikachu, I said, feeling the pressure as one of my strongest Pokémon was down, but I had to keep fighting. Go, Nidoking. I said. Red now has 5 Pokémon, and Blue has 4 left, announced the announcer. Executor, use sleep powder, said Blue. The powder drifted toward Nidoking. Nidoking, get away from it. I shouted, but it was too late, Nidoking fell asleep. Executor, Stomp, Blue commanded. He was using the same strategy again. Nidoking woke up in a rage. Yes, Nidoking, use Horn Drill. Executor, use Stomp, said Blue. Just as Executor lifted its foot, Nidoking grabbed it and threw him aside. Executor. Blue shouted. Executor fainted. Come back, go Kadabra. Nidoking, use Horn Drill. I said. Kadabra, use Future Sight, said Blue. Nidoking, use Double Kick. I commanded. Kadabra fainted. Come back, go Arcanine. The Future Sight attack struck Nidoking unexpectedly, causing him to faint. Come back, Nidoking. You fought really well. We will win. Go, Snorlax. I said. Arcanine, use Flamethrower, said Blue. Snorlax, use Hyper Beam. I commanded. Arcanine took heavy damage. Arcanine, use Fire Blast, said Blue. Snorlax fainted. Blue's Arcanine looked formidable. Come back, go Kabutops, I said. Arcanine, use Takedown, said Blue. Arcanine was hit by the recoil of the move. Kabutops, use Aqua Jet. I called. The attack was super effective, critically hitting Arcanine. Arcanine, Fire Blast, said Blue. Kabutops fainted. Come back, go Charizard, I said. Arcanine, use Fire Spin, said Blue. Charizard was trapped in a vortex of fire, but it wasn't very effective. Charizard, use Flamethrower. I commanded. Arcanine fainted. Your Pokémon is weak. Come back, said Blue. Go, Blastoise. Let's see what you'll do now. Charizard, Dragon. Rage. I called. Blastoise fell but tried to get back up. Blastoise, use Skull Bash, said Blue. Blastoise charged at Charizard, pushing him back, but Charizard managed to stay upright. You 3 can go to Professor Oak's lab, said Mom. Come home by 7 o'clock. Okay, said Leaf. Correction, you 2 can go, said Sabrina. I must go back to Saffron City. Why? I asked. You can stay here. No, the next Pokémon League session is coming, said Sabrina. I should be leaving. Bye, said Mom. Do come visit whenever you like. Bye, Sabrina, said Leaf, running to hug her. We'll meet again. Bye, and thank you for accompanying us, I said. Sabrina winked and replied, no problem, Red. See you soon. We wish the same, said Mom. Sabrina waved and walked towards Route 1. Leaf and I watched as she walked away. Go to Oak's lab, said Mom. He said he wanted to meet you. Yes, we were just going, I said. I really want to rest right now, said Leaf. I'm really tired. Me too, I agreed. Let's just go to the lab first. I don't know, but he always wants us to meet him, etc. Stop talking and get going, said Leaf. I don't have enough energy now, I said. I could really sleep here on the ground. Okay, go Dratini, said Leaf. No, I'm awake. I'm very energetic. What are we waiting for? Let's go to the lab, I said. I started walking towards the lab. How did this guy even win the league? Asked Leaf, following me with Dratini by her side. We walked to Oak's lab, located on the southeastern side of the town. We rang the bell at Oak's lab. Our journey ends here, said Leaf. Maybe, I replied. The door opened. Not yet, said Professor Oak, smiling as he welcomed us inside. Blue was already sitting in his grandpa's lab. Hey, Red and Leaf, Blue greeted them. Hi, Blue, Red replied. I heard that you gave up your chance to be a gym leader, Professor Oak said. Yes, Professor, only because I want to be a trainer, Red explained. But you won the league, Oak pointed out. I know training is fun, and I think you should go to the Sevii Islands. It's a good place for training, Blue suggested. Blue, aren't you the gym leader of Viridian City now? Leaf asked. Yes, I am, Blue confirmed. But I want some changes in the gym, it looks like a Team Rocket hideout. Leaf and Red exchanged glances. So, I heard Leaf is leaving tomorrow, Professor Oak mentioned. Tomorrow? Red asked, surprised. Yes, my tickets are at your house, Leaf replied. I'll be leaving in the morning. Do come visit again, Blue said. Everyone here will miss you. Red felt a lump in his throat, his best friend was leaving for a whole new region. He knew what he had to do. Can I come with you? He asked. What? Leaf responded, taken aback. I could participate in the Sinnoh League, Red suggested. Red, correction. You can't participate in the Sinnoh League unless you have participated in the Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn Leagues first. If you want to, you need to change your residence to Sinnoh, Blue explained. That's the only way. That's okay, Red, Leaf reassured him. I'll visit Kanto again, it's not like I'm never coming back. Red shook his head. Okay, he said. Red. Would you like to go to the Johto region? Because that's the closest one, Professor Oak asked. Sure, Red agreed. I want to participate in the Johto League. Okay, I'll talk to my friend Elm. He'll get you registered in the Johto League, Professor Oak said. And Leaf, I'll talk to Rowan if you want to participate in the Sinnoh League. Red noticed Leaf wasn't eager to join the Sinnoh League, but she looked at him and said, I will definitely participate in the Sinnoh League. Okay, Professor Oak said. You can go and enjoy. They walked towards the main door and stepped outside. Great, now we'll be on a journey but not together, Red said. I feel bad about leaving Kanto, but I feel worse about leaving my best friend, Leaf admitted. I still can't believe I will be off to Sinnoh tomorrow, 7 months are short, aren't they? Yes, they are, Red agreed. Let's go home and talk or something. Sure, Leaf said, smiling. His house was not far from the lab, and they reached it in a few minutes. Red walked inside, followed by Leaf and her Dratini. Leaf, your Dratini is cute, but it's quite big. Do you mind calling her back? Red's mom asked. I'll call her back, Leaf said, taking out a Pokeball. Wait, Mom said. Dratini can have a candy before going back. Mom tossed a candy from the table, which looked familiar to Red. Then he realized it wasn't a regular candy. No, he shouted. Dratini ate the candy and glowed blue. Dratini, move out of the house. Red yelled. Dratini grew larger, and the ceiling broke. Red's study table fell down along with some cassettes that belonged to his dad. He caught one cassette. Move out of the house. Leaf urged. Dratini, still evolving, went outside. She finally evolved into Dragonair, and the front of the house was in disarray. I'm really sorry, Leaf said. No, Leaf. I gave her the candy, Mom clarified. That was a rare candy, Red pointed out. Cheer up because Leader Blue is here, Blue said. Don't worry, I'll get it fixed for free. I'm really rich now. Because you're a gym leader? Mom asked. Yes, Blue confirmed. Anything for Red and his family. Thanks, Blue, Red said. But I think we'll get it fixed. No, I'll help you. Please, Blue insisted. Okay, Mom relented. Thank you, Blue. Okay, thanks, Blue, Red said. But at least something is left in the house. Dragonair sneezed, and a powerful energy burst out, turning the house into dust. Where's Meowth? Red panicked. Don't worry, Mom said, showing him a Pokeball. He's fine. Red, you can live in my house with your mom, Blue offered. My sister will be there. Again, thanks, Blue, Red replied. He looked down and noticed a plane ticket to Sinnoh. Leaf, this must be yours, he said. Leaf picked it up and gasped. Why did this thing even survive, she wondered. Come on, let's go, Blue urged. The next morning, Leaf woke Red up and said, Bye, Red. He got up instantly. Leaf, it's time, Mom said. I'll drop you at the airport, I'm glad my car survived. Mom, I'll drop her, Red insisted. But you don't have a driving license, Mom reminded him. How would you drop her? Who needs a car if we have Charizard? Red replied. I'll drop her. Okay, Mom agreed. Bye, Leaf. Leaf hugged Red's mom and waved to Daisy, Blue's sister. They walked outside, and Red sent out Charizard. They flew towards the airport in Pewter City. I will miss you so much, Leaf said. I will too, Red admitted. I would stop you if I could, but I know you have to go. They reached Pewter City quickly. It took Red 3 days to reach there on foot. We're here, he announced as Charizard landed gently. Bye, Red, Leaf said, hugging him. Don't go. I'll come back, Leaf promised. Tears filled their eyes, and even Charizard seemed emotional. Bye, Charizard, Leaf said. Suddenly, all of their Pokémon emerged from their Pokeball, waving to each other. Leaf called hers back and walked inside the airport. They stood there for a while until Red's Pokémon touched their Pokeball and returned. Let's go, Charizard, Red said. He climbed onto Charizard's back, and they flew swiftly back to Pallet Town. Upon arrival, he saw Professor Oak waving at them. Red, could you go to Seaform Islands? Professor Oak asked urgently. Okay, Red replied. But when? Now, Oak insisted. Fly south, right now. But why? Red questioned. A legendary Pokémon has been spotted after a long time, Oak explained. Go. Charizard soared high and quickly crossed the ocean. An island appeared in the distance, and Charizard flew towards it. As they got closer, Red recognized the volcano and realized it was Cinnabar Island. Charizard, slow down, he instructed. Charizard dived down but ended up crashing into a building. Bad idea, Red muttered, lying on the ground. Charizard slowly got up, clearly exhausted. I called him back and continued inside the mansion. I looked around for any exits but found none. Suddenly, a statue appeared before me. It resembled Mew, but it was taller and stood on 2 legs. Beneath the statue was an inscription, Project Mutuo by Dr. Fuji. I recalled that the same Dr. Fuji was associated with Lavender Town, and Project Mutuo was mentioned in the computer I had accessed at Team Rocket's base in the Pokémon League. Next to the statue was a room. I stepped inside, finding it empty except for a table in the middle. On the table lay a dusty old book. I rushed over, blew off the dust, and revealed the title, Mew, Mystery or a Myth? I opened the book and began to read aloud. October 5th, my colleagues and I visited an ancient temple in South America, where we discovered something peculiar, a picture labeled Mew. At that time, Mew was considered a myth, and no one knew what it looked like. Behind the picture was a space containing a box with a DNA sample of Mew, which we concluded was the strongest Pokémon. We attempted to clone it to create another Mew, as it was one of a kind. However, the experiment failed, resulting in the creation of a dangerous Pokémon. I pondered the implications of a dangerous Pokémon existing in our world and turned to the next page. March 5th, the clone opened its eyes for the first time, and every scientist was filled with fear. We realized our experiment had not succeeded, as it looked nothing like Mew. It destroyed my mansion and flew away in rage. Project Mutuo was over, and Mutuo had escaped. I closed the book, noting the spelling was Mutuo and not Mew 2. I sent out Charizard and flew upwards through the broken ceiling, determined to meet Mr. Fuji in Lavender Town. But what if the Pokémon on Seaform Islands was Mutuo? Charizard landed on Seaform Islands, just outside a cave where many people were lined up. I approached and asked, "What's happening?" The legendary Pokémon Articuno visits this place every decade. Everyone wants to see it, but the guards only allow trainers inside, a man explained. "Wait, are you the Indigo League champion?" "Oh my god, it's Red." The crowd surged toward me, and I hurried to the cave entrance. The guards saluted upon seeing me, and I rushed inside. The cave was vast and empty. I ventured further in, noticing the walls were similar to those of Mount Moon, but with frozen, slippery ice scattered throughout. I followed red arrows marked with Articuno that led to an open area illuminated by sunlight. Suddenly, I tripped over something stuck in the ground, a black poke ball with a large U on it. I pocketed it and continued deeper into the cave, where the ice had melted into water. To my surprise, a large Pokémon stood before me. It was Articuno. I pointed my Pokédex at it. Articuno, a freeze Pokémon. One of the legendary bird Pokémon. Its flying form is magnificent, the device explained. "Okay, I'll catch you," I declared. "Go, Charizard." Articuno retaliated with Ice Beam. "Charizard, use Dragon Rage," I commanded. Articuno dodged with agility. "Charizard, use Flamethrower," I shouted. Charizard was temporarily frozen but managed to thaw out thanks to its tail fire. "Charizard, use Dragon Rage," I instructed again. Articuno fell to the ground, and I threw a Pokeball. It shook vigorously but ultimately broke free. Articuno unleashed an Aurora Beam, and Charizard fainted. Disappointed, I recalled Charizard and sent out Nidoking. "Use Horn Drill," I ordered. Articuno fell again, and I threw another Pokeball. It shook but broke free once more, using Ice Beam against Nidoking, who fainted as well. "Come back, go Snorlax. Use Hyper Beam," I commanded. Snorlax slammed Articuno against the frozen wall. I threw another Pokeball, hoping for success. Articuno broke out again but was still weak and lying on the ground. Remembering the black Pokeball, I threw it. The ball shook for a few seconds before glowing brightly. "Yes, I caught a legendary Pokémon," I exclaimed. I called back Snorlax and exited the cave. "Everyone can come in now, Articuno has flown away," I announced to the crowd. They rushed inside as I slipped away from the throng and headed to a nearby Poke Center to heal my Pokémon. "Charizard, let's go to Lavender Town and meet Mr. Fuji," I said. Charizard soared high into the sky, and I felt a surge of excitement about uncovering the mysteries of Project Mutuo and Team Rocket's involvement. What had happened to Mutuo? Was it still alive or hiding somewhere? Arriving in Lavender Town, I quickly withdrew Articuno to add it to my team. Later, I contacted Professor Oak. "Red, you caught an Articuno?" Professor Oak asked. "Good, but remember, you can't battle with a legendary Pokémon unless your opponent has one." "I know that, Professor, I replied. I'm here in Lavender Town to meet Mr. Fuji. Mr. Fuji? Oak smiled. Okay. He ended the call, and I logged out, recalling the location of Mr. Fuji's house. Ah, you're here after a long time, Mr. Fuji greeted me. Hello, Mr. Fuji, I said. There must be a reason for your visit, he noted. Yes, Mr. Fuji, I replied. I want to know about Mutuo. Mr. Fuji's expression turned serious. That was my past, I don't speak of it anymore. I created a clone of Mew, which turned out to be a monster. That incident destroyed my lab, and I retired that year, ending my work as a cloning expert, Mr. Fuji explained. What happened? I inquired. It resulted in the loss of my colleagues, and the lab was ruined. People now refer to it as Pokémon Mansion, and it may still be alive, Mr. Fuji replied. It could still be out there. But where could it be? I asked. There's no place in Kanto where it could hide, he said. Before I could respond, a man approached. Are you Red? He asked. Yes, I confirmed. You have a call from Professor Oak at the Pokémon Center, the man informed me. I have to go, Mr. Fuji. Thank you, I said. Anytime, he replied. I hurried back to the Pokémon Center to speak with Professor Oak. Red, come back, Oak said urgently. Blue has been in an accident. I quickly turned off the PC and flew to Pallet Town on Charizard. Mr. Fuji waved goodbye, wishing me well. I will, and you too, Mr. Fuji, I replied. After a few hours, Charizard landed outside Professor Oak's lab. I rushed inside, searching for Blue, but found no one there. I then checked his house. Blue. I called out. I found him lying in bed, covered in bandages on his head, hands, and neck. What happened? I asked, concerned. I heard about some sightings of a strange Pokémon in Cerulean. I went there and encountered it, Blue explained. The doctor said he'll need to rest for a few days, Oak added. Take care of yourself, Blue. What was the Pokémon like? I asked. It was purplish, humanoid, and used a barrier attack, Blue described. Barrier attack. Oak repeated. That sounds like a psychic type. I pulled out my Pokédex, searching for humanoid psychic types. Purplish? Was it a mime or a jinx? I guessed, knowing mime was not exactly purple but close. Not mime or jinx, Blue clarified. Mew. I suggested. It had a face like Mew, Blue replied. But you said it was humanoid. Mew can't stand on two legs, I countered. I said it wasn't Mew, Blue insisted. Red, whatever it wasn't a Pokémon, Oak warned. I'm afraid Cerulean is in danger. Where in Cerulean? I asked. Blue, where did you see that Pokémon? In Cerulean Cave, Blue said. It's dangerous, it has the power to harm anyone. I will go and battle it. It won't harm anyone else, I declared. I have to go. I walked into the sitting area where my mom was talking to Daisy. Red, the house is fixed, thanks to Blue. I'm sorry for what happened to him, Mom said. You can go home if you want. No, I replied. I'll fly with Charizard. Outside, Charizard was waiting for me. I climbed on, and he soared into the sky. Cerulean City, I said. Charizard flew towards Floral Lagoon City. Upon arriving, a guard stopped me. You may only enter if you have participated in the Pokémon League. Only qualified trainers are allowed inside Cerulean Cave. Step aside, I'm the league champion, I said, showing the Hall of Fame sign on my Pokédex. I'm really sorry, the guard said. You may pass, but that Pokémon is dangerous. I entered the cave, which had a dome-like structure. Water greeted me at the entrance, and in the distance, I spotted a light purple Pokémon. I surfed on Lapras to reach the ground. Mutwo, I called out. I am here to challenge you, and I will catch you. Mutwo stood still, seemingly unfazed. Go, Articuno, I commanded, sending out my Pokémon. Mutwo advanced, forming a dark purple ball between its hands. Articuno, use Ice Beam. I shouted. Fear gripped me as I faced Mutwo's strength, and I worried I would end up like Blue. My thoughts drifted to Leaf, my only good friend, and I felt alone. Suddenly, I heard an inner voice, my dad's voice, reminding me that I wasn't alone. With renewed confidence, I focused on catching Mutwo. I noticed Articuno struggling as Mutwo used a swift attack, and soon Articuno fainted. Come back, Articuno, I said, appreciating its effort. Mutwo watched me, its rage dissipating. I took a deep breath and sent out Nidoking. Use Horn Drill. I commanded, but Mutwo seemed unaffected. Mutwo retaliated with a Hyper Beam, and Nidoking fainted. Come back, go Jolteon. I called out, but Jolteon also fell to Mutwo's attack. Come back, go Charizard, I said, knowing Charizard could handle the challenge. Mutwo unleashed another Hyper Beam, but Charizard stood firm. Mutwo looked surprised. Charizard, use Dragon Rage. I commanded. Mutwo smiled and launched another Hyper Beam, this time with more intensity. The attack pushed Charizard and me into the water. The cold water enveloped me as I struggled to surface, but Charizard was sinking. My bag tore, and a box floated out, revealing a large blue mega stone that sank deeper. Another smaller, rainbow-colored stone remained in my grasp. I caught the smaller stone, and it began to shine brightly. Suddenly, something emerged from below and pulled me out of the water. Mutwo stood before me, and behind it was Charizard, now larger with blue flames and a striking black-blue skin color. He had transformed into Mega Charizard. Charizard? I exclaimed, amazed. He smiled back at me and used Outrage on Mutwo, surprising me with his newfound power. Mutwo fell but quickly got back up. Mutwo retaliated with a swift attack, but Charizard remained unharmed. Then, Charizard unleashed a Hyper Beam, showcasing his growth over the past 7 months. I felt a surge of pride for my partner. Tears streamed down my face as Charizard looked at me, unleashing a powerful Hyper Beam in a fit of rage. Mutwo fell to the ground, struggling to rise. I threw a Pokeball at it, but Mutwo broke free. I know you are not a monster, I said, hoping to reach the creature. Mutwo's gaze met mine, and a voice echoed in my mind, why? I believe there is good in you, I replied, throwing another Pokeball. This time, Mutwo was captured, and the ball shook before finally settling. It was sent to Professor Oak. Charizard transformed back to its normal state, holding a blue Mega Stone. I told Charizard to keep it safe for now, as my bag was damaged. I secured it tightly before flying back to Pallet Town. As we landed near Oak's lab, Blue emerged, bandaged but determined. Red, why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting? I asked. Don't worry, I'm fine, Blue insisted. You're not, I countered. Yes, I am. Your house is ready. The construction went quickly thanks to some Macamp helping the workers. What? I was surprised. Your mom is at home. And I appreciate you catching that Pokemon, Blue said. Go meet Grandpa, he's inside. I entered the lab, calling out, Professor Oak. Congratulations on catching that Pokemon, he replied. I promised to give it to someone who would take care of it, I said. So, who are you giving it to? Oak asked. Mr. Fuji, who created him. I'll go there myself. Okay, Oak agreed. Wait, Mutwo was made from Mew. Plus, I have a Master Ball, I added. So you're thinking of catching the only Mew on the planet? Oak raised an eyebrow. Absolutely, I confirmed. Oak handed me Mutwo's Pokeball, and I flew to Lavender Town to deliver it to Mr. Fuji. Charizard landed just outside Fuji's Pokemon house. Come back, Charizard, I instructed, walking to the door and knocking. Red, Mr. Fuji greeted me. Here, I said, showing him Mutwo's Pokeball. Is that, he began, but I interrupted. Yes, it's Mutwo. And how did you catch him? Fuji asked. I made a deal. I told him I would hand him to the right person, his creator, I explained, handing him the Pokeball. Thank you, Red, Mr. Fuji said, smiling as I turned to leave. As I opened the door, I spotted a familiar face. Hi, said Yellow. Hey, Amarillo, I replied. Call me Yellow, please, she said. Mr. Fuji, do you have a strong Pokemon that I can adopt? I'm sorry, but I don't have any orphan Pokemon right now, Mr. Fuji responded. Okay, Yellow said, her expression turning sad. I'll come back tomorrow then. Just as Yellow was about to leave, Mr. Fuji looked at me and smiled. Yellow, take this, he said, handing her Mutwo's Pokeball. My expression went blank. What is it? She asked. A strong Pokemon, just as you wanted, Mr. Fuji replied. Take good care of him. Which Pokemon? Yellow inquired. You'll find out, Mr. Fuji said. Yellow beamed with joy as we walked out together. Take good care of him, I said. You know what's inside, Yellow stated. I caught it, I replied. Does it belong to you then? She asked. No, it belongs to Mr. Fuji, I clarified. I explained to Yellow the story of Mutwo and Mew, and how Mr. Fuji had created Mutwo. So you mean, this Pokemon is the one from Cerulean Cave? She asked. He is not a monster, I insisted. Promise me you'll take care of him. I promise, Yellow said earnestly. See you soon, I said, sending out Charizard to fly back to Pallet Town, uncertain if Yellow would truly care for Mutwo. Later, at my house, I sat with Mom, Blue, and Professor Oak, discussing our plans after completing the league. Professor Oak, I know Mew is the only Pokemon left from Kanto without a Pokédex record. Should I try to catch it? I asked. That's your choice. No one has ever seen a Mew, trying to catch it might be foolish, Oak replied. When I started my journey, I told you I saw a cute pink Pokemon flying in the sky, surrounded by a pink aura, I recounted. That was definitely Mew, Oak confirmed. Red saw a Mew. Mom exclaimed. And you didn't tell me? Sorry, I said. But the next time I see it, I'll use a Master Ball. Great, Oak said. But first, I've spoken to Professor Elm, and you should be off to Johto next week. To Johto? I asked, surprised. So you're planning to participate in the Johto League too? Mom inquired. It's not a bad idea, I said. I'm sure you'll win that too, Blue encouraged. Never underestimate others, Red, Oak cautioned. Johto trainers may be stronger. I won't underestimate anyone, I promised. Then it's settled, Oak said. I'll come with you, Red. I have work in Johto. Okay, I agreed. Or maybe not. I need to finish some old business. There's a Pokemon egg I'm researching, I believe it belongs to a Pokemon from Johto. I need to give it to Bartholomew, Professor Oak explained. Egg of a Johto Pokemon? Blue asked. Where did you find it? It was sent by archaeologists who discovered it in Mount Silver. They wanted me to identify which Pokemon it belongs to, Oak replied. Wait, who's Bartholomew again? I asked. A friend from school, Oak said. The conversation continued, and I felt excited about the new journey ahead, with new adventures and new people to meet. Suddenly, I spotted a Pokemon flying outside. The window was open, and I recognized it as Mew. Mew performed a front flip in the air before soaring away, and I couldn't help but smile. This concludes book. Here's a summary of the Pokémon our trainers have. Red, Bulbasaur, Wartortle, Charizard, Pikachu, Jolteon, Snorlax, Nidoking, Pidgeotto, Hitmonlee, Gyarados, Lapras, Kabutops, Articuno, and Mewtwo. Blue, Blastoise, Scyther, Exeggutor, Arcanine, Kadabra, and Pidgeot. Leaf, Ivysaur, Beedrill, Dragonair, Omastar, Dugtrio, Psyduck, Hitmonchan, Raichu, Raticate, Fearow, Mankey, and Vulpix. All Kanto Pokémon have been featured in the story, with the exception of Porygon. To be continued.